He rose from the slums to stand among the Empire's elite, as calm as a storm and twice as deadly. No fear, no loyalty, no limits. Every threat he faced was another rung on his ladder, and he climbed without looking down. He's immune to doubt. All he feels is momentum. But does he suspect that what awaits him ahead is not at all what he dreamed of? Let's find out. The story began with the fact that it was all for the sake of the Empire. For the sake of the Emperor and his people, any threat must be destroyed. This is the only purpose of the existence of the Imperial Guard. This is the land of the future, where technology has developed significantly. However, there is no hope for them. Due to the endless war caused by the lack of resources, the Earth continued to be torn apart. As a result, humanity was forced to move to other planets. Life on Earth came to an end as a result of the invasion of alien creatures. However, the surviving part of humanity continued to plow the vastness of space, and finally, after many years of wandering, they found a planet similar to Earth. Humanity decided to call it Novus, which means new home. Through space, they sent a message to other survivors, reporting the coordinates of the new home. Thus, people scattered throughout the galaxy began to gather on Novus. The Bellato Federation is a free territory for humans and other species. The Empire of Acretia has a powerful army of robotic soldiers. The Holy Alliance Korra is a religious nation with powerful energy and mental fortitude. The resources of Novus were also not unlimited, because of which humanity again began to prepare for a war for the monopolization of resources. After some time, on the territory of the Empire of Acretia, in the machine laboratory, Hemelas Custoria, the commander of the Imperial Guard of Acretia, said that he was unlucky because he would be compared with everyone. He just needs to show His Majesty everything he can do. So let him not forget, this is an extremely important stage of training. Luca, the main character and an intern in the Imperial Guard of Acretia, replied that they would still see who was unlucky here. Hemelas noted that he had better live up to his expectations. MC put on his equipment and thought that he should, at least, block or dodge all the bullets. This is a necessary skill for someone who wants to officially join the Imperial Guard. He has completed all the emergency simulation training. He is an Imperial Guard trainee with the deepest understanding of space, thanks to his senses and the perception enhancement procedure he has undergone. His opponents are 5 fools in cheap cybernetic gear. This should take no more than 10 seconds. The protagonist rushed to the attack and in an instant cut off the head of one opponent and then went to the rest. He thought that this was a good opportunity to impress the Emperor. He had to distinguish himself. How could he do this? He had never tried this before, but he simply had to cope. He needed to crank up his senses to the max. MC armed himself with a pistol and shot all the opponents with lightning speed. After that, he happily thought that he did it. He outdid himself. This will definitely increase his value. After some time, he returned to the commander. Hemelas was surprised and said that he didn't think he was using projectile trajectory control. It wasn't in the curriculum. The protagonist explained that he simply copied the one in front of him. The commander said with a smile that this guy was from a famous family. He must have trained for it beforehand. He was different from orphans like him. He liked him, so he wanted to give him a gift. The protagonist turned around with a calm face and asked what kind of gift. Hemelas almost gouged out his eye with a malicious smile and was surprised that he didn't even flinch. He must have been practicing pain resistance training too, right? He really liked it. He would have removed that eye anyway because he wanted eyes with a trajectory prediction function. After a while, MC went to his room. Suddenly, Ile appeared at the threshold. He introduced himself and said that he wanted to talk to him. Let him forgive him. This was probably too sudden, right? The protagonist calmly led him into the room. He sat down next to him and smiled and remarked that he had done an amazing job. He was impressed. The protagonist replied that if he had come to exchange praise, he was in the wrong place. He thought that just by the guy's aura, it was clear that he was a representative of the noble aristocrats of the Karthika family. Logically, it was not to his advantage to be rude to a representative of noble blood. Maybe he was addicted, but he would just say that he was tired. Ile smiled and handed him a blue capsule and said that he had come to give him this. It dulled his sensitivity a little, but this way he would be able to rest better. MC replied that he did not need it. The guy continued, saying that he would not be able to train properly tomorrow if he did not rest properly. He himself should know that one cannot go far on mental fortitude alone. The protagonist took the pill with a calm face and thought that this was different from the sleeping pills that were made on the streets. He noted that he had also shown himself to be excellent, and he, in turn, had simply copied him. Ile pointed to his eye and explained that he had mechanical combat eyes, so it was not difficult to calculate trajectories. His work was much more impressive, considering that he did it on bare instincts. Perhaps that was why the commander noticed him, an ordinary guy. He even gave him a mechanical eye at his own expense. The protagonist replied that he simply worked hard during training. How could he, a feeble commoner, compare to the magnificent aristocrats? He had to cling to any opportunity, being at the bottom of the hierarchy. Ile was a little embarrassed by his words, and after a minute of silence asked if he had honestly passed the selection, but there were many nobles who failed it. Did he know? He bets that they will pay for themselves the results. There is no proof, but it seems to him that this is how things are. Guys like him, without any support, would never fail the advanced soldier cultivation procedure, because the only way for them to get here is to break through with their own strength. MC thought that he didn't expect an aristocrat to tell him about the imperfections of the nobility. He didn't even think about it. What exactly did this guy want to tell him? Ile extended his hand with a smile and said that he really believed that only people like him were worthy of reaching the top. He was rooting for him. The protagonist with a powerful aura shook his hand and said that he wanted it that way. After all, this is all for the Empire. This story will tell the events of the life of a guy who was raised as a military tool in the despotic empire, Akrisha. After a while, the two of them went to the shooting range. MC, using his vision, made several accurate shots right at the head of a dummy. Ile was surprised to notice that he was able to hit all the dummies accurately in the head. Excellent students are really made of different stuff. Has he gotten used to the right eye that was transplanted into him? Is it fair to be good at shooting when he specializes in close combat? The protagonist replied that a member of the guard should be good with any kind of weapon. And he also doesn't want to hear it from someone who hits the same spot shot after shot. Ile mockingly explained that he specializes in shooting. The protagonist added that if he continues to be so carefree, he will definitely surpass him. He replied with a smile that he will only be glad. He already said that he is rooting for him. The Empire needs people like him. The value of skills and talent is gradually eroding in their empire. As long as a person has money and status, any weakness becomes gifted. But if naturally gifted commoners like him suddenly start making themselves known, people will finally begin to distinguish between the truly gifted and the untalented. Doesn't he think so? MC asked with a serious face if he was aware that this sounded like criticism of the foundations of the empire. If he reported what he had just said to the management, they would not let it go so easily, even if he was from the Karthika family. Ile turned around and replied with a smile that if he was capable of such a thing, he would not have told him so easily. He knew that he was a good person, but he was grateful for this concern. The protagonist said with displeasure how he was annoying him. 2 years later, in the third training building, Hemelas called out to the two of them and said that they would be leading the squads in today's training. If any of them had a problem with this, he asked them to leave the premises. Well then, they would continue according to his plan. The Koraites had illegally settled in this ravine. This training would test their skills in the field. No prisoners were to be taken, let them kill them all. After that, all the fighters went outside. Ile pointed out that this was his first real mission. MC wondered if he was nervous. He had killed people during training, but this time, it was an outside military force. Ile said that the Balato Federation, the Korra Holy Alliance, and even the Akrisha Empire were all descended from Earthlings. The protagonist replied with a serious face that he shouldn't get emotional. He didn't think that the senior guards of the All-Mechanical Legion were here to protect them, did he? They were overseers. They would easily kill them if they tried to save someone's life. And he agreed that the Imperial Guard had no place for those who did not know their place. All the other inhabitants of Novus were just annoying bugs for the Empire. They were taught this. Each of them wanted to use and deceive the Empire for their own gain. Ile replied that he knew it. This was what they were taught. After a while, they tore the place to shreds. MC, holding his sword in his hand, thought that it seemed like the Koraites were not even armed. This mission should end without incident. He approached the child, who was cowering against the wall in fear and calling for his mother. The protagonist thought excitedly that he was so scared that he couldn't even move. This was not a combat unit that would not resist even if he had a gun. He remembered the words of the commander, saying that prisoners should not be taken. The protagonist swung his sword with a serious face and thought that there was no need to hesitate. These are pests that are eating up the Empire's reserves. He pierced the wall with his sword, but did not touch the child, and whispered that he should pretend to be dead, and then he would survive. After that, MC thought that he should not have done this. If the general staff found out about his actions, anything could happen to him. Maybe he should go back and finish him off? Suddenly, Ile, sitting on the tower, fired a shot and destroyed the child. The protagonist was frightened, wondering since when was he there? Did he really see all this? Calm down, he will not report. But if someone else saw this, he needs to keep an eye on him. Suddenly, the one with the power appeared and using the skill, blew up the tower. He furiously shouted that they should go away. The protagonist turned around and, seeing the enemy, thought, was it he who caused the explosion? If he is able to cause an explosion without any weapons, then things are bad. At this time, Ile jumped off the tower to attack from behind, but the mage suddenly created an explosion behind him and neutralized him. MC worriedly thought that it was a power user. He furiously shouted that this was not a military base but just a settlement. They killed people who were just trying to survive. The protagonist wondered if the captain knew about this. If only he had told him right away. Ile, lying on the ground without an arm and a leg, remarked that he was careless. He had no excuse for this. The protagonist replied that he would take care of him. He thought that this was all because he hesitated. He had learned how to deal with power users many times. He must atone for his mistake at any cost. MC said with a serious face that he would personally deal with him. Let everyone disperse and return to the base. All the warriors behind him quickly retreated. The power user furiously shouted, "Where are these bastards going?" The protagonist thought that he seemed to have taken on the role of bait so that his allies could escape. In order to use power, a person must perform a certain sequence of actions. In his case, these are hand signs. As long as he sees these cracks in space, he can withstand explosions. The protagonist began to deftly dodge all of the enemy's attacks and thought that he would prefer a battle of attrition, but there was no choice. Even if his body suffered from such high-speed maneuvers, he was obliged to attack him while he could. Finding himself right in front of the magic sphere, MC accelerated to an incredible speed and stabbed the enemy with his sword. The sorcerer, charging his hand with magical energy, broke his helmet with one blow, and seeing his face, tearfully noted that he was just a child. The protagonist continued the attack and killed him. He looked at the broken helmet and thought that if he had continued the attack, he would have died. The Koritovites are fanatics whose beliefs are beyond human understanding. So why couldn't he kill him? During the battle, he can't let his emotions consume him. It's time to go, because this is all for the Empire. For the sake of the Emperor and his people, it is necessary to destroy any threat. This is the only purpose of the Imperial Guard's existence, nothing more. After some time in the recovery capsule ward of the Acrisius Hospital, Ile asked how he liked this task. Did he feel the line between life and death? MC, lying in the capsule, answered, "Let him speak for himself. He was the one who almost died there." He chuckled with a smile and noted that he would have new arms and legs. And what changes did he have? The protagonist answered that his back was damaged, so he ordered a set of titanium bones and artificial skin. He was going to completely renew his body within a couple of years anyway. And if he started doing it a little earlier, it would be even better. Ile wondered, the commander knew that there would be a power wielder there, right? He didn't tell them anything because he wanted to test them. The protagonist replied that if their guards didn't even try to help, then they could have handled it themselves. There were no casualties in the end. Ile asked if that wasn't strange. Both he and the other cadet whose heads were blown off by force somehow survived. Too strange to be a simple coincidence. Maybe that guy didn't want to kill them at all? MC remembered the words of that mage and thought that he was already a warrior, a soldier. Sparing his life was a mistake on his part. This worthless mercy was the reason why the Korites continued to die out. Well, he could regret the deaths of his comrades from hell. Ile wondered why he had turned a blind eye to that Korite child. Let him just say why. The protagonist turned away from him and replied that he was fed up with his chatter. Did he really update his tongue too? This was an unfortunate misunderstanding. It would not happen again. After some time, the Emperor announced that they had completed 2 of the 4 years of training in the Imperial Guard. A new batch of young cadets had arrived. He hoped that they would serve as role models for them. Especially these two, Luca and Ile, their top 1 and top 2. They could even become centurions. Let them continue to work for the good of the Empire and its citizens. MC thought that the Imperial Guard was organized quite simply. It was 1,000 guardsmen, consisting of 10 hundreds, each of which was led by a centurion. The commander of the guard, the chief centurion, was also a centurion of the first 100. The Emperor began to leave and added that that was all. Let them continue training. The protagonist thought that cadets like him, after a complete body replacement with a mechanical one, were appointed centurions of the 10th hundred, which had the lowest rank. If he could become a centurion of the 10th hundred, he could achieve a lot. Sometime later, the protagonist and Ile were practicing 1v1 hand-to-hand combat. MC parried all the attacks and thought that he had become stronger with his new arm. He did a leg sweep and was about to strike, but stopped at the last moment and announced with a smile that they had fought 124 rounds and he had taken 124 victories. After that, they went outside at night and sat on one of the hulls. Ile said that he had so hoped to win at least this time. The protagonist asked if the new components could so easily ensure victory. Then what was the point of training? Ile noted that he seemed to have become even tougher after that speech. Those centurions seemed to have firmly settled in his head. MC agreed and added that if he succeeded in the Imperial Guard, he would be in demand everywhere. The guy said that he had already reached the heights where his origin did not matter. Why doesn't he just relax? The protagonist replied that unlike him, he had nowhere to return to. So he continued to climb with all his might. He was talented too, but he lacked motivation. Why did he even join the service? Ile asked with a smile. So that's what he thought of him? He wanted to be a scientist, an archaeologist, to study ancient forgotten civilizations. MC asked why he didn't go there if he wanted to. He explained with a smile that archaeology was prohibited in their empire, especially ancient civilizations. In addition, people from his family were often generals. They wouldn't have allowed him any other path. The protagonist asked if he wanted to say that he was sad that he couldn't do what he liked, and he was spoiled enough. In their slums, people dream of living at least one more day. Many are happy that they have something to eat today. Ile replied that he knew he would say that, but he was just sharing his secret with a friend. MC said that this could be interpreted as criticism of the foundations of the empire. He would be finished if someone reported him. He replied that he wouldn't do that, just like he was keeping his secret. The protagonist, with an incredibly serious face, explained that he hesitated because the enemy was unarmed. Even if he hadn't intervened, he would have seen it through to the end. He was loyal to the emperor and the empire for spotting his talent. The empire's enemies were his enemies, and he was no exception. Ile jumped down with a smile and said that he was a liar. If his loyalty to the empire was truly beyond ordinary loyalty, he would have already tried to kill him. No need to strain himself so much. MC responded unexpectedly that he was an idiot. He would die if he continued in the same spirit. 3 years later, on a reconnaissance mission in an uninhabited neutral land, Ile, touching a huge column with his hand, said with admiration that this was a mysterious place. It responds with a surge of energy even after millions of years. Isn't that amazing? There were civilizations that explored the stars before the dawn of humanity. MC thought with a calm face that he had already set boundaries, but he was still trampling on them. He replied that he should not relax. They were on a reconnaissance mission. This was training. If they ran into someone, there would be a fight. Ile replied with a smile that if anything happened, the guards would help them anyway. Claude Ramones, a cadet of the Imperial Guard, approached them and said with a smile that the present exists because of the past. These traces will allow you to look into the future. If you think about it like that, you can understand why so many people are interested in history. MC thought that his family may not be as prominent as Karthika, but they are still respected. Claude asked if he could ask him something. He thinks he likes him. Is he dating anyone? The protagonist immediately got into a fighting stance and excitedly exclaimed that if he took another step, he would regard it as a threat. The guy said with a smile that there was no need to be so afraid. If he did not have a partner, he would like to introduce him to his younger sister. The protagonist replied that he was an orphan with no family. Claude replied that it did not matter whether he was an orphan or an aristocrat. He held an honorable position. Let him just think about it, okay? His sister was quite pretty. Suddenly, Ile approached him and smiled and remarked that he was popular. MC sheepishly told him to shut up. Suddenly, they felt something. A group of soldiers immediately put on helmets and hid behind the trees. The protagonist noted that this was a biological response. Ile's group would provide cover from the rear. He and Cloud remained at the forefront. He looked a little further and thought that something was approaching. Damn it, it was a Korat paladin. Suddenly, the paladin himself spotted them and charged at them with incredible speed. MC shouted in fear, "Let them run!" The enemy struck Cloud with his weapon at lightning speed. The protagonist thought in fear that he seemed to have managed to see a glimpse of a spear, but the upper part of his comrade's body had already disappeared. Suddenly, system windows appeared, notifying him of an error. He thought excitedly, let that damn mechanical eye work and calculate the trajectory of the spear for him. A second group of soldiers arrived behind him. Ile started shooting at the enemy and shouted, "Let him pull himself together and not stand there like a pillar. Let him fight and buy time." The protagonist thought that he was right. Even if he tried to run away, he wouldn't get out of here. There was only one way to resolve the situation: fight until the Imperial Guard reinforcements arrive. They only needed about 20 seconds. He was sure that the guard overseer would arrive soon. At this time, the paladin swung his spear and threw it with incredible speed. MC managed to dodge a little, but lost his helmet. He thought excitedly that these 20 seconds were very long. The paladin used his skill and began to return the spear back, causing the weapon to fly at Luca again. The protagonist thought, is he really going to die? There is no way he can survive a fight with this monster for 20 seconds. Suddenly, the Legion commander appeared in front of him in his thoughts. He furiously shouted that he looked like a pig who realized that he was brought to slaughter. If he turns his back to the enemy, all that awaits him is a bullet in the head. While the enemy is waving his sword, let him do the same. There is no place for weaklings in the Imperial Guard. MC immediately became inspired and thought that until he lunges, he attacks first. He dashed forward and blocked the spear, but his arm was broken. The protagonist thought that he could no longer use his arm, but he could block the spear with it. He needed to prepare for the next attack. Suddenly, the paladin made a lightning-fast attack with his weapon and cut off his arm. The shockwaves emanating from the spear hit the rest of the party members standing behind him. The protagonist called out to Ile and wondered if he was really his target. The enemy began to move forward quickly, but MC did not retreat and moved towards him. At this time, the overseer, using the turbo engines on his legs, quickly moved to the scene. At the moment when the protagonist was about to collide with the paladin, the overseer grabbed the enemy by the head and, dragging him some distance, threw him into the column. The protagonist, seeing this, happily thought that he was saved. Suddenly, behind the warden, the paladin woke up again and was ready to continue the battle. MC, watching what was happening, thought that there was an Imperial Guard wearing the weapon of the Empire, Legion, against the Holy Knight Corps, using force. Who of them would be stronger? They clashed in a fierce fight and began a real mess. The protagonist thought that they were very fast. Even with his eyes, he could not keep track of their weapons. This was a fight at the level of the Imperial Guard. He asked for the guard to win. They clashed again in a fight, not giving in to each other. Suddenly, the warden grabbed him by the head and tried to press him into the ground, but the paladin held on with all his might. He ordered his spear, which was behind the protagonist, to fly back. For a second, a thought flashed through Luca's head. The Imperial Guard has no idea about the speed and power of the spear, which he felt on his skin. This means that he will hardly be able to react correctly. MC thought with a serious face that if the guard dies, then they will die along with him. Something must be done now. At the moment when the paladin's weapon flew towards him, the protagonist quickly extended his leg and, having lost it, thought, let it miss. The guard, noticing the spear, tried to react as quickly as possible and deliver the final blow. The paladin, holding on with his last strength, took his weapon, but the overseer delivered a powerful blow and pinned him to the ground. MC, seeing a large explosion, wondered what happened. Who of them survived? Of course, the Knight of the Bark survived. Now everything is lost for them. Suddenly, a guard approached him and noted that he did a good job. He was able to defeat that knight thanks to him. He got shot in the stomach? The protagonist answered with his eyes closed that he was shot while trying to avoid his force cut. The guard extended his hand and said that he would help. They were going back to base now. MC opened his eyes and was horrified. Legion is a fully mechanical armor that the Empire provides to the Imperial Guard. It replaces all vulnerable parts of the body that are useless in combat, allowing a person to become a full-fledged weapon. Every cadet dreams of getting the Legion, because it is evidence that he is a full-fledged guard of the Empire. The protagonist looked at him and, noticing that he had no head, asked in horror, was he alive even without a brain? Was he even a person or a machine? The guard asked in shock, was his brain gone? He screamed in incredible horror and then fell to the ground. The protagonist, looking lost, asked if he really wanted to become such a monster all this time. He thought that he had become cold. His body did not stop shaking. Will he be able to wait for help? This is the last view in his life. Suddenly, Eli came up to him and asked if he was alive. MC exclaimed with hope that he survived. The guy answered with a smile that he was not in the best shape, but still. MC asked how the others were. He explained that everyone except them died. How serious are his wounds? The protagonist answered that he was dying. What does he plan to do next? Let him see. What he desired all his life is right under his nose. Ile sighed heavily and asked if the alliance of Korra and Bellato was in that direction. The protagonist agreed and added that what he wanted could not be obtained in the Empire. He was fine, so let him go if he wanted. Reinforcements will arrive soon. If they crossed paths, then all that was left was to return to the Empire, so let him go. Ile stood up with difficulty and began to leave. MC, watching this, thought that he has a family noble and rich enough to support him at all times. Any citizen of the Empire would be jealous, so he can't understand him, but he shines brighter when he talks about his dreams. Therefore, he wishes him to live the way he wants, with all his heart. The protagonist closed his eyes when suddenly Ile returned and noted with a smile that, judging by his behavior, he was really going to the next world. He would not be able to live peacefully if he left him to die like this. The protagonist sighed with relief and asked, what kind of a moron is he? After a while, MC, sitting in the hospital, was reading a catalog of cybernetic products. Suddenly, Ile came up to him from behind and asked with a smile, was he looking for spare parts for himself? He can recommend the F-24 race model. With its short adaptation period, he will return to duty faster. And it is much better than the leg he uses now. The protagonist asked when he would stop appearing out of nowhere. He asked with a smile, did he really scare him? If so, let him forgive him. After a while, MC thought that after returning to the Empire and undergoing rehabilitation, he was called to another department for questioning. They wanted to know what happened there, that 3 cadets and an Imperial Guard overseer died. The incident was called Encounter with Paladin Korra. At first, he thought that they called him because they were going to investigate the matter in depth, but there was another reason. While waiting, LA asked if he heard that they found some artifact where they were sent. Now everyone was arguing over who should get it. MC thought excitedly that he thought so. That floating cube was the cause of it all. He asked, and who ended up taking it? The guy answered that they were reassigning a team specially equipped for research purposes. If the Holy Alliance refused to give up this place and the artifact, then a big war would come. If the Empire declared war on the Alliance, Bellido would benefit just by watching them squabble. So they usually try to limit themselves to small skirmishes so that the losses would not hurt anyone. The protagonist replied that he was not interested in politics, only in direct orders and battles. That's what a member of the Imperial Guard should be like. He thought that when he reported that the beheaded guard member continued to move, the captain concluded the following. This is a phantom phenomenon caused by residual signals. But is it really just a residual signal, as he says? No, the guard consciously responded to his words after death. This is definitely not a phantom phenomenon. He has so many questions that have no answers, but he is not so stupid as to try to figure it out. In the vastness of the training grounds, there is one place that does not quite fit the atmosphere of the guard, the guest room. This place is created for family and friendly meetings with cadets. As an orphan, he has never been here before, so he didn't even expect that someone would want to meet him. But Lillian Ramones came. Why did Cloud's sister come to him? Would she really start asking about his death because he was the leader of the squad? The girl immediately said that if he thought she came to express her hatred towards him, then he shouldn't worry. Ever since the day her brother decided to join the Imperial Guard, their family was prepared for such news. She came to him. Her brother talked about him a lot, saying that he was his most talented friend among the other cadets. He asked if she wanted to date him. MC replied that he thought she knew about his origins herself. Lillian explained that it was her initiative. They would just have to settle a few formalities. The protagonist noted that she looked like she was interested in a relationship with him. The girl asked if he was against it. The protagonist said that he didn't know her at all. She asked if they could fix it, right? MC asked, but why him? Lillian asked if the fact that this was her brother's dying request was not a good enough reason for him. She was sure that he would only benefit from it. Many guys would envy him. The protagonist thought that he agreed. There was absolutely no reason to refuse her. For someone like him to get such a golden bride of noble blood was a 1 in a million chance, and he had always strived for success in this life. Marrying an aristocrat would only bring him closer to his goal. What more could one wish for? However, it was somehow too simple. That was why he was tormented by doubts. MC thought for a while and said that he had to refuse. He stood up from his chair with a serious face and thought that he still thought that Ile, who had everything, was an idiot for dreaming of getting out of the Empire. Who would have known that he himself would be so stupid as to make a decision based on his doubts? He is sure that this girl will take this as an insult to an aristocrat. He hopes that it will not result in something serious. Suddenly, Lillian caught up with him, grabbed his hand and noted that she must be rushing things too much. She blushed deeply and asked if maybe they should start with friendship. The protagonist excitedly tried to explain that this was not the case. The girl, without listening to him, began to leave and shouted that she would come again. The protagonist, watching her run away, said that it would probably not be easy to get rid of her. Sometime later, at the sparring training ground, Kinuan, a wrestling instructor in the Imperial Guard, noted with a smile that he did not think that he would come to him. MC answered with a serious face that he would like to learn from him. The instructor said that he would easily help with everything related to wrestling. However, he already knows a lot. No matter how many cadets you go through, you'll hardly find a couple who are stronger than him. The protagonist thought about what it meant that there are those who are stronger than him. He said that it wasn't enough for him to be considered the best cadet in the course. Kinuan wondered why he was straining himself so much. MC thought that, although the instructor was strong, he wasn't as despot as the other instructors. Unlike the other instructors and guards, he uses a rather mediocre enhancement in battle. It is 10 times weaker than what he currently wears. The only thing he loses in is that not his entire body is stitched, so he is simply weaker. But if he can't win even against him, then he doesn't stand a chance against someone like the Paladin Corps. The protagonist began to stretch his arm with a serious face and thanked him for the opportunity. Kinuan sighed and noted that he didn't really have a choice. So let him attack. MC made a lightning dash and tried to strike, but the instructor easily parried the attack and asked, does he want to try out the new equipment? The protagonist began to prepare the next blow and thought that he may be a retired guard, but he is sure that he will not even flinch from such an attack. The protagonist made another dash, tried to strike a series of blows, and thought that he will just jump on him, close the distance, and finish him with one quick blow. Victory will definitely be his. Suddenly, Kinuan grabbed him and effortlessly threw him into the air. MC was perplexed, wondering why he was flying. It won't stop him anyway. He pushed off the floor with his hand and tried to strike with his foot, but the instructor grabbed him in an instant and threw him forward. The protagonist in shock wondered, what the hell is going on here? The instructor approached him and pointed out that not only had he misjudged his opponent, but he was also allowing himself to be distracted by something during the fight. Why was he so impatient? He looked at him with wide eyes in surprise and wondered what had happened. He thought that the parasite had attacked Kinuan's chin with the first attack. However, as soon as it touched his hand, his body jerked away as if he had lost control. No, to be precise, the kinetic energy he had given to Kinuan was redirected back, shaking him. He crouched down on the floor and asked what just happened. Kinuan replied that it was his personal method of self-defense. The protagonist turned to him and asked if he could teach him. He looked at his shaking hand and asked if he still wanted to learn. The next second, a trickle of blood flowed from his hand, and he added that there was always a price to pay for a shortcut. They sat opposite each other in a large arena, and he said, "So, Luca, what did you get out of that fight?" He replied, "It felt like he was under a spell. His body started moving on its own, not obeying him." Kinuan said, "Arki's Victima or Arki's fighting style." The protagonist asked, "Isn't that what bandits usually use?" What he saw was so impressive that he had even implemented it into his military training program. He raised his hand to his side and replied that they had looked into it, but Arki's Victima had 3 significant drawbacks. He asked, "Is it hard to learn?" Kinuan noticed, "He really is smart, Luca. What else?" He guessed, "Maybe side effects like a concussion?" He replied that was true. One more thing that he probably wouldn't understand now. MC said, if it made him stronger, such risks were justified. He, getting up from his seat, said that it was not up to him to decide. He was already an asset of the Empire. He wanted to imagine how much money was being invested in them. He was about to shout back, but Kinuan told him to answer him. Training in the Arki's fighting style would inevitably leave consequences in his brain. Can he swear that he will stop using it when that happens? The protagonist thought that he would understand even if he lied. After that, he said that he could not swear, but he would try not to use it. Kinuan turned to him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, smiled and said that he liked his honesty. The next second, he put his foot under his leg, knocking him down, then threw him back. The protagonist flew to the other end of the mat, and Kinuan, putting his hand on his chin, said that from now on he should always wait for an attack from him, so he will always be ready for any situation. MC, clutching his head, said, "So." He turned around and told him to get up. He likes those who learn quickly. After a while, Ile walked down the hallway and asked the protagonist if he was sleeping at all. He walked forward and replied that he was just very busy. He had been practicing with Kinuan every day for a month now. He remembered his words and thought, in fact, he was not teaching him anything. He wanted him to observe and figure it out himself. Arki's fighting style was very different from everything he had learned before. Most fighting techniques are based on memorizing a movement and honing it, while Arki's squeezes out of a person what is already in him. It is some kind of higher fighting algorithm that uses all the techniques in his arsenal to give the most effective method of confrontation in a given situation in a matter of seconds. In other words, brain training. Then he looked at Yahello and asked how his mission went. He put his hand forward and replied, "Boring." He was told to get rid of a faulty android, and all the current missions are like that. Child's play. Protagonist said, "Apparently, the core alliance is cautious because of the last incident. That's probably why the chief centurion is always at the facility." He replied that it's not so. He heard something from his relatives. The protagonist said that if the chief centurion himself joins the case, a rebellion is planned, nothing less. He confirmed this. He doesn't know the details, but there's definitely a group of conspirators. Then the protagonist clenched his teeth and, looking down, said, "So, a war with the Alliance is coming, and some idiots are planning a civil war?" "What idiots?" Ile added that if he writes off all the internal problems as idiocy, he is also part of the problem. The next second, MC elbowed him against the wall and, swinging his fist, said that he warned him. He can close his eyes to the fact that he wants to leave the Empire, but if he plans to become an enemy, he will not leave it like that. He replied, actually, he also passed the Imperial Guard aptitude test. Such remarks are no less important for the Empire. He should calm down. The protagonist walked away from him and added, "Stop jumping to conclusions that can be misunderstood." He doesn't want to see his name on the list of traitors. He put his hand to his head and replied that he knows, he can only tell him that. Then he extended his hand to him and told him to relax. He will treat him to something tasty on the weekend. Okay? He replied that he already has plans, enough chatter, he has already had enough of him. After that, he walked forward, and his comrade followed him and was surprised. Plans? Did he get a girl or something? He asked. Isn't it time for him to be there? After some time in the lower sector of Arcadia, Kinuan asked how much time had passed. For people like them, who come from the slums, the picture is quite familiar. MC replied, when he became a cadet, he thought that he would not go down to the lower sector anymore. He doesn't want to breathe the same air as this scum. Kinuan extended his hand forward and said, well, he really is one of those who strives for the top. The protagonist, walking forward, thought about it. He didn't think that he would drag him here when he announced his plans. He saw two men grappling, one shouting at the other that he should get out of the way, and he replied that he himself was blocking the passage. Idiot. The air of the lower sector is polluted. The city is fed by thermal energy of the magma located just below this one. All the waste of excess heat goes to the near sector. In the past, the protagonist breathed this air for quite a long time. He felt that he needed to get out, or he would remain a loser for the rest of his life. Damn. Then the mentor walked around the corner and called him to follow him. They passed by people, and the MC, turning around, looked at the counter and asked, is this a black market? He asked in return, is this his first time here? He replied that curious children rarely made it out alive. He thought the instructor was pretty knowledgeable when it came to the lower sector. Someone who had been an Imperial Guard for decades knew this place better than he did. Funny, the instructor had told him to use simpler prosthetic arms and legs for this trip. What was he planning? And then the instructor had told him to get ready. He looked ahead in surprise. There were two guards standing next to the door. When they approached, one of them pulled back his jacket, showed a gun, and held his hand out in front of him, telling them to stop. The spectator entrance was that way. Kinuan scratched his head and said he would like to speak to the owner of this establishment. The guard asked if he knew the boss of Aleph. He replied, not really. He just wanted to see him. The guard pointed his gun at him and shouted, are you crazy, you idiot? The next second, the protagonist quickly dashed next to the guard, grabbed him with his legs and flipped in the air, throwing him to the ground. Then, he pointed the gun at his partner and told him not to move. He raised his hands, and the instructor, smiling, asked, it seems we figured it out now, right? Can they quickly call Aleph? After that, the guns fell to the ground, and MC asked the instructor what he would do if he didn't have time. He answered that he would look for another way, obviously. He asked, so what is this place? Kinuan answered, the hottest spot in the entire empire. He was surprised. What? The instructor smiled and added, the Colosseum. After a while, the guards were standing at the closed door, behind which the protagonist and the instructor were talking with the boss of the Colosseum. He was smoking a cigarette and looking at them seriously. Kinuan pointed his finger at the protagonist and told him to put this guy in the arena. He would not demand compensation even if he died there. The protagonist turned his gaze to him and, frowning, thought, so that's why he told him to equip himself more simply. After that, Aleph took another drag and then threw a cigarette at Kinuan, but MC managed to catch it with his hand. The boss's guards pointed their weapons at them, and Aleph said that he was confused. They let them in not because they were going to fulfill their wishes. It would just be easier to get rid of the corpses from here. The protagonist understood that he was bluffing. If he was not going to talk to them, he would have already given the order to open fire. 3 thugs were already holding his head at gunpoint. 2 more armed guards were outside. For starters, he should. The next second, a simulation appeared in front of his eyes. He kicks the table, throwing it forward. After that, he kicks, breaking it into many small pieces, and attacks the Colosseum boss in the face. The guards jump up from their place, but the protagonist grabs Aleph by the neck and, pointing a pistol at them, fires 2 shots, hitting the guards. At that moment, the rest of the people outside enter the room. MC jumps up and shoots them. He thought the simulation was over. Kinuan asked, what happened to the previous owner? Aleph asked, does he know Thor? He died, got caught fixing matches. He asked, wasn't he the one who killed Thor and took over the Colosseum? It was a pretty lucrative business, I must say. They were buddies, but he doesn't blame him for anything. After all, he himself killed his predecessor for the sake of power. On the street, it's the natural order of things. The next second, the head of the Colosseum came up to him and, putting a gun to his head, asked how the hell he knew all this. He replied that he'd better calm down if he didn't want to end up like another Thor. He was indignant, and then sat back down in his seat and, waving his hand, said, screw it. He adjusted his glasses and asked, so all he wanted was a place in the arena for that guy? He analyzed the protagonist and noticed that his arms and legs weren't even combat models, and his body was still organic. He would be crushed into a pancake in a matter of seconds. He could put him on the schedule, but didn't he think it was fair to offer him anything in return? He replied that he knew where Tora hid his safe. He had his eye, right? He adjusted his glasses again and asked, where did he get such details? He was very curious about who he really was. He smiled slightly and replied, just a relic of the past, not worth worrying about. Aleph added that if he wanted to observe, he would allocate a VIP seat, organize drinks and girls. He replied, just drinks. The boy didn't need special treatment. He just had to put his best fighters against him. The protagonist, looking at the instructor, thought he should learn from him. He was in complete control of the situation, and without lifting a finger, he had everything he lacked. Sometime later, in the waiting room of the Coliseum, Kinuan said that the start was in 2 hours, so he could warm up for now. The protagonist approached him and asked what was in that safe of Thor's. Aleph's behavior changed so abruptly. He looked at the tablet and answered that there were treasures hidden there that could change his life. The protagonist asked what he would do if he had to fight. He was surprised. Was he interested? He would tell him after he won the arena. After that, he turned the tablet to him and added, here is his opponent. On the screen was an image with the caption Gabriel, an iron fist. He added, the Coliseum is teeming with corpses who are ready to stick illegal equipment into themselves, even if it reduces their life expectancy. This is probably one of those who does not care about their own future at all. The protagonist, looking at the image, noticed that it was a really crazy modification. The instructor added that in his current state, he can die from one hit. He should remember what he taught him, the basis of the Archi's fighting style. He asked, and what is it? He waved his hand and answered, he should be content with what he has. He answered that he only knows that being content with something is sure to lose. Kinuan said, water does not lose, it just changes shape. The real potential lies within him. He has been watching him since he reflected bullets in the test without equipment that calculates the trajectory. By the way, he was extremely surprised when he asked to teach him. But as a talented person, he came to the right place. Then he put his hand on his shoulder, and MC, looking at it, said somehow a lot of baseless praise. He, smiling, said, well, of course, this may still be their last conversation. After a while, the lights came on over the arena. Aleph said he dared to throw his first challenge to the Iron Fist himself. Gabriel, will this boy be able to return home today? Oh, he's still just a baby. They'll call him a good boy. The protagonist, walking forward, put his hands in his pockets and thought, what a lousy nickname. He approached the arena, and the spectators in the stands shouted, who brought this empty shell here? It seems he's looking for death, and he wouldn't mind watching a bloody massacre. Inspiring. The dark side of a person always thirsts for someone's blood. These are the desires that brought him to this arena. They clearly wouldn't mind watching his limbs being torn off or his face being disfigured. Not bad. To be honest, it was even good. He finally felt like he was back home. After that, he unbuttoned his sweater and, taking off the hood, thought, how are they doing here at the bottom? Idiots. The protagonist couldn't remember the last time he allowed himself to behave like a child. Only twice a month did the Imperials show up in their pit with rations of food. Only the director of the orphanage often sold half of it to line his own pockets. And hunger was a common thing for an orphan. But even when he had to go hungry, he did not stop training. He read books from which dust fell, and then went to pick up pieces of iron as physical training. He remembered how several boys threw paper at him. One of them shouted, is he stupid or something? And his comrade added, why is he wasting his strength? He will only get hungrier. He answered, hunger can be removed with force. The strong devours the weak. After that, he dealt with his offenders. He understood well how this world works. Only the strong get everything, and the weak should be content. After some time, one of the boys shouted, screw him, he is as second-rate as they are. And his comrade added, if he had innate potential, he would have been placed in an orphanage for the gifted. He would rot in this hole for the rest of his days anyway. The protagonist took a bite of his ration and thought, who cares about the whining of a loser? At the age of 12, he successfully passed the aptitude test and was included in the list of potential trainees of the Imperial Guard. At 15, he was officially accepted into the ranks of trainees. Do they understand now? They can only dream of his life. He hopes that they will never meet again, losers. Over the long period of internship, he managed to completely forget about this place. He thought that he would never return here again. The stands chanted, Gabriel. He, looking at the protagonist, grinned. Was he really pitted against this guy? Aleph definitely smoked something bad. But what difference does it make, as long as they pay? MC thought, Gabriel is an iron fist. Not only does he have different caliber things from different manufacturers, but also there is a complete lack of balance in the structure. His spine is twisted from overload. The part of the flesh that is constantly in contact with the metal is clearly inflamed. It seems that he can't even sleep without painkillers, but he is strong. Gabriel came closer to his face and shouted, what are you staring at, idiot? His body is modified for only one purpose, to be stronger. He added, and he has a cute face, does he not want to serve him at night? The protagonist smiled and replied that he thinks that after today he will definitely need a servant, because he will cripple him. His rival was indignant and turning around said that he will gouge him into the ground until he starts begging to serve him. Then the boss of the Colosseum announced into the microphone, "Their version of the world of die or be killed begins. Will they crush the good boy? Or will they witness his triumph?" The killing show begins. The protagonist understood that his body was entirely made up of combat constructs, and his prostheses were far from combat ready. This meant that if he missed even one blow, he would die instantly. The next second, his opponent swung his huge iron fist and hit the ground. Because MC managed to jump to the side, he swung his leg and hit his opponent in the face. In response, he only grinned, ticklish. He thought, with his normal equipment, he would have punched his head in long ago. After that, he moved away from his opponent and thought that the arena was quite compact, so he wouldn't be able to dodge for long. Gabriel continued to strike with his hand, but the protagonist still successfully dodged. He thought that all his attacks were lethal, and they almost didn't damage him, and the audience was also slightly discouraging. The audience was screaming, "Runt! He's not playing catch-up here. He has to die. She wants to see a real fight. He has to smash his head, Gabriel." This is the situation he found himself in. For what purpose did Kinuan bring him here? He remembered their conversation and thought, being content with what he can do, wishing for what he does not have now, will not help. No amount of begging will make a weapon fall from the sky. No matter how insignificant his strength, he must cope with what he has. Kinuan took the prosthetic limbs, but left the prosthetic eye. So, he originally wanted him to overcome Gabriel, not in strength. He found himself next to his opponent, and thought, accepting the given, Arki's fighting style is based on using the given to the fullest. Gabriel's fists are like destructive cannons. A slight twitch at shoulder level is the trigger signal. His vision is cylindrical, and the arm length limits the range of the strike. All this significantly extends the time of defeat. Compared to the same shot, this trajectory is obvious. The next second, the opponent's fist was very close to his face. The audience froze in anticipation. Kinuan thought, brilliant. Luca, he owns the Arki's fighting style thanks to his own talent. He must show him his potential. At this moment, Gabriel was approaching him. The audience shouted, "What is he? Giving in to a child. He should just smear him, dumbass." The protagonist's concentration was sharpened to the limit. It was so good that he could completely predict his attacks. Will he be able to pull off that very thing? The next second, he grabbed Gabriel's hand and kicked his leg and thereby spun in the air. His opponent flew further and fell to the ground. When the protagonist added a kick to the face, he laughed and thought it was exciting. So this is how Kinuan saw him then? Gabriel stood up and said that he didn't know what kind of tricks he was using anymore. But his worthless attacks wouldn't work on him. He swung his fist and sent it forward. Grazing the protagonist's cheek, it hit the wall behind him. Luca grabbed his chin and pulled him away, asking, "Does he think it won't work? Even if he lacks pure strength, he makes up for it with something else." He then pushed off the ground and found himself above his opponent. He grabbed his head with both hands and then turned it around. After that, he landed on the ground and thought, they can wait for his death as long as they want, but he doesn't care. The spectators looked at him in confusion, and he turned around and declared that he would continue to climb up until their words became inaudible. He turned to his fallen opponent and pulled up his hood, thinking that if this were a real fight in the field with many variables, he would hardly be able to concentrate so well. Only because it was a given and stable environment, he could afford to concentrate on predicting his movements. After that, he walked to the exit and thought that he had to admit, Kinuan was a great teacher. The instructor stood near the wall and, folding his arms, remarked, "Good job, good boy. Welcome to the basics of Arki's Victima." MC, walking forward, said that he realized that accepting reality did not mean defeat. After that, Kinuan handed him a chip and told him to take it. He asked, "Payment chips? They also paid for the fight?" He said, "Of course they didn't. These were Gabriel's hospital bills. He should give him the money." Sometimes it was nice to be generous, at least as long as he wasn't made a fool of. The protagonist replied that he did not recall wanting to become a benefactor, only a warrior and a soldier. The instructor placed his hand on his head and said that he was rather naive in terms of building interpersonal relationships. The kindness in question was not charity, but an investment. It was better to build an image for the future, in order to benefit from it, just as he had justified his investment in Thor today. He should not forget that being able to benefit from the environment was also a trait of a good soldier. The protagonist was deeply mistaken about Kinuan. He thought that he was teaching him because he was impressed by his talent and felt a kindred spirit in him, since they both had climbed from the bottom, but this was a superficial judgment. He was going to justify his investment in him in a way that he could not refuse. After some time, the doctor looked at the indicators near Gabriel and said that it seemed that his body's indicators were incompatible with this cybernetic equipment. The expenditure of forces in such quantities could cause paralysis and many other problems. He recommends replacing the body model with a Zionic Lindell No. 9. He shouted, "This is the newest model. He can't afford one." He decided to rip him off completely. Other guys can walk around with Garbotech without any problems. The doctor adjusted his glasses and replied, "These people hardly installed so many incompatible modifications as he did. If he had paid even a little attention to compatibility, the older models would have fit." He replied, "He was poor. Okay? He stuck in everything he could buy." The doctor agreed and suggested limiting himself to only new limbs that fit his budget. He added, "Only combat models, please." The doctor said that was impossible. His funds would only be enough for good, but not combat prosthetics. Gabriel sat up and shouted, "Damn it. Does he have any idea how much he spent on modifications?" At that moment, MC entered the room and asked how he was doing. Gabriel? He was glad that he was full of energy, as always. Gabriel shouted angrily, "Good boy. Oh, he's an idiot. He'll kill him. He'll definitely kill him. He must remember his word." The protagonist approached his face and, snapping, said that he had warned him before the battle that he would make him a cripple. Gabriel was indignant, and he thought, well then. He remembered the instructor's words and thought that he instinctively began to laugh. Then he approached the doctor and said, "This model," he mentioned, "Zionic Lindell No. 9. He held out the chip forward and asked, "Is this enough to pay?" The doctor, looking at it, adjusted her glasses and replied that it was enough. Gabriel, perplexed, shouted, "What is he doing?" He asked, "What does it look like?" "He pays the bills." Gabriel was indignant. Why on earth should he pay his bills? He answered, "I just wanted to." He shouted, "So a good boy is not just a nickname? Or is this the condescension of the winner? What is his name?" The protagonist answered, "Luca." And he said, if he needs anything, he only has to say, he will return this debt, Luca. The protagonist thought, well, this is not such an unpleasant feeling. Sometime later in the training hall of Achertia, Ile jumped up and, swinging his leg, tried to attack the protagonist, but he put out his hand, blocking his attack with his leg. After that, he turned his comrade in the air and threw him to the ground, grabbed his ribs, and after a while he crouched down next to him and asked if the instructor Kinuan would really teach him his Archi's style. He confirmed it. His comrade said, "But usually all sorts of bandits use all sorts of tricks like pieces of glass between their fingers or dirt in the enemy's face." The protagonist said that he understands. It's hard to believe, but the instructor explained a lot to him. He said, yeah, he can't compete with him in a fistfight anymore. The protagonist added, but he is the only trainee who will not avoid fighting him. He thought, the experience of the Colosseum clearly showed him that his ideas about fighting in Korn are wrong. It was as if all the techniques he had honed so far turned into tiny but precious nuggets of knowledge. Eli looked at him out of the corner of his eye and thought that he was so happy today. Then he asked if he was not busy. Could he help him? He answered, of course. Sometime later, in the training barracks of the Imperial Guard Achertia, the guest room. They were sitting at the table. His comrade innocently looked away, and MC called him. In response, he apologized and said that their family had always been on good terms with the Ramones. He could not refuse. Lillian sat next to him and said, it seems she sent enough requests to visit. Why is he avoiding her? He answered because he was not interested. He hoped that she would take this as a refusal. Ile awkwardly scratched his cheek and said, it could have been softer. The protagonist told him to shut up. The situation was driving him crazy. Lillian asked why he didn't like her so much. He took a sip of his drink and replied that he didn't have time to meet women. Unlike them, an orphan like him had nowhere to go back to if he was thrown out. She said that in that case, getting closer to her would only bring him benefits, right? He looked at her and replied, it seemed to him that she didn't understand Lillian. If he relied on her power as an aristocrat, then at any moment he could lose everything at her whim. He preferred the power he gained through his own labor. She noticed that it was strange to hear this from someone who was quite close to an aristocrat. He replied that he communicated with Ile because he was someone he could trust to have his back in battle. His friend, the power of the Karthika clan had nothing to do with it. She asked, so he wouldn't give her a chance, right? He took another sip of his drink and then stood up from his seat and said, unfortunately, he hoped they wouldn't see each other again. After that, he headed for the exit and his comrade ran after him and called out and asked why he was so harsh. He replied that she would have continued to cling to him if he was soft with her. Ile said that was true. But did he really dislike Lillian that much? They could have at least gone on a few dates. The protagonist looked at him and said, the problem is that he doesn't see a single reason for her interest. Does she want to get close to a lowly guy just because of Claude's dying words? He feels like she's up to something. He put his hand in front of him and said, to put it simply, he's afraid because he doesn't understand the reasons. He thinks he should take it a little easier. He's sure. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist asked, he likes this girl, doesn't he? He asked in surprise, where did he get that from? He answered, You can tell by his look, size, and his increased activity. He thought that Archie's Victema opens his eyes to many things. Then he added, he already said he's not interested. If he likes her, he should throw away unnecessary worries and act in his own interests. He turned to the door and said that it's impossible for him, Luca. After a while, MC sat in a meditative pose and thought, meditation training, it's necessary to remain calm no matter what. Then he turned to the instructor who was sitting next to him and asked him to tell him what he would do if a fight broke out in the Coliseum boss's office. He answered that he would tell if he won. Then there were armed bandits inside and outside the office. The protagonist still hasn't figured out how to get out of there unscathed without any weapons. What would the instructor do? He said that the first thing he would probably do is hide under the table. The protagonist was surprised and said, but Aleph and his guards had weapons. If he hid, he could miss the chance to strike. He replied that he just knew that he would consider it an opportunity to neutralize them, even if he took a few bullets. He asked if he wasn't there or if he decided to run. The instructor replied that he should give up. He would definitely try to take Aleph hostage and seize his weapon, wouldn't he? Considering how aggressively he trains, he already imagined how he would deal with each of them. But he should know, even if he took him hostage, they would both just be shot. Bosses change down there with a snap of the fingers. He would just give them a convenient opportunity to change the leader. But of course, as soon as they turned their attention to him, he would deal with them and escape with him through the secret passage. MC turned his gaze to him and thought, not only did he predict his actions, but he also found an escape route. The scope of his thoughts was truly incomprehensible. After that, the instructor stood up and added, translated from a language that is no longer spoken, Archie's means a penetrating gaze. Archie's Victema uses all the capabilities of his brain to expand his perception. He must remember this. The protagonist, standing up, said, so the problem is not that accelerating the thought process to the limit gives side effects, he shouted, but that if he dons the Legion, Archie's Victema will become inaccessible to him? Kinuan smiled and noticed, and he is smart. He thought he would need at least a couple more months to figure this out. As soon as the protagonist becomes an Imperial Guard, he will be granted the Legion. No one can wear Legion, a fully mechanical armor created with the best technology in the Empire, all the time. This technology connects brain signals of a wide spectrum to a special processor that ensures the transmission. At the same time, all the resources of the brain are used, which means that there will be no resources left in the brain for Archie's Victema. Kinuan deliberately hid this from him, knowing his reaction in advance. He clenched his fist and said that if he knew that it would be useless in Legion, he would not have wasted time on training. It was his own fault that he was so slow. The instructor, smiling, asked, so that's all? He thanked him for his lessons, instructor, and headed for the exit. Kinuan, looking after him, told him to come back if he changed his mind. MC, leaving, thought, damn. Sometime later he was in the office of Hemelas, who said that 3 months had already passed. He was a little busy, so there was no time to meet with the trainees. The protagonist thought it was because of the rebellion, just like Ile said. The commander asked how he was doing. He replied that he was training on his own since there was no mission. Hemelas folded his hands in front of his face and said, that's right, he hasn't been given a mission for a long time, although he is good enough to act. The protagonist thanked him, and then he added, by the way, he heard rumors that he often practiced with instructor Kinuan. He thought, is that why he called him? Perhaps the higher-ups already know everything, from his exploits in the lower sector to his participation in illegal battles. Hemelas asked, did he want to learn Archie's Victema from Kinuan, right? He replied that it was no longer the case. He said to give him a chance to guess. He left on his own, right? The protagonist asked in return, how did he know? He replied, Archie's Victema is incompatible with the Legion, so it is not practiced in the ranks of the Imperial Guard, but he himself understood that, right? Kinuan immediately filters out the incapable, and those who are capable are disappointed from understanding the futility of such training. Therefore, he still remains the only supporter of Archie's Victema in the Imperial Guard. MC asked, does he want him to continue training with him? He answered frankly, he's more interested in maintaining good relations with him. And for this purpose, continuing the training is a good excuse. It is an order. The protagonist thought, does the chief centurion suspect Kinuan of something? But why such attention to a retired soldier? He cannot ask. His life may be in danger if he finds out the details. After that, he answered that he understood. He will continue training Archie's Victema. Hemelas added, Luca, he is watching him closely. He should take this into account. After all, he is a high-flying bird. After a while, Kinuan looked at the toy in his hand and, without turning around, said that he didn't expect him to come back so soon. The protagonist remained silent, he added, but he himself said that he could change his mind, so there was nothing to ask. The protagonist thanked him. He thought that he would not teach him, but he turned out to be quite accommodating. Then he asked, and what business did they have in the lower sector today? He asked in response, did children in their time still like such things? He said that when he was younger, he often hung over these counters. After that, he turned to the owner, but he, continuing to read the newspaper, told them to look for something themselves if they needed anything. He had no idea which of the toys was which. Kinuan asked, can he have everything? They will be delivered themselves, right? The owner shouted in surprise, everything? The protagonist, perplexed, thought, why would he buy all these toys? After a while, they were standing near the gate of the 47th shelter of the lower sector, and he asked, this is the shelter, right? The instructor responded by telling him to bring the box inside, and then he should go on break. He said that he understood. Then Gabriel, holding the boxes in his hands, called him and shouted, did he seriously call him to do this crap? What does he look like, an errand boy? MC went up to him and answered. He himself told him to contact. The seller refused to deliver here, so he really helped out. He objected. Actually, he meant more significant help, like a fight with a gang, does he understand? The protagonist, smiling, said he does not need his combat help. Stupid. He replied, that is, of course, true, but... The protagonist looked at him and thought his new spinal implant straightened his body a little. The waste of money was not in vain. And then he asked, by the way, who is that guy? He is so shady that even Aleph did not get involved with him. Surely there must be something known about him? The protagonist said that in his place, he would not meddle in this matter, unless, of course, his head is dear. He thought perhaps Kinuan grew up in this orphanage. He does not see any other reasons for charity. After that, happy children ran up to them. One of them thanked the handsome boy and added, and the ugly uncle. Gabriel clicked his tongue in satisfaction. What rascals. Then he saw how the guys were holding on to one box and trying to tear it out of the hands of a friend, shouting that it belonged to him. He took it first. The protagonist thought, yes, he needs to win it back by force. It will never be fair, so if he wants something, he must stand stronger. Unfortunately, this world is not rich enough to make everyone happy. At that moment, the instructor came up to him and, pointing his finger behind him, offered to talk. They stopped near the fence, and he said that he sometimes drops into the lower sectors. Surely the shelter does not owe much, but judging by the round face of the director, he does an excellent job of stealing supplies. The protagonist asked, did he grow up here? He answered that he had long forgotten such details of the past. He just sometimes looks into shelters if he is nearby. Maybe he even visited his. MC thought that in this form, Kinuan looked more like a retired soldier. An old warrior deprived of his former glory with a crippled nervous system that is no longer able to withstand the overload caused by massive brain damage. In the future, he can become the same, that is, if he survives. Then the instructor said that he will come straight to the point. Who gave him the order to return to him? Captain Hemelas? The protagonist looked away from him and asked what he meant. He thought that he should not look him in the eyes. To Kinuan's eyes, every false whisper was a clue. How did he even know that this was an order from the chief centurion? How many things had he already uncovered? If he really was hiding something dangerous, something so important that the chief centurion would present a spy to him, he could eliminate him right then and there. Kinuan turned to him and told him to calm down if he wanted to live. If he attacked him with all his might, it would be difficult for him to resist him without killing him. The protagonist replied that he was a soldier of the Empire. That was all he could tell him. The instructor added that he knew so little that he didn't even know who he should join. He put his hand on his shoulder and added that he didn't blame him. It was natural for a soldier to follow orders from above. He really was the perfect soldier the Empire needed. When he first came to him, did he really think he did it of his own free will? Their higher-ups stirred even when he demonstrated an accurate trajectory prediction without any equipment. After all, finally there was a person who could study Archie's Victima, just like him. He was sure that he came to study with him of his own free will to become stronger after that incident with the servants of Kor. But this was just an outcome carefully planned by the Imperials. The protagonist thought that he should not let his words confuse him. He met a formidable enemy on that mission, and he needed to become stronger. So he went through all the instructors and chose the most suitable one. It was his personal decision. Then he said that he made a choice. Kinuan said, every person in this world is someone's slave, whether he knows it or not. Surely now he is running from the truth. After all, he is still young. Then he went in the opposite direction and told him to go back, and he can report everything to Hemelas if he wants. MC did not believe the instructor's words, but as he said, it was the chief centurion who wanted him to continue studying Archie's Victima. Voices were heard in his head. He must not doubt the Empire. They only wanted success. He must not listen to his words. He must not overthink it. He must not doubt. But even his thirst for success was not his own will. Then he, sometime later, in the simulation training room, the protagonist sat on a bench, clutching his head, thinking that he had failed to report what had happened to the chief centurion, Hemelas. If he had done so, he would have been tortured with psychological tests for possible defeat by a dangerous ideology. Considering how confused he was sure his scores would have been lower than before. And the Empire does not forgive those who do not share its interests. At worst, he would be demoted from the military to the working class. Kinoan probably knew that he was too doubtful to report. If he wants to convey, he needs to be prepared for subsequent psychological testing. For this, he needs to meet with. The next second, the capsule opened. Eli, clenching his teeth, breathing heavily. He stepped out of the capsule and then raised his hand up, caught the bottle that the protagonist threw him, and said, "And he is progressing." He saw him in a completely different light. He replied, "Countless defeats made him stronger." Then he walked up to him and added, "So he came all this way to cheer up his friend?" He was flattered. He replied, "Of course, he had a favor to ask." He clicked his tongue in irritation, and then they stopped near the bench, and MC, looking at him, said, "He once said that aristocrats can pay for their places." He replied that it was a well-known secret, although even after training, incompetence will not cope with anything. Luca asked him how he even passed the psychological testing at the preliminaries. If he had a secret way, he should let him in on it. He asked back, "He knows how dangerous this request is, right?" He asked next to him and replied that he checked. "No one is here. And he is signing up for this for the Empire." Ile said he will not ask why he needed this, as he probably understood there is a way. He asked, "What is it?" He answered, "It seems there is no choice." He needs to create an ideal dummy for others and hide his real personality deep inside himself. In fact, they all hide some part of their personality deep inside themselves, and this will help pass the psychological test. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "What is he talking about?" Smiling, he raised his index finger and replied, "He needs to look. There are cases of memory loss as a result of a traumatic event. He just needs to do it consciously." MC asked, "Is this even possible?" Hell, he thinks he would not have told about it if it was impossible. Ile added, "Their brains live in conditions of constant shocks. If he continues to act like a loyal soldier, it will somehow leave an imprint on his personality." 2 months before the preliminaries, he offered up prayers of praise to the Emperor every day as soon as he woke up, copying his father's behavior. Roughly speaking, the only problem is that his real self can suffer if he uses this technique for a long time. He can even lose himself. The protagonist asked, how did he even think of such a thing? He thought, if the method is really so simple, then he does not even need to pretend. He will continue to act as before. Like someone who always gets the highest score, even on a psychological test. He will become who he was before meeting Kinoan and Ile. His comrade added, he does not know what he is planning, but he must be careful. Everything related to psychological testing is an extremely dangerous thing. The protagonist said that he never thought that the day would come when he would hear such a thing from him. The next second, a call icon appeared in front of them, and he thought, what a bad time. After some time, the MC and the instructor went to the lower sector. He, turning to the protagonist, said that today they have practice, and it is quite simple. What a kosher building the bandits have built for themselves. The protagonist, looking at him, thought, even after that day, he teaches him as if nothing happened, as if there was no conversation in the shelter, and because of this, he feels even more uneasy. Kinoan raised 2 fingers and said that he has 20 seconds. He must kill all the bandits inside. He stopped near the door and replied that he understood. After that, he put his hand to the device, then, squeezing his hand, broke it. After that, he went inside. One of the men looked at him perplexedly and, getting up from the couch, approached him, asking what he needed. He does not pull on a visitor. The protagonist thought, so, one idiot immediately approached with a gun in his pocket, and 3 more armed thugs. It seems that this guy is their leader. Someone's presence is also felt from the bathroom. The man added, he did not plan to open children's skulls early in the morning, but what can you do? Such is life. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist sharply hit him in the stomach, from which he flew up. MC clenched his fist and said, great, lately he worries too much. He should let off some steam. The man was slammed into the ceiling. The force of the blow made him drop his gun, and his comrades looked at him in shock, immediately took out their weapons and aimed at Luca. Meanwhile, he caught the fallen gun, and then immediately opened fire, disarming several of them. The leader of these bandits jumped up from his seat and shot at him several times, but all the bullets flew past, and Luca said that he was aiming poorly. He couldn't even believe that such inexperienced people dared to engage in murder. He pointed the gun at him and fired, and then the door to the toilet swung open and a bandit appeared on the threshold, pulling up his pants. He asked what was going on here and why they were making noise, and immediately fell silent when he saw the chaos in the room. MC pointed the gun at him and said that if he were in his place, he would pretend to be dead. It's a pity to lose such expensive limbs. The guy looked at his taser and then got fried by the current, and Luca went to the toilet. He had a feeling that there was someone in there. When he opened the doors, he saw a naked tied-up girl inside, and his face distorted with rage. Now it was clear what that thug was doing here. He came out to Kinuan with the girl in his arms, and he noted with a smile that he did it in almost 20 seconds. He did a good job. He clapped for him, and the MC turned around, saying that he wanted to finish off these idiots. Kinuan told him not to get carried away. They were guests here. Any unnecessary interference could disrupt the local order. Anyway, this world is full of people who lack the strength to protect themselves. He, like no one else, knows what usually happens to them, right? He remained silent and looked down at the girl. She suffered such a fate because she was unable to fight, while he desperately fought for the strength to never be in her place. He would have classified her as a rabble of scum who did not appreciate the opportunities provided by the Empire, but at that moment he felt disgust only at this unfair system of their society. Kinuan continued to lead him to the lower sector, pushing him into battles without any prior information. He did not do this to teach him how to win. The lesson was to think about how to handle the situation he found himself in. Of course, assessing the capabilities of the enemy was a basic part of battle, but he needed to go further, analyze the environment, and come up with the most effective plan of action. Kinuan continued to send him into battle without saying a word. One day, they walked into a workshop, where a girl named Gilda greeted them. Kinuan asked her to make him a cup of coffee, like in the good old days, with a layer of butter, and she asked Luca what he wanted. He also wanted coffee, but without the butter, and then asked Kinuan if there was any need to drop by her workshop. He said that this was the girl he had saved. Wasn't he proud to see how hard she was trying? Looking at her, he remembered that he had recently rescued this girl from the hands of bandits. After listening to her story, he learned that she had been kidnapped and subjected to every conceivable and unimaginable horror for 6 months. But fortunately, her mind had held up, and she was able to return to her everyday life. And the reason she had been kidnapped was because a friend of hers was hiding near her house from a gang he owed money to. The bandits had simply broken in and kidnapped her, and the friend who had caused all this to happen was already a corpse. They sat down at the table, and Kinuan told him that she was from an orphanage and that she was quite gifted in mechanical engineering, so he had decided to sponsor her education. But it was anonymous, so that she wouldn't find out about it. He asked if they had known each other from the beginning, but his question remained unanswered. Gabriel entered the workshop and asked Luca in surprise if he was there too. He called out to Gilda and asked her to pour him a beer, and she remarked that his nervous system was already suffering from overload. Maybe he shouldn't drink alcohol? After they saved Gilda, Kinuan introduced her to Gabriel. They agreed on a mutually beneficial partnership. She became his mechanic, and he became her bodyguard. MC looked up at Gabriel and advised him to listen to his mechanic, and he grumbled discontentedly that it was just beer. The coffee was ready. The girl put it on the table, and Gabriel, leaning towards Luca, asked if he was the one wandering around the city stirring up hornets' nests. What was he thinking about? The gang leaders were already ganging up on him. They were planning to do something. Even if they wanted to, he wouldn't even guarantee Gilda's safety. Kinuan said that he shouldn't worry about it. They won't be here anytime soon. Gilda asked how long they'll be gone, and he said a couple of months, maybe a couple of years. MC frowned and realized that it seemed like soon they wouldn't be able to go down to the lower sector at all. He can't even come here of his own free will. The overseers don't allow the trainees to go outside the base alone. Maybe today is the last time he sees them. Even after those terrible events, Gilda was able to come to terms with reality and even started working. And Gabriel continued his risky work in his field. He decided to take a sip of coffee and mentally told himself that he shouldn't feel sorry for them. Not being able to come here again might be the best outcome in his current situation. Time passed. He came to the chief centurion's office and reported everything to him. Hemelas noticed that Kinuan was still acting up. He became a trainee at a fairly late age. Usually someone like him wouldn't even be given the chance. But sometimes even the Empire has to settle for scum. It was a rather turbulent time after all. Even he didn't fully understand what kind of person Kinuan was. When he first started, he was already a key figure in the Imperial Guard. He guessed that he specialized in covert, secret operations. Luca was slightly surprised and thought, so the records about him were inaccessible even to the chief centurion? Hemelas said that in any case, it was true that Kinuan had taken a liking to him. He had sent trainees to him before, but they hadn't lasted long. He was exceptional, but at the same time, he was highly vulnerable to negative influence. He would assign him a psychological test, let him try to pass it normally. MC bowed his head, agreeing to this, and Hemelas covered his face with his hand and frankly told him that there were only 2 outcomes for the trainees assigned to this mission. Some were eliminated for the sake of secrecy, others were transferred straight to the ranks of the Imperial Guard as a reward. He really hopes that he will go the second way. He told him that he will simply follow the orders that are given to him. If the operation is successful, then he believes that he will put in a good word for him. The commander grinned at his words and said that if he shows good results, then he will personally promote him. To be more precise, he will even adopt him. Luca Castoria, sounds great. The man laughed, but he was very surprised, and this thought did not leave him even during the testing. The chief centurion is going to make him a member of his family? The Castoria family is one of the most privileged in the Empire. The android said that the psychological testing was starting, and he agreed with a smile. The android recorded the joy on his face and asked if something good happened. He told him that it was none of his business and suggested that he start the test quickly. Meanwhile, Ile was practicing his punches on the punching bag. He threw a few quick punches and then a swinging kick, completely ignoring his fatigue and the sweat pouring down his body. Clenching his hand into a fist, he threw another punch, but this time it was much stronger. At this point, he decided to end his training and stop to catch his breath. And after he calmed down a bit, he sat down on a bench and greased his hand. Luca sat down next to him and noted that it seemed like he had trained until his joint was completely worn out. Was he really the Ile he knew? The guy didn't answer him and tried to move his hand, asking if he had passed the psychological testing. He confirmed it and added that it was thanks to him, after which he asked what was going on with him. Let him know if there was anything he could do to help. Ile told him that he wasn't ready to tell him yet, but that he would soon ask for his help. MC remained silent and looked at him, and after a short pause, said that if he felt in danger during the fight, he would definitely help him, even if he had to risk his own life. He smiled and thanked him. As he said, he would tell him everything soon. He hoped that everything would not be as he thought. Luca thought that he would be lying if he said that he was not interested in what kind of help he wanted to ask for, but he would not try to find out either. Now that he had successfully passed the psychological test and earned the trust of the chief centurion, his goal had changed, and he intended to become the son of the Castoria family. At that time, only this thought took over his mind. Soon the chief centurion gathered everyone and announced that from now on they would act under the leadership of a special military unit. Their goal is to suppress the rebels who have risen up against the Empire. The rebel forces are made up of 3 families, led by the Ramones family. MC was very surprised when he heard the name and immediately looked at his friend and remembered Lillian Ramones. He began to understand what Ile wanted to ask him. After that, they boarded the high-speed train and set off. Luca introduced himself to the soldiers. He currently leads the 21st Platoon of the Suppression Army, and everyone immediately saluted him. He didn't think they would appoint a trainee to the position of platoon leader. Do their commanders really intend to use the rebellion as a training tool? Anyway, the platoon is divided into 2 squads, consisting of 27 people in total. In this squad, his assistant is the deputy platoon commander, Sergeant Kodrak. Considering his inexperience, the Suppression Army is mostly made up of seasoned veterans, and each of them is aware that they are a tool for training the trainee. This means that they are unlikely to welcome orders from a superior whose skills they do not particularly trust. But despite this, he will have to act as a leader and give them orders. But how is he going to do it? He has 2 options to choose from. The first is to leave everything to Sergeant Kodrak. Even if he gives an incomprehensible order, he will sort it out. This is the most obvious choice in this situation. And the second way is to nip the resistance in the bud with brute force. He stated that he is the boss here, so he demands unquestioning obedience to his orders. Any disobedience will be punished. After his words, the soldiers became angry, but they restrained themselves from speaking out. And then Sergeant Kodrak put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to talk to him alone, but MC immediately grabbed his hand and he threw it aside, asking, does he dare touch a superior without permission? Does he take him for an idiot because of his age? The sergeant's comrades caught him and Luca approached them, saying that he was from the lower sector, like the rest of them. He was an orphan from an orphanage with a double-digit score, very young. But they knew why there was such a big difference in their social status. Because he was immeasurably superior to all of them, they would soon realize that themselves. He was the best platoon leader they had ever met. Kodrak looked at him nervously, then stood up and admitted his mistake, promising him that he would be more polite from now on. MC turned away from them and glanced at him, thinking that he was adapting quickly. He immediately realized that he was not looking for the easy way out. Soon they arrived at an Imperial Army outpost near the enemy fort, and all the trainees gathered in one room. When Ile found out what his friend had done, he tiredly touched his face and asked, did he lose his temper and hit one of the squad members? He explained to him that he simply noticed that his assistant was going to treat him like a child, and Ile noted that they were children in their eyes. Luca said that his subordinates would disregard him if he was so nice. After that, the lights went out, and everyone fell silent. It was time for the announcement. Hemelas decided to skip all the formalities, and displaying a shrine of a mystical civilization on a hologram behind him, said that the rebels had settled there. Now the magical fortress was under their complete control. The area was limited by a barrier. It was domed and extremely dense, so it served as a kind of protection. Magic turrets were also spotted, ready to shoot down any air targets. There were only 5 of these turrets. The 11th Armored Brigade was tasked with destroying them. The rest of the army would have to attack from different sides. MC thought that the armored brigades were completely clad in all mechanical armor. The Empire had deployed a lot of forces to suppress the uprising. The chief centurion informed them that the operation was starting at 2:10 p.m., which was an hour and 30 minutes away, so they should be ready by then. After that, everyone dispersed in different directions, and Luca and Ile found a secluded place to talk. MC said that he expected this, but their role was just support. His friends said that it was obvious. They didn't want them to die like that, so Luca asked, then how was this different from a picnic? Ile noted that he was grumbling just like an inveterate warrior, and then he fell silent and looked down, collecting his thoughts. After a short pause, he looked up at his friend with a pitiful look, and before he could say anything, he asked, is this about the Ramones, right? They may be close, but there's nothing they can do now. If he stood up for those accused of treason, then even his family wouldn't be able to save him. He said that he had no illusions, but if he had a chance, he would at least like to save Lillian. His friend asked him if he loved her so much that he was willing to risk his life. He told him that she was his first love, but he no longer felt that way. Then the MC came closer and pointed an irritated finger at him, asking if he was trying to set him up with his first love. The guy said that she never wanted to marry an aristocrat, and Luca angrily ordered him to pull himself together. He hadn't paid attention to his antics before, but this was going too far. Trying to save Lillian was incredibly dangerous, and he would be executed on the spot if caught. He walked away and told him not to even think about doing something stupid, and to consider this a warning. Ile said indifferently that he understood everything, and then left. He looked at him with concern, that Archie's victima had immediately made him recognize the lie. That idiot was still planning to save Lillian. It doesn't matter if he accepts it or not, but for his sake, she has to die. He hopes it will happen in the middle of all this chaos. He will even pray that she will never cross paths with Ile alive. He desperately wants that. It is time to leave for the mission. As they rode towards the fortress, he looked at his helmet and thought, the most important thing in the body is the head and the chest. As long as these 2 areas are intact, the Empire's soldiers will not die. As long as you can breathe and the blood feeds your brain, the Empire will bring you back to life using cybernetics technology. He was distracted from his thoughts by Kodrak. He said that he was well aware of his abilities. He carefully studied his characteristics from his superiors. He would like to tell him that when they enter the battle, he should listen to his words. He has served the Empire for 10 years now. His words are not without meaning. He may not be as talented as him, but his skills are also worthwhile. Luca told him not to worry about it. He listens to anyone if their opinion is reasonable. The sergeant bowed his head and thanked him, after which the vehicles with the squad stopped not far from the barrier. The doors opened. The armored brigade with all mechanical armor, myrmidons, came out first. MC looked at them. Their job was to knock out the turrets, and then it was their turn to attack. The brigade commander ordered to open fire, after which everyone rose into the air and headed for the dome at high speed. They approached it from all sides and began to circle, and then the turrets locked onto the targets and began to gather energy. Noticing the bright light, the myrmidon opened the compartment and dropped the flares, and at the same moment the turret fired a laser beam, and he was able to dodge. Another shot rang out. He flew under the laser beam, then opened the upper compartment and fired many missiles into the dome, after which several loud explosions were heard. Black smoke rose with flames blazing inside, and when it calmed down, 2 red eyes flashed in the black cloud. The armored brigade emerged from the smokescreen and approached the dome. Now the turret could aim again. It fired but missed, and then the myrmidon sped up and rammed his spear into the dome with all his might, causing cracks to appear along it. And then his comrades joined him. They had successfully broken through the fortress's defenses and entered inside. Now everything depended only on whether they could neutralize the turrets. If they failed, their battle would take place in much worse conditions. According to the calculations of the strategy simulator, the approximate time required to destroy the turrets was 1 minute after the invasion. If the Myrmidon's squad failed, the suppression forces would be forced to enter as is and pay the appropriate price for it. That was why everyone was on edge now. Soon the armored brigade reported that the turrets had been neutralized. They were moving on to the next stage of the operation. Everyone was very happy with this news. The battlefield is a brutal and dangerous place, but it is also a place where a man can enjoy the rush of adrenaline. Lucas smirked and thought that, to be honest, He liked it. He is the kind of person who is driven by ambition and the excitement of such events. He would have gone crazy a long time ago without all this. He stood up, thinking that it was his turn to test his strength, and told the soldiers that it was time to go. The plan is to attack from different sides at the same time. The authorities deliberately clear every room so that not a single rebel can escape. The underground tunnels of the magical fortress are like a maze. Even the paths they are familiar with go hundreds of meters deep. They have a map made by the expedition that explored the ruins of the fortress, but the rebels may have modified it, so they should not rely on it. Avoiding the explosions, they approached the fortress, and MC, running to the entrance of the tunnel, said that they probably narrowed the tunnels to the underground room so that the myrmidons could not get through. They were inside, but they acted extremely carefully. Luca looked around the corner and, having checked that the front was clear, took off his helmet and said that he would go first from here. Kodrak said that this was a dangerous move in such a place. The likelihood of ambushes and traps was very high. He turned around and asked, is he afraid that they won't be able to handle the consequences if he dies? His second-in-command honestly confirmed this, and then he put his helmet back on, declaring that he did not care what would happen after his death. He did not care if their pay was cut. He rushed forward and ordered them to follow him, and his squad members nervously called him an idiot. He could already feel the chills running down his spine, as if they were already aiming for his back. But now was not the time to worry about that. He had to find and eliminate Lillian before she met up with Ile. He was probably already in the tunnels himself, just entering from the other side. If he wanted to get rid of the army tail, he would also go for a breakthrough. He could also waste his people, but he could not let his personal feelings take the lives of loyal soldiers. So he would face the risks himself, face to face. As he ran forward, he noticed a turret sticking out of the ceiling, and the sergeant called out to him in concern. But he was able to quickly deal with the danger. With a swing of his blade, he knocked down the turret and continued on his way. Using the Arky's fighting style, he sharpened his senses to the limit. Sight, hearing, touch, smell, and even taste. Catching traces of chemicals in the air with his tongue, he received tons of information. And so, with the help of his senses, he continued to eliminate all the traps in his path, which greatly surprised the soldiers. He feels how his arteries expand under the crazy rhythm of his heart. The flow of blood continuously delivers glucose to his brain. The pressure on the brain allows him to go beyond the limits of reason. The soldiers have long been behind, and he thought that he was so tired of all this. He was angry that they were so slow. He really wanted to punch Kodrak in the face. He knew in theory, but now he felt it on his skin. Long-term use of Arky's Victima causes increasing damage to his brain. Soon he reached the door, behind which the rebels were waiting for him and were very nervous, sensing the impending danger. He kicked the door down, knocking down one of the enemies. They watched their flying comrade in fear, and then turned their gaze to the enemy and took aim. Before he could get any closer, they opened fire on him. And then he started swinging his sword at lightning speed, deflecting all the bullets, and then stopped. The rebels opened fire again, and he zigzagged his way closer to them and dealt with the one who was standing closest. His head flew off his shoulders, and he kicked it, throwing it at another rebel. A bloody mark appeared on his forehead. This blow stunned him for a few seconds, and MC took advantage of this to finish him off. The last of the rebels fired a rocket at him in rage, and he froze, watching it. As it approached, he swung his sword, cutting it in two, and there was an explosion. Flames flared up in the shape of wings behind his back, and the soldier was terrified by this sight. He was engulfed in smoke, and a second later, two red eyes flashed in the gray cloud. Luca approached him, and while he was screaming in fear, he delivered the fatal blow. By this time, his subordinates had caught up with him, and were now watching the blood splatter. MC turned to them and asked the sergeant why they were taking so long. They needed to move on, but let them try to keep up. Soon they encountered resistance. The rebels blocked the passage and opened fire while they were hiding around the corner. Luca carefully looked out and thought that he had never imagined that there would be such vast rooms underground. It seemed that their main line of defense was here. But he had already gone too far. It would not be difficult to intercept the fleeing aristocrats here. He took out a drone and sent it out to scout. It flew into the center of the room and transmitted a picture to him through the camera. Their line of defense contained about 100 warriors. Behind them, you could clearly see retreating, unarmed people. Lillian was most likely somewhere among them. Kodrak said that their squad was moving too fast. Why don't they wait for the others? He closed his eyes and realized that this was a reasonable suggestion. His brain was already overloaded due to using Arky's Victima. Suddenly a bright light appeared, blinding MC for a moment, and it was followed by the sounds of gunfire. He realized that the shots were not aimed at them. Something was happening in the rear of the rebels. Maybe another squad had arrived with them? But besides him, there was only one person who would be in such a hurry. Taking advantage of their distraction, he decided to attack them, and together with the rest of the squad, hiding behind the shielders, began to move forward. They were immediately fired upon, and the shielder turned to the commander, informing him that their shields would not last much longer, but he ordered them to hold out a little longer. It was not time yet. They continued to advance, and he thought that the only thing he had to worry about was a weapon that would kill him in one shot. They had about 8 cannons with high firepower. He needed to wait for the moment when at least half were reloading. The rebel was about to fire, but the weapon made a simple click, and he knew that now was the moment. He jumped over the shielders and rushed forward, ordering the rest to scatter and take cover when they focused on him. Watching his commander's antics, Kodrak took off his helmet and called out to him in concern. While the commander began to protect himself from shots with his hands, he could neglect rifles and pistols. Such light attacks would not penetrate his armor, which meant that he needed to deal with the weapon that posed the greatest threat. He took out a cannon and fired at the soldiers with heavy weapons, then changed weapons and landed between them with the thought that they would not be able to fire while he was nearby. He opened fire and swung his hand sharply, drawing a circle. Thus he finished off several rebels in an instant, and then aimed at the next ones with the thought that now no one would stop him. Finally, the fight was over. The rebels who survived decided to surrender, and MC gave Kodrak the order to cuff the rioters. He walked around the hall and noticed several soldiers lying on the floor, different from the rebels. He came closer and checked the pulse. They were all dead. These are people from Ilei's squad. He assigned them to attack from the rear. He just went ahead, sacrificing them without even giving them a chance to regroup. He is so desperate that he is ready to sacrifice the lives of his own people. He gritted his teeth in anger and started cursing at Ilei and his stupid lover. He wants to help him, but he is still a soldier of the Empire. Having chosen one, he will have to give up the other, and this situation makes him very angry. If he meets Lillian Ramones, he will kill her on the spot. He does not care that Ilei will hate him. He will at least save his life, not letting him become a traitor, so he needs to find him urgently. He called out to his deputy and told him to continue the arrest until reinforcements arrive. Let them group up and act on their own. The command is now on him. He was about to go looking for Ilei, but Kodrak stopped him and said that he is an excellent soldier. His combat skills are not just impressive, they shocked everyone. Luca was about to put an end to this empty flattery, but the soldier did not let him do this and said that he is a mediocre commander. MC answered him that if he were not their commander, the losses would have been much more serious. Thanks to him, they have achieved a lot. So what was the gist of his complaint? He replied that the gist was that he didn't lead the men, but rather fought his way through on his own, relying solely on his own strength. Such methods wouldn't make him a good commander. Luca got angry and told them to blame their own worthlessness. He doubted they were capable of implementing his tactics or even understanding them. It was ridiculous that they were here whining because he didn't use them. The soldiers felt uneasy at his words, and Kodrak said that the day would come when he would need the help of those weaker than him. No one could stay on top forever. MC headed into the tunnel and waved his hand, saying that if that day came, then he would laugh. He would say he was right, or something like that. However, he would take the advice of his first mate into account. If he came to the conclusion that his methods were flawed, he would remember his words and reconsider his strategy. Kodrak wished him well and thought that he hadn't even imagined that such an inflated ego could coexist with a flexible mind. Luca sped up, and within minutes he had encountered scorched walls and empty shells, as well as corpses of nobles clutching weapons unfamiliar to their delicate hands. They were trying to buy time. He could probably see something similar in the neighboring corridors. Most of the suppression army had successfully invaded and punished the rebels. But he has to admit one thing. It sounds corny, but Ilei is not just someone he can rely on in a fight. He is his friend. He was the first person his age with whom he could exchange deep thoughts on equal terms. He noticed the dead soldiers from his squad again and told him in his mind that he was just throwing away the lives of the Empire's soldiers for his own goals. They didn't need to die. A regular squad doesn't risk people's lives just to chase rebels. Even if he is lucky enough to find Lillian, how is he going to help her? She will die anyway in the end. He understands that she is his beloved, but why die together? His emotions got the better of him. He stopped abruptly. Hearing heavy breathing under his feet, the head of a Ramones family member was lying on the floor. He said that he gives up, but MC didn't care about that. He was only interested in where Lillian went. He answered hesitantly that he didn't know where the heiress went, but he noticed that his pupil had twitched, which was a common sign when a person was lying. He grabbed his head and he exclaimed, "What was he doing?" He said he was giving up. He pressed on his eye, causing him to scream in pain, and said that he was giving him one last chance. Where did she go? He nervously told him that she went down, and he asked confusedly If she wanted to get out, then wouldn't she have to go up, or was there another escape route leading up? He answered that he didn't know. Branch members like him weren't given such details. Luca asked if he had seen Eli there, and he immediately confirmed it, adding that he was the one who made him like this. He was crazy, they were friends. Even when they gave up, he still attacked. MC pressed his eye harder and took his life, then went on and said that he would have been executed anyway. It was better for him to meet his end here than to be tortured further. He thought that he wouldn't say that he usually didn't feel guilty about killing people, but today he felt especially detached from everything. Perhaps the battlefield always had this effect on a person. As he got closer to the end of the tunnel, he began to hear screams and gunshots more clearly. If Eli had already passed the point of no return, what should he do then? Meanwhile, his friend stood on the table with a gun in his hand, and his soldiers lay dead around him. Luca was always overcome with paranoia when he was with Eli, so much so that he even wondered what he would do if he went against the Empire. He constantly put off answering this question, but now there was nowhere to go. He had to face the truth. He entered the brightly lit room filled with corpses and looked at his friend with determination. He called out loudly to him, and he, taking off his helmet, turned to him and noted that he had come after all. MC looked at the corpse and said that he really did it, killed his subordinates because of personal interest. His gaze moved to the Ramones family, who were standing nearby. Vigo Ramones, the head of the family and his closest relatives, and of course, Lillian. At the sight of her, he was overwhelmed with rage and he exclaimed, "All this for one worthless girl?" His friend put his hand on his sword and said that he understands that he will not let him get away with this incident. Let him take out his sword. Ready for battle, he looked at his friend and he, taking out his sword, said that he will beat some sense into him. None of them were in a hurry to attack, Luca was thinking. He must fight Eli. Theoretically, victory is his if he does not make mistakes. But in a real fight, there are too many unforeseen circumstances, and he won't take him quickly either. While he delays him, the Ramones family will be able to escape. He just needs to kill them first and let him hate him to the core after that. Then at least he won't have his blood on his hands. But Eli quickly figured out his plan and immediately opened fire on him. MC jumped aside, he ran along the right edge of the table, and his friend rushed after him. A regular pistol won't stop him, but Eli's trajectory prediction allows him to aim at him with slow motion accuracy. However, before today's mission, he increased the speed and frequency range of his cybernetic signals, so there is no way he can stop him with a regular shot. Avoiding the bullets, he approached the two Ramones guys who wanted to hold him off, and Eli ordered them to move away from him, then fired a huge bullet. Meanwhile, Luca was already very close to them. He finished off one of them with a swing of his sword, and then turned to the bullet and put his blade under it. It slid along the blade with sparks, and then he changed the trajectory of the bullet and it went to the second guy. Eli's shot finished him off, and MC rushed to the fleeing Ramones family. The man stretched out his hand to him in fear, trying to somehow stop him, but immediately paid for it with his life. His wife screamed in horror, and then he finished her off too. Only Lillian was left. He pointed the blade at her and thought that he had plenty of time to kill her, even if Eli would soon catch up with him. Lillian Ramones is the girl who came to him with an offer to date. He will never forget her until he completely gets rid of the guilt for killing her. Her death will be painless. This is the maximum he can offer her. His blade was almost close to her, but something confused him and his eyes widened. This girl was smiling widely and crying at the same time. Eli called out to him in fear and despair, and then jumped on him with all his might, and they, rushing past Lillian, fell together. She turned around and saw how they were holding each other's swords, which sometimes caused sparks to appear. Luca asked his friend, did he see her face? Her relatives were dead, and she was having fun. He told him that it was not surprising, because she was finally free from their influence. She had always been treated only as a tool for concluding a marriage contract. He let out an indignant chuckle, then kneed him in the side and exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is he talking?" While his friend was bending over on the floor in pain, he stood up and told him to stop his senseless resistance. This woman was a traitor anyway. Lillian ran to Eli to help, and he told his friend that he didn't know anything. The families that were accused of treason never rebelled against the Empire. This was just an excuse to get rid of them. Doesn't he find it strange how flimsy their defenses are for those who were planning treason? If they really intended to rebel against the Emperor, they would have contacted Bellotto or Cora instead of trying to fight with only their own forces. MC remained silent and swallowed nervously. He knew he was right. Invading the magic fortress was not easy, but everything went too smoothly from here. For the three families planning a coup, their forces were too small. If they were really planning a rebellion, Bellotto or Cora would gladly provide them with reinforcements to overthrow the Empire. But so what? Even if it was true, what difference does it make to them? At this rate, Eli would just die along with Lillian. The girl looked up at him, deciding on something, and then said that her father was far from an innocent lamb. He was hiding the fact that he was studying an ancient artifact. Ile called out to her excitedly, saying that now was not the time for this, but she did not listen to him, and rummaging through her father's pockets, said that the reason the Empire had turned against her family was this ancient relic. She showed him a glowing blue cube and said that thanks to it, they were able to control this ancient fortress. He cautiously asked why she was telling him all this, and she asked, he did not kill her, not because of guilt, but because Ile would hate him for it, right? He shuddered, and she said that he should have realized by now that the Empire does not allow Ile to live the life he dreams of, but there is a choice that will suit them all. She handed him the cube and told him that with this thing they could activate the teleportation device in the underground part of the fortress and help him escape the shackles of the Empire. He looked at the artifact in confusion and asked, "Is that really here?" She confirmed it and said that they installed one in the tunnels. It looked like it was an escape route in case the fortress fell. He could kill her if he thought she was lying. She also didn't want to watch Ile die trying to protect her. But if they could activate the teleportation device with this ancient relic, then they could escape the Empire, and he would just have to say that he didn't see anything. He asked, did she think the Imperials had captured the teleportation device yet? She told him that only a direct descendant of the Ramones knew the way there. Deep underground, they would be safe. After her words, Luca nervously pursed his lips and thought, it sounds tempting. He doesn't care if Lillian dies or not, but for Ile's sake, he's willing to try to find the best way out of this situation. He always wanted to break out of the Empire, and his descent will sooner or later lead him to trouble. Moreover, they are on the battlefield, where it's easy to cover your tracks, and declaring a friend dead or missing is not a problem. After making his decision, he hid his sword, which made Ile happy. But before he could say anything, MC told him to shut up and just promise him that if the teleportation device Lillian was talking about didn't work or didn't exist at all, he wouldn't bother him. He heard her words, right? She didn't want him to get hurt because of her. The smile disappeared from his face and he looked at his lover, nodded at her, and she did the same in response. He then turned to his friend and promised him that he wouldn't bother him. After that, they went even deeper underground, Luca leading the way, Lillian behind him, and Ile bringing up the rear, periodically checking the situation in the rear. MC stopped at the turn and signaled for them to stop and thought that he still couldn't believe what he was doing right now. Not only did he not stop Ile, but he was also protecting a traitor to the Empire. If anyone sees them, they are all doomed. He muttered quietly in a dissatisfied tone something about the current situation, and Lillian asked him to wait. He turned around, she was wiping the blood from the guy's head with her handkerchief, and he stood quietly in place. Luca said irritably that they would be very lucky if they got out of here alive. Why don't they get married? His friend looked at him with dissatisfaction, and his beloved shuddered and guiltily lowered her eyes. Apologizing to him, she did not think that everything would turn out like this. He told her that there was nothing terrible in it. After all, it was she who told him about the structure of the outside world. She asked doubtfully, just because of such a trifle? He said that for him, these are not trifles. It completely turned his worldview upside down. Thanks to her, he understood the source of his disappointment. If she were not there, he would have gone crazy here long ago. He understood a lot. He is not strange, just different. Now MC realized that it was Lillian who had instilled in him these uncompromising ideals. If they began to spread among the people like a contagion, the Empire would be stricken from within, or Belito and Cora would attack first. He did not want the Empire to fall, and if necessary, he would eliminate any potential threat with his own hands, even Ile. He clenched his hand into a fist and convinced himself that he was not a dissenter, and then they continued on their way. When they opened the door to another corridor, he let out a heavy sigh and said that they could rest now. Lillian reminded him that she had said that only she knew this road. Everything here was arranged like a labyrinth, so finding them would not be so easy. Her father had not reported anything that was not required to allow exploration of the ruins. His ambitions were beyond his capabilities when he figured out how to activate the fortress. But the Emperor's firm hand intercepted all of this. Luca said that right now he was more interested in how long they had to go, and she pointed ahead, saying that they would soon be there. It was at the end of the corridor. She thanked him for helping them, and he told her that he simply owed it to his friend. If they met ever again, he would kill her. After that, he called out to his friend and told him to take care of himself, and Lillian said that if they got out of here, she would go to the border town, so they should meet there in case they suddenly got separated. She turned to Luca and offered him to come with them if he also wanted to leave the Empire, but he did not even let her finish, immediately refusing it. Ile, meanwhile, was thinking about the border town, and his friend leaned his hand on the wall and grabbed his head. He was so exhausted. His decision to help Ile could turn out to be a huge mistake made in the heat of the moment. But now is not the time to rest. He needs to think about what he will tell his superiors once the mission is completed. The only plus is that he is in good standing with the chief centurion, and only he can continue spying on Kinuan. Ile and Lillian are just an intern and an aristocrat. They have nothing outstanding, so he thinks they will not interrogate him too much. He glanced at the last door on their way, came closer, but before entering he advised his friend to prepare. If the device is not here, then it is over. He just nodded silently, after which he pressed the button to open the doors and suddenly felt something wrong, some kind of terrible premonition. While the doors were slowly opening, he realized that he urgently needed to figure out the reason for his worries. He knew for sure that the answer was right behind this door. A light hit his eyes, and he thought that there was nothing scary about the fact that it was so bright inside, because activating the fort automatically turns on the lights everywhere. He needed to block all his senses and focus only on the smells. The first thing he clearly smelled was blood, then machine oil and iron parts. He bit his lower lip, trying to concentrate even harder. He couldn't smell people. He opened his eyes wide and saw the Imperial guards inside and knew it was all over. He froze in horror and thought that he would have to risk his life to deal with even one unarmed Imperial guard, and there were 4 of them at once. The worst thing would be if they decided to take Lillian alive. She hadn't trained like he or Ile, so she would quickly give in under torture and tell everything. In that case, their superiors would find out about their independent actions. He thought he would help them get out so that his friend could live the life he dreamed of. But it was just a stupid fantasy. Now there was only one way out. He needed to personally deal with Lillian, here and now. Suspicions might arise, of course, but at least they would be able to come up with a worthy excuse for their superiors. But will Ile be able to keep his cool if he sees her dead? If he decides to attack the guards, they are doomed. One of the guards turned around, seeing the unexpected guests, and his comrades also looked at them. MC was very nervous. Now is the time to leave. The more he hesitates, the more questions they will have. Now or never. He turned to Lillian in fear, and a shot rang out. A bullet pierced her head, but it was not he who fired it, and this made him confused. Everyone's eyes turned to the crying girl falling to the floor. The gun that shot her was in Ile's hand. For a few seconds, everything sank into silence. One of the guards asked what the shot was for, and Ile confidently answered him that he carried out the sentence of the hostage, who was no longer useful. He asked why they took her with them at all, and ordered him to report everything. His words depended on his further actions. The guards walked towards him, and Luca didn't even dare to look at his friend. He could only stand there, anxiously. The guards passed him, and he nervously swallowed and pursed his lips. He glanced at his friend, who had almost disappeared behind the soldiers, and then looked in shock at the corpse lying at their feet. After some time in the commander's office, Hemelas noted to Luca that he had done an excellent job as the leader of the 21st Squad. The protagonist thanked the captain for the praise. He said that Kodrak had rated him incredibly highly, especially his combat skills. He reported that in all his time working there, he had never seen anyone better. However, he noted that he lacked the skills to cooperate with subordinates, although this could be worked on together with Kinuan. By the way, the report indicated that they waited for Lillian to lead them to the deepest sections of the tunnels, and only then did they execute her. Is there a reason why he chose her as a guide? The protagonist thought tensely that the time had come. MC said that Ile and he planned to prevent the conspirators from escaping as soon as they learned of the existence of a certain teleportation device. Therefore, they decided that taking Lillian, who does not know how to fight, as a hostage would be the best solution. Hemelas said that it made sense, but he had a question. Luca asked if it was about his relationship with Lillian. He noted that he wanted to ask about more than that. Ile was also related to her. The protagonist stated that none of them were stupid enough to fail a mission because of some relationship, and he, the head centurion, knew that better than anyone. Frankly, he wanted to give Lillian hope. Hope that she would survive if she cooperated. That was all they could do for her. They looked into each other's eyes. The protagonist thought he was asking for the captain to be satisfied with such an explanation. Hemelas smiled and said that now he understood everything. He was probably tired. They would stop there. The MC was about to leave, but he noted that the way the Ramon's men dealt with Ile's squad was truly amazing. For these people to have such exceptional fighting skills, Luca's expression changed, and he thought that it wouldn't happen. It wasn't something to be surprised about. He had already mentioned it in the report. Ile's squad had been wiped out due to an ambush by the rebels. Then why was he testing him like this? He felt like his body was going to break out in a cold sweat. The protagonist stated that if it had been him, the casualties would have definitely been avoided. He hoped that would ensure him a perfect score. Hemelas remarked with a smile that he was expecting great things from him. Sometime later on the train, the protagonist thought that on the way back to the capital, he felt sleepier than ever. It was only natural, considering how many days he had spent without allowing himself to relax. That damned incident he had recently experienced kept flashing before his eyes. He was worried about LA, Lillian, the magical fortress, the relic, the teleportation device, and the city of Border, the place where Lillian had suggested meeting. However, she ended up dying before she could even get out of the Empire, and it was Ile, a close person whom she considered a friend and protector, who did it. He simply couldn't look him in the eye then, because he killed Lillian only because of him. Otherwise, he would have simply met his end there, along with her. On the one hand, he felt sorry, but on the other, he got what he wanted so much. He managed to save Ile. For him, that would be enough. After a while, MC thought that after returning to the capital, Akbaran, they had a rest. Later, they were even awarded medals for their achievements. A rank 7 medal in the form of the sword Ephesus. Among all the cadets of the Imperial Guard, only he and Ile received such prestigious awards. After a while, Ile asked if it wasn't ironic that he was also awarded a unit medal. Luca noted that he did not expect that he would kill Lillian. He thought he would just charge the guards. Even though he knew he had no chance of winning, he said he would have done the same if he hadn't been there. His family was incredibly happy that he had been awarded a medal, and this despite all his friendship with the Ramones family. The protagonist said that he should retire. He would never make a soldier. The protagonist thought that he had literally killed his own people for his own self-interest. People had died because of blind, youthful love. Ile noted that if he could do so, he would retire, but it would not be easy. His family wanted him to become a guard. He should follow them. MC got mad and punched him with all his might, after which Lucas said that he should watch his words. He said with difficulty that it really hurt. It seemed that he had internal injuries. The protagonist noted that he should stop complaining. Even if something was damaged, it could easily be replaced. Ile said that he had never been so angry at himself. If only he had tried harder to become stronger. The protagonist said that it would have made no difference. He sat down on the floor and asked what he had done. MC thought he had decided to remain silent. Ile was not a cold-blooded killer. He was tormented by the guilt of the deaths of his subordinates, and despite all these misdeeds, he could not save Lillian. Naturally, this broke him. In the end, either his sanity or his life would be destroyed. Ile really had no place in the Empire, after which Ile said that he would take a day off and go home for a while. They had served for 4 years already, so taking a few months off was no problem. Luca said that he wanted to ask him something. Why was Lillian smiling when he killed her parents? He noted that they had chosen a groom for her. This man is 30 years older than her. When Lillian was born, her future fiancé promised her a huge sum of money in exchange for fulfilling one condition. The protagonist asked what condition he was talking about. Ile said that he wanted her to be raised like his dead wife. He even sent her many photos and videos to get what he wanted. Lillian's face, preferences, even her name, none of it was her personal choice. It was an incredibly heavy burden, so she knew a lot about Bellato. The protagonist thought it was disgusting. This is what happens when perverted desires haunt a powerful person. MC noted that she was used since birth. He said that it was true. Claude was the only one who treated her like a human being. Luca noted that Claude wanted to set him up with Lillian. Ile laughed and said that this was what he and Lillian wanted in the first place. It was because of his words that Claude paid attention to him when he told him that he was the illegitimate son of the chief centurion. The protagonist got angry and asked if Claude really believed that. He pointed out that everyone knew how deeply the chief centurion liked him. That explained how someone from a 2-digit orphanage could become an Imperial Guard trainee. The captain himself was from the noble Custoria family. Claude decided that if Lillian gave birth to his child, she would be freed from the family pressure. The protagonist scratched his head with his hand and said that he was not shy at all in his expressions. MC thought, looking at his guilty face with a smile, that Ile was his friend, but he was far from a righteous man. If necessary, he would deceive everyone around him. He even deceived him and led his subordinates to death. However, strangely enough, he would still trust him with his life. To feel like this despite all his deeds is quite amazing. Lucas said that he wanted to hit him again. Ile shouted in surprise. Could he really be serious? After a while, Kinuan said with a smile that their war hero had arrived. The protagonist thought as he sat down opposite him that he periodically visited Kinuan, who needed to be watched. He was well aware that he was acting under the orders of the chief centurion. He asked, so he received a medal in the form of the sword Ephesus? The protagonist noted that it was just a low-ranking medal. These were given to all soldiers. Compared to his outstanding achievements, it was insignificant. The MC thought that he couldn't say that he didn't enjoy spending time with Kinuan. Luca noted that Hemelas said that he needed to learn from him how to handle subordinates. Kinuan said with a laugh that he overestimated him. However, he saw the battle report, so he could give him some advice. He asked with a smile, didn't people listen to his orders? The protagonist stated that they were all excellent soldiers of the Empire, ready to fight to the death, even if they were led by a man they had never seen before. Kinuan pointed out that this meant that he was too soft-hearted. Instead of using them as cannon fodder, he took all the risks on himself. The protagonist said that, however, this way, the fighting power was not affected. He said that he was wrong. The more he gave himself on the front lines, the more pressure was put on his brain. This dulled his main ability to make important decisions. He was wasting his valuable resource in vain to save someone's life. MC flared up and shouted, "What does he mean? He just had to use them." Kinuan pointed out that he was not saying that he should mindlessly send them to their deaths. However, it was possible to make them considerate and honor themselves. He remembered Gilda and Gabriel from the lower sector. He snatched the first one from the hands of bandits and covered the treatment costs of the second one. The two would be more than happy to repay him. Luca said it was natural. He helped them. His expression changed, and he said that it was more than enough for them to risk their lives for him. You just need to be able to create deep connections. And of course, you need to be able to emotionally distance yourself. If he gets too attached, he will hesitate when the necessary sacrifices are required. The protagonist noted, looking down, that he would prefer not to do this. Kinuan said that this is exactly what everyone likes about him. However, he must learn to accept love without giving it in return. This is the secret of a huge advantage in any interpersonal relationship. The protagonist asked, what if his mind cannot stand the fact that he will sacrifice others? He is talking about such things as guilt and conscience. He noted that this means that he should just get used to it. If he does not succeed, he will never rise above others. MC stood up and said, turning away from him, that next time he will try to use his people more actively. Kinuan sarcastically said that he will wait for it. The next day, Luca was waiting for transport at the landing pad. Protagonist remembered that Hemelas said that he should go to the Kratia Academy. The protagonist then looked at the captain in surprise. He noted with a grin that he looked surprised. It will take a couple of months at most. He promises it will be a good experience for him. MC said that he expected to be released. Hemelas said that according to tradition the best are sent first. By the way, Ile refused. He said that he needed to go home. Luca thought that apparently he still hasn't recovered from what happened. He asked, he hasn't been in the company of aristocrats yet, right? It's time to fix that. If of course he still intends to become part of the Custoria clan. The protagonist said that if he says so, he is more than happy to go there. Hemelas noted that this is great. He will assign him a guide. He thinks he will even like it. At the present time, the protagonist noted that it is time to meet the guide. At that moment, the sound of a transport engine landing was heard. MC looked at the transport and the open door in surprise. The unknown girl asked irritably what he was waiting for. He should go in. After which Luca gave his name and said that he was an Imperial Guard trainee. She said that she knew this. He did not have to give his name. The protagonist thought that she was arrogant and that her body was devoid of mechanical prostheses. Could this really be an aristocrat his age? The protagonist noted that he was here on the orders of the chief centurion. He would like to know how much longer they had to get to Kratia. However, was she really the guide sent for him? The girl clicked her tongue and asked, does it matter? MC thought irritably, clenching his fist, and he had a strong desire to hit her. He hated aristocrats. Luca called her a lady from the Custoria family. She asked how he understood this. The protagonist noted that this was a logical conclusion. He can tell by the slight discomfort he usually feels when Hemelas, the head centurion, gives orders. Lady Custoria asked, so he wasn't warned about her beforehand. The protagonist stated that she could ask her father if she didn't believe him. MC thought, looking at the girl's displeased face, that he was now more convinced that it could be the centurion's daughter. He sent his own daughter, most likely. He is trying to confirm his intention to accept him into the Custoria family. Luca happily thought that the name Custoria would suit him. She noted that he had already guessed. She was here on her father's orders. Giselle Custoria said her name, and irritably stated that he shouldn't pretend that he was able to guess everything from her appearance. This irritated her. The protagonist thought that Lillian was much kinder compared to her. The protagonist said that he apologized if he offended her. MC thought, should he obey? He didn't go through all that darkness to curry favor with the aristocrats, and he accepted the mission to the academy precisely because he wanted to avoid such a turn of events. He was sure the chief centurion should understand this. Luca ruffled his hair with his hand and said that it didn't matter. He would rather die than serve those who hated him. They just had to do what they were ordered. She leads, and he follows. Would she be okay with that? She clenched her teeth in anger, but then held back and turned away from him. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and quietly asked why he was being punished like this. The protagonist thought that he would definitely get into huge trouble because of this girl. After a while, they arrived at the place and went up the stairs. Giselle said that he should follow her. She leads him to the dorm. MC looked around and then noticed the statue. The sign said that all hail the emperor, the father of the nation, the guardian of humanity, Dino Krathia. Luca looked at the face of the statue and thought that this was the Krathia Academy that was so praised in the media. She noticed, while the students were paying attention to them, that the characteristic color for a student is purple, and this color should not be too saturated. At that moment, the aristocratic student pushed a commoner in the crowd. The protagonist thought that this was a waste of implants. Giselle asked irritably, what was he waiting for? Doesn't he have suitable clothes? The protagonist said that trainees don't need them. She indignantly asked how he could be so poorly prepared. Giselle noted with a tsk that her father didn't say anything about it either. He was always like this. MC thought with a smile that she was so worried about some clothes. And you can't tell that she is like that by looking at her. Luca apologized to her. She said that this was already breaking the academy regulations. Fenrix turned around and called his name. The protagonist asked what he was doing here. He said that he was glad to see him. He heard that Ile wasn't coming, so he didn't expect to see him here either. The protagonist said that of course, he couldn't know about it. Fenrix turned to Giselle and asked if she remembered how they had met before. He was an Imperial Guard trainee, just like Luca. Would she mind if they talked a little? Giselle said that she didn't mind. Luca let her know when they were done talking. The MC thought that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He whispered that he hadn't expected to see him in the company of Lady Castoria. Apparently, the rumors about his close relationship with the chief centurion were not an exaggeration. Luca whispered that he didn't know that the captain had such a hot-tempered daughter. From the very first glance, she avoided him. He barely restrained himself from hitting her. Fenrix said that he was sure that the captain was simply introducing him to the manners of aristocratic society. Or maybe he wanted to marry them, so he introduced them. How did he like such a proposal? The protagonist said that such a thing was simply impossible. He said that he was serious. In the future, he would be the one who would have to deal with such an aristocracy. The protagonist wondered if the chief centurion really wanted him to marry his daughter. He doubted it. There were already some bad rumors about his personality, and if you add her nasty character, their couple was doomed from the very beginning. Moreover, he and the chief centurion had already agreed on something else. Hemelas had definitely said that he would adopt him if he continued to follow Kinuan. There was no need for marriage. He would become his son. However, he would not be able to forbid others from gossiping. Fenrix asked if he had modified his apparatus downstairs. MC said that he had not done so yet. Why was he asking this? He said, handing it to him, that he would need this then. Luca looked at it in surprise, and Fenrix said that at the academy, interns are especially popular with girls. Afterwards, the protagonist thought that Fenrix was teaching him strange things for the academy. He believed that by the end of this mission, they would become good friends. Fenrix also told him about the dormitory. Simply put, it was for talented children from the lower sector like him and the children of convicted aristocrats. In other words, for those who cannot afford their own housing. It turns out that class inequality exists even within the academy. However, he is fine with it. If everything were easy, he would be bored in this academy. Now he wants to see for himself how the mission at the academy will turn out for him. After some time, in his room, the android said that this was the room he was assigned to. If he needed anything, he could ask him. The protagonist said that everything was fine with him. There was too much space here. The protagonist thought that petty aristocrats and commoners really lived here. It was no wonder that the academy had a prestigious status. After all, talents were being nurtured here, not cannon fodder for war. MC sat down on the couch and thought, closing his eyes, that his expectations had been destroyed. Luca remembered how Giselle had said earlier at the entrance to the dorm that they had already arrived. After classes, the head of the dorm would assign him to a room. This was her personal number. If something happened, he should write to her. The protagonist noted that he thought she couldn't stand him. She said that he shouldn't invent unnecessary things for himself. She was simply fulfilling the duty that her father had entrusted to her. The protagonist thought that he was just a responsibility placed on her. Now he thinks that she is not that crazy. MC stated that he hoped he wouldn't need her personal number. Giselle said that it is mutual. By the way, she wants to give him one piece of advice for the future. He should try to stay away from the head of the dorm. Luca asked what is the reason? She said that she is the craziest girl in the entire academy. After a while, the protagonist heard someone ring the doorbell. After which, the protagonist opened the door, and there was a girl who said with a smile that her name is Barbara. She is the head of the dorm. She's glad to meet them. The MC introduced himself and said that he is an Imperial Guard trainee. She noticed that she ran right after class. Did he wait long? Luca thought, carefully examining her, that she has frayed cuffs, old clothes, and introduced herself without a last name, which means that she is a commoner. And Giselle called this girl the craziest? You can't tell that from her appearance at all. Maybe Giselle just hates people from the lower sector? The protagonist noted that he had just arrived. Barbara said that she understood. What was the best way to address him? The protagonist noted that she could just call him by his name. He was also from the lower sector. She shyly said, addressing him by name, that she wanted to point out that he was amazing. He was able to become an Imperial Guard trainee despite being from the lower sector. MC noted that the same applies to her. She was able to become the head of the dorm, which was also a great achievement. Barbara laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. Luca thought that she must have had a hard time getting to her current position, just like him. She said that he should follow her. She would show him how things work here. It was her duty as the head of the dorm. The protagonist looked at her thoughtfully. The protagonist wondered if she had just gotten out of the shower. Although she said she had run in from class, so she clearly had no time to wash herself. Although who knows, maybe she just knows how to manage her time wisely. After some time, in the main building of the academy, Giselle looked at Luca with a displeased expression. She noticed that he was now dressed appropriately, just like she had told him. They could go to class. Her father had told him to attend class with her for a week. The protagonist wondered if this would really go on for a whole week. He would go crazy like that. Suddenly, Barbara called Giselle's name. The protagonist thought that he recognized that voice. Why was Barbara here? She quietly asked that they hadn't spoken to each other for a long time. Had they? Giselle irritably declared that she should disappear. Barbara fearfully said that she just wanted to say hello. She abruptly closed the distance between them. Giselle said furiously that she welcomed her. Now she will leave? She has nothing more to talk about with her. Then she said, turning to Luca, that he should hurry. He should not be late for the first lesson. MC thought, looking at Barbara, that she now has a compressed posture. Like all representatives of the lower sector, she was really trusted to manage the dorm with such an attitude? He does not like it at all. After a while, Luca noted that they seemed to know each other well. Giselle said that she thinks so. They just entered the academy at the same time. The protagonist asked, does she dislike her? After which the protagonist thought that she decided to just ignore him. Giselle called Barbara the craziest girl in the Crady Academy, and Barbara still strives to get closer to her. He became curious, but still, it is none of his business. The main thing for him is to hold out here for 2 months, and then he will be officially recognized as an aristocrat. He shouldn't worry about all the little things. After a while, MC thought, sitting on the bench, that he thought so. But while he had been attending these boring classes for a whole week, he decided that it would still be interesting to get involved in their relationship. In this dreary place intended for prim nobility, he had nothing to do anyway. Even Fenrix would refuse to fight him, citing the fact that he would be too embarrassed to lose. At this rate, he would quickly lose his dexterity. He really wants to fight. Thoughts of arranging a massacre torment his mind. After all, he is a living weapon. Perhaps when he was an intern, he was injected with something to increase aggression. This curse, his hands are simply itching with the desire to fight. He does not care who it is. He begs, just give him a reason to fight. At that moment, Enrico Lacan, a student, shouted at him, saying that he was an Imperial Guard trainee. Luca looked at him in confusion. He noted that he had been hanging out with Giselle for a whole week. What kind of relationship did they have? The protagonist asked with a smirk. Why did he have to answer that question? Did he really fall in love with her? Enrico gritted his teeth, blushing. The protagonist thought, was he serious? Of all people, did he fall in love with her? The MC asked what he saw in that fool. He furiously shouted, throwing himself at him, that he was just trash, who should immediately take back his words about her. Luca carefully watched his opponent's movement and grabbed his hand with his own, and then grabbed him into the hall, causing the student to scream in pain. The protagonist sighed heavily and thought that he could not believe that he took out his anger on a weak person. He had to calm down. After a while, Enrico asked, wiping away his tears, so there is nothing between him and Giselle. The protagonist noted that this is exactly it. He wants to know one thing from him. He asked why he should answer. MC thought that he was really annoying him and wanted to beat him up again, but that could wait. Luca said, holding back his anger, that he would tell Giselle that he was a cool guy. By the way, why does Giselle hate Barbara so much? Enrico said that it has always been like this. It's just that the witch cursed her. The protagonist asked what he was talking about. He stated that Barbara is a witch. Everyone who gets close to her gets into unpleasant incidents with crazy androids. These same androids, artificial intelligence that should not fail, just go crazy. This phenomenon was even given a name, Barbara's curse. The protagonist noted that even if such incidents happen to her more often, he does not think it is because of Barbara. Enrico said that it was scary. Would someone who was fully aware of the danger she posed to others try so desperately to make friends? That was why so many people avoided her. And that was why she was the head of the dorm. A position without any advantages, but with extensive responsibilities. MC thought, so she was not appointed head because of her outstanding skills? he said, pointing his index finger to the side, that he could look at it himself. At that moment, the female students poured a bucket of water on Barbara. They said with a smirk that they apologized to her, they did it by accident. They could wash her clothes, she just needed to give them to them. Barbara asked in surprise, did she really have to do that right here? She was fine, she would just change in her room. Kalesa Kano screamed. Did everyone hear that? Crazy Barbara just went and refused their kindness. Then she said threateningly that she needed to hand over her things right now. She would thoroughly clean her clothes. She closed her eyes, trying to hold back the shaking in her hands. Luca looked at her and thought that now he understood what had caused her wet hair on the day of their meeting in the dorm. She was forced to wash herself and run to him. Luck was on her side today. The protagonist thought, using his skills, that he had already reached the limit where he could not control himself. After Kalesa screamed in fear, the protagonist said that they should stop and leave her alone. The students asked if he even understood what he was getting into. MC said that it did not matter to him, even if they were girls. He would beat them up without a twinge of conscience. They looked at him in fear and then left irritated. Barbara called him by name and embarrassedly said that she was grateful to him. Luca chuckled and thought, are they now close enough for him to be attacked by crazy androids? After a while, Enrico screamed in fear that he had threatened Kalesa. He shouldn't have gotten involved with her. The protagonist thought he had dragged him away in such a hurry that he wondered what he was trying to say. The protagonist said he knew who it was. However, her mediocre family was no threat to him. He shouted that it was only on the surface. The Kano clan had a gang in the lower sector that made money for them through illegal trade. As they spoke, they were already looking for a way to catch him. The MC remarked that he really hoped they would succeed because he found this pace of life very boring. Enrico said he should be careful. They were known to deal mercilessly with anyone who showed even the slightest bit of respect to Kalesa. Even Barbara was caught for the same reason. The guy who was dating Kalesa was under Barbara's curse. Luca said he would try to remember that. Then Giselle came and skied at him in displeasure. The protagonist asked if he wanted to say hello to her. He liked her, didn't he? Enrico blushed and cried out in surprise. He said that he was glad that he could admire her from afar. He just had to say something nice about him. They would see each other later, after which she noted that he already had a friend. The protagonist said that you could say that. This guy's name is Enrico. He is a nice and kind person. She asked irritably, could this really be true? Personally, he gives her the creeps. No matter how she looks at him, he is always hanging around her. MC thought that he was asking Enrico for forgiveness. He just has no chance with her. Sometime later, in the professor's office, Gita Alburn, the dean, asked, turning to Luca, did he really throw a dagger at a student? Even if it was a penknife, he would still be in big trouble now. He knows he's bored here, but he has to try to fight it. The protagonist thought that Jeed was in charge of the Imperial Guard trainees. The protagonist said he understood that. The MC thought, as expected of a retired Imperial Guard, he didn't press him. Guy pointed out that the students here weren't trained to fight, so he was like a wolf thrown into a pen of careless peasants. Lucas said that they were asking for it, even though they knew a wolf could bite. He said with a laugh that he now understood why Hemelas was so interested in him. In the end, these students would become the elite of the bureaucracy, and soldiers like them would be their obedient dogs. Although these students seemed like innocent people to him now, they were essentially the same monsters. They were monsters worse than wolves. Youth was fine, but he shouldn't get too carried away with these things. The protagonist said he'd take that into account. Afterwards, the protagonist thought that he had come here to disperse monsters. MC chuckled and thought that he had come to deal with the witch's curse. Sometime later, near the forest, late at night, Luca thought that this was the path behind the training grounds. The curfew had long since arrived. Everyone should know by now that he had protected Barbara. And if those rumors about the curse were true, then it was time for it to take effect and bring a crowd of angry androids to him. Suddenly, a bandit appeared behind him and asked if it was he, Luca, the Imperial Guard trainee who had been sent to the academy. The protagonist thought that only weak people were flocking to him for now. The protagonist asked, while the bandit's henchmen surrounded him, if he had any business with him. He noted that it was just a greeting from Kalisa. Such was the rule of the Kano clan, to warmly greet those who caused them trouble. He wouldn't report to his superiors that his students beat him up, would he? He was an incredible Imperial Guard trainee after all. MC thought they were only capable of talking. Did he really think he could hit him at least once? The bandit said he would give him a chance. He should kneel down and apologize to Kalisa. She said she was ready to forgive him this way just once. Lucas said that in that case, he would also give them a chance to leave here while they were still unharmed. After all, children who had never been in a real fight were no match for him. He got furious and shouted, rushing at him, "What's wrong with that?" The bandit raised his hand to hit and shouted that he was going to get it now. The protagonist thought, so he has high-class prosthetics? These are too good things for such trash. He shouted that he could try to dodge the blow. At the last moment, there was a mechanical clank and a red light. An android appeared, who asked, after greeting them, if they needed help. The bandit shouted, "What's the matter? Did they really not prepare well?" They said that no patrols were expected at this time. The henchman said that androids should not come here at all. They themselves do not understand where this came from. He shouted, pointing his index finger at Luca, that today, he was free. They would postpone their greeting procedure for another day. He was not so crazy as to start a fight in front of an android. It was time for them to leave here. The android continued to ask if they needed help. The henchman said, "Kick this device, that he should leave it alone." The android said that this could not be. Then in an instant, he destroyed the henchman, who managed to kick him. The bandit looked at this dumbfounded. The android made a sharp jerk and rushed to attack. He looked at Luca in fear, and at that moment the protagonist hit the device, throwing it back. The bandit shouted that this was Barbara's curse. It really exists, it's real. MC said that the students of Cradia Academy shouldn't blindly believe in curses. The android rushed at Luca, and the protagonist thought it's using up all its powers, which is why it only lasts for a few minutes, right? He should have seen this coming. In order to defeat it, they had to charge this device to full. This isn't a technical glitch. This is human mischief. The protagonist chuckled and thought, is it time to have some fun? Bennett lunged at him, but MC dodged and thought with a grin that it was a deadly blow, albeit a reckless one. Does this have a top-notch combat program built into it? It even has metal claws. If he misses one of these, he'll be in the hospital for a week. However, even so, he's not that impressed. He wants more that can wake up his dopamine. Luca kicked the android, and then he thought that this device is clearly more than a simple android. It should live up to his expectations. After a while, the android lost sight of him, and the protagonist appeared behind it and said that this was a complete disappointment. The bandit watched the fight with horror on his face. The protagonist dealt critical damage to the android and asked how it was different from average warriors if it was distracted. The android said that he was requesting support. MC's face changed and said that he thought it was going to kill him. Maybe this warm-up is enough? It's time to get serious. Luca thought that this was not enough to quench his bloodlust. He ran away in fear. The protagonist noticed, looking at the back of the fleeing bandit, that this was annoying. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated him. A transport with patrolmen arrived. After some time, the protagonist sat on a bench and thought that after that incident, the security forces asked him to help in the investigation. MC remembered a conversation with Gillian Campbell, an investigator of the security forces, who said that it was obvious that the villain behind the androids was within the walls of the academy. They needed to identify suspects. The aristocrats hated being checked, but in the face of a murderer, they would not mind. Luca noted that he mentioned the aristocrats. He was so sure that the murderer was not from the lower sector, he stated that it could not be. There was no way they could bypass the defense system and hack the closed security system of the academy. The protagonist noted that he was an ordinary student. Why did he think that he would be useful in the investigation? Gillian said that not everyone can master Archie's Victima. It requires exceptional intuition. However, he did it, which means he is perfect for the role of an investigator. The protagonist thought, how did he know? He noted that he had an interesting expression on his face. He wanted to clarify something. Archie's Victima users are important enough to be added to a separate list. And, naturally, special attention is paid to those who are still learning. In other words, people like him. MC asked why that was. Gillian said that he could get the answer to that question from the one who taught him this technique. Luca wondered who this Kinuan was. After a while, Giselle loudly called his name. She shouted irritably, "What is he doing? Does he at least understand what she is risking for disobeying her father's orders?" She told Barbara not to approach him, and she did not listen to her. The protagonist noted that he personally cannot calmly watch a crowd mock one person. Giselle shouted, "Is he serious? Does he mean to say that he will continue to get into trouble?" The protagonist said that if she is pestered again, he will be forced to intervene. She shouted that she would meet with Kalesa and try to negotiate with her. A compromise could be found through negotiations. MC thought that this was even interesting. Why was Giselle trying so hard to smooth things over? He realized that her words about a compromise being found through negotiations meant only one thing. She was sure that Kalesa would submit to her. Luca said that he agreed. Then he would also try to talk to her. He was also not eager to fall into the commander's disfavor. The protagonist thought with a grin that he also wanted to check something else. After a while, Kalesa shouted irritably that she had said that Barbara had hit her boyfriend first. The protagonist crossed his arms and said with a smile that, however, she did not seem like the type to allow such a thing. Was she sure that she had not sent her boyfriend to Barbara on purpose? She asked, dumbfounded. What was he talking about? MC asked if he could refuse when she had threatened him with her bandits. She did the same to him. A screen appeared on the chessboard with a recording of the situation from the forest. Luca asked. She just needed an excuse to bother Barbara, right? Kalesa shouted in anger that he should shut up. She did nothing wrong. Did he understand that? Giselle said that she should calm down. She shouted, how could she? She furiously said that she should stop. Or was she going to ignore her words? Kalesa looked down, gritting her teeth. Giselle said, turning to Luca, that he should give them time to talk alone. The protagonist said as he left the room that he did not mind. After which the protagonist thought that, as he expected, Giselle was leading Kalesa. However, one unresolved question still remained. Why doesn't Giselle just order Kalesa to stop bullying Barbara? He will only be at the academy for a few months. It would be easier than starting conversations between him and Kalesa. Is he wrong? After a while, Giselle said with a heavy sigh that she still hoped that Kalesa would not make a scene, and he would not get into trouble. MC said that he was just testing one theory of the investigation, that androids could only be hacked by members of the aristocracy. Kalesa was just the right suspect, given her hatred of Barbara. She asked who he thought he was. He should stop playing detective. There were enough investigators assigned to this case. Why was he getting involved in this? Luca said that he was sure these investigators were having a great time interrogating aristocrats. Giselle asked with irritation, was he laughing at her? The protagonist noted that he was just telling the truth. He thought it was a bit like her shutting Kalesa up with a few words. She said that family affiliation meant a lot in the world of aristocrats. Kalesa was simply in no position to ignore her, that's all. The protagonist asked, so she can just order Kalesa to bully Barbara? Giselle asked, what is he hinting at? MC noted that it's just that the one who hates Barbara suddenly has a pawn at hand that can solve the problem, so she used her resource. That's exactly what he was hinting at. She grabbed his clothes and said that he should talk less. Giselle screamed, shaking her hands. Was his head also made of metal like his prosthetics? Then Giselle said, lowering his clothes, that she apologized to him. She shouldn't have done that. She said, crossing her arms and moving away from him, that if he meddled in something that wasn't his business again, he should be prepared for the consequences. Luca thought that, given the circumstances, Giselle was the most suspicious. However, something didn't add up. Why did she look so scared then? Archie's victima only confused him. After some time, the protagonist was sitting on a bench next to Barbara. Afterwards, she handed him some sandwiches and said that they were for him. The protagonist asked, what for? Barbara said that he saved her from Kalesa. It was a token of gratitude. And while he was at the academy, she had a favor to ask. She shouted, would he mind if she cooked for him? MC said that he would refrain from such an offer. He would not want any unnecessary misunderstandings. Barbara sadly lowered her head. She whispered that she was not at all against such misunderstandings. Luca wondered, did she really like him? Although it was still wrong. The protagonist asked, calling her by name, why was she trying to get closer to him if she knew perfectly well that this would lead to the pursuit of crazy androids? She didn't care that he would be in danger? Barbara said, blushing, that of course it wasn't so. It's just that what can she do? She doesn't even know why this is happening. The protagonist thought that she seemed to be hiding her true intentions well. He had to provoke her emotions. The MC asked if she knew that Kalesa had been bullying her on Giselle's orders, and Giselle wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted. She noted that she knew it very well. Luca thought in surprise, so she really knew it? The protagonist asked if she knew why Giselle hated her. Barbara's expression changed, and she asked with a creepy smile, addressing him by name and throwing sandwiches on the floor. Why should she tell him this? After the protagonist thought that he just wanted to see how Barbara would react to the provocation. However, her reaction completely confused him. At that moment, Professor Guidi's words about monsters came to his mind. Barbara was just such a monster. After some time in the protagonist's room, Jillian said that he met Kalisa's boyfriend. Or rather, her ex-boyfriend. As he suspected, Kalisa had intentionally set him on Barbara. He had learned about his family, his personality, his skills, so he had no chance to disobey Kalisa from the start. Appointing him as an investigator was the right decision. MC thought he understood now. So Kalisa had done it, so he would have an excuse to bully Barbara. Luca asked if he named a suspect. Would he have enough power to check that person? He said he had plenty of power. Although if the suspicions were not justified, it would be quite risky. The protagonist said that he was more principled than he thought. Jillian said that it was not that. It was just that his case was already the 6th, and with a fatal outcome. He just wanted to find these scum who thought they could do anything. The protagonist asked if he was investigating Barbara. He asked if he really suspected her. As he had already said, she was from the lower sector. She's just a student at the academy. It is simply impossible for such a person to break through the Academy's defense system and gain access to the android's control. MC asked what makes him think that it is possible for aristocrats? Jillian noted that they are a different matter. An aristocrat can interfere even at the stage of production or distribution of androids. There have been cases of outbidding, for money or through influence. He is not entirely sure if it is important, but Barbara was sponsored by the Custoria family. Luca was surprised by this news and said that it sounds very important. He should think about it. After the connection was completed, the protagonist thought that it seemed like he would soon be able to put the information together into a general picture, although it is difficult to do so now. If he could simply torture Barbara, everything would be much easier. And now he has to dig through all this mess. It's just a curse. The protagonist stated that he will have to talk to her openly. After a while, MC thought that the aristocrats still live in an eternal competition, perhaps to curry favor with their families. Ile told him that stupid aristocrats are forced to live in the shadows because they are treated like idiots. After which Luca saw Giselle and thought, so she has a hardworking side? That's not bad at all, considering her bad personality. After a while, Giselle asked what brought him here. To her surprise, the protagonist said that he wanted to see her. She shouted indignantly, has he completely lost his mind? The protagonist noted that, to paraphrase her language, perhaps his neurons are damaged. Giselle asked, he won't just leave her alone, right? He should get straight to the point. She is also busy. MC looked around carefully and said that they should come to an agreement. From now on, she will not hide anything from him or lie. Giselle crossed her arms and noted that someone got too used to the role of a detective. Lucas stated that he officially asks her for help because she said that she hated to mention it, but he shouldn't forget that she was the daughter of the Imperial Guard's chief captain. The protagonist said that he was able to find out that the Custoria family sponsored Barbara. Is that why she was trying to force her out of the academy? The protagonist thought that he wouldn't even bother if the chief captain cared about such things. Giselle stated that she thought that the fact that she had her curse was enough to hate her. They used to be friends. The MC noted that if they were really friends, she would have tried to deal with her curse. She said that they weren't that close. Is he happy now? Luca revealed that the Academy's security forces are treating the android's madness as deliberate malice, and so far, she is the prime suspect. Giselle screamed in fear that she herself is a victim of this curse. The protagonist noted that this is a common tactic of attackers, to divert suspicion from themselves by pretending to be a victim. She has all the resources to check this. Family, knowledge, skills. She said that he really has gone crazy. She asks him not to investigate this case further. The protagonist said that she should calm down. In fact, he does not suspect her. He just asks to let him know if she knows anything. That's all he asks of her. Suddenly, MC noticed Barbara, who opened the door. She said that she was just looking for Luca. Barbara said with a smile that he was not in the usual places, so she began to worry about him. The protagonist thought tensely, how did she manage to find him? He did not feel any surveillance. Did he miss something? He is confident in his skills, and with such a face, she does not look like a victim of bullying at all. Especially in front of Giselle, who most likely arranged this bullying. He only needs 10 minutes to figure everything out, but he is not even given that? How he wants to grab Barbara and start interrogating her. The protagonist shouted, holding back his rage, that he was already scared by her fake smile. She asked in fear, why is he saying such a thing? Barbara said in a trembling voice that she has feelings for him. It was he who saved her from Kalesa. If he got something wrong, they can just discuss it. MC grabbed a metal chair with his hand and threw it at the wall, next to the student. Giselle shouted, why did he do that? Luca said that he was still just trying to relieve his boredom. However, he had enough. Barbara treated him like an idiot. She cried, covering her face with her hands. Then Barbara said her name and said, with a changed face, that she had no idea what he was talking about. Giselle looked at her with horror, crossing her arms. She walked past her and put the box of food on the table. Barbara said that she would leave food for him. She hoped that he would like it, after which she came up and patted Giselle on the shoulder with her hand, while Lady Custoria continued to tremble with fear. Barbara whispered in her ear that she was always glad to see her. Giselle clenched her teeth in fear and was afraid to move. After which Barbara said before leaving that they would see each other again. After a while, Giselle could not stand on her feet and sat down on the floor. Luca thought that this explained everything. Who was the real villain and what was this innocent relationship between them? The protagonist addressed her by name. Giselle said that he should not ask anything. He just had to calmly finish his studies and leave this academy. She begs him about it. She covered her face with her hand while there was a beautiful sunset outside the window. The system window notifies that a call is incoming for Giselle Custoria. Luca put his hand to his ear and thought that after that incident, Giselle has been avoiding him. That day, he reported the incident to the captain. The protagonist decided that this case was already beyond his control, but he received an unexpected answer. MC remembered the past, how the captain said that he leaves it to MC. Luca must continue to act as he sees fit, as always. The protagonist came out of the memories and thought that the guards would have dealt with this faster. Why did the captain leave everything to him and just watch from the sidelines? Although this concerns his own daughter. But orders from his superiors are not discussed. Such is the inevitable fate of a guard cadet. Luca is sure that they have already made their own great plans beyond his understanding. How annoying it is, to be honest. The protagonist snorted and noted that she was not answering again. He thought that it was obvious that Barbara was the main spy, but the investigator believes that someone from the lower sector is not able to manipulate androids. MC remembered the past. The investigator asked, does the protagonist suspect her? As he already said, she is from the lower sector. Just a student, it is simply impossible for such a person to break through the Academy's security system and gain access to control androids. Luca came out of the memories and wondered how then Barbara was able to gain access to control androids. They are another matter. An aristocrat can interfere even at the stage of production or sale of androids. Some time ago, Barbara entered the room and clarified, so it was Giselle who ordered Calissa to mock her? At the present time, MC exhaled heavily. He thought that if his deduction does not fail him, this is still a headache. Now only a meeting with Giselle can confirm something, but how can he do it? Enrico happily ran up to Luca and asked if the protagonist had talked to Giselle about him. MC looked at him smiling and replied that of course. After some time, Giselle asked if this was his important business. Enrico, holding a bouquet in his hand, could not answer, and Giselle clarified that if it came to that, she could tell. She irritably said that she was not interested in him. Even more, she found him unpleasant. Giselle asked him to stop spinning around her, and Enrico burst into tears. He ran through the arch at great speed, leaving behind streams of smoke. Luca mentally apologized to Enrico. He would make it up to him later somehow. The protagonist came out from behind the wall with a stern look. He turned to Giselle, and she looked at him with fury and noted that this irritated her. Giselle said that she could not do this anymore. She will tell her father about his impudence. Luca seriously said that it makes no sense. He has already reported that she is involved in what is happening. Giselle was stupefied and screamed. The protagonist told her father. How much did he tell him? MC replied that he was not obliged to report to her. Giselle turned around, put her hand to her head and groaned in pain. She said in despair that her reputation and position in the family, everything that she had protected until now, all in one moment. Giselle did not finish speaking and quickly turned around. She, crying with anger, grabbed the protagonist by the clothes and screamed that it was all his fault. If MC had not interfered, this would not have happened. This is all because of him. Luca calmly clarified that it was not too late. She could tell him everything she knew. Then he would be able to help. Giselle asked him not to say strange things and asked what a simple cadet could do. The protagonist asked, what if he soon becomes part of the Castoria family? Giselle asked sternly, what did he say? MC asked, isn't it strange to appoint an aristocrat to accompany him to the academy? He himself is ashamed to say this, but he is considered a rare talent. He even has a medal for military merit. And most importantly, the chief centurion noticed him. If Luca is accepted into the Castoria family, his word will matter, and no matter how much Giselle disgraces herself, he will support her. Giselle asked, was he serious? MC replied that he needs to prove himself in this investigation to increase the chances of being adopted by the chief centurion. When they have the same goal, trust appears naturally, right? Giselle smiled tensely and laughed. Her legs instantly trembled, and Luca grabbed her shoulders. He squeezed her hand, and Giselle turned her head to the side and said that she controls the androids. Barbara's curse, she created it. After some time, they are sitting on the stairs. Giselle, looking down, sadly clarified that, to be honest, Barbara really was her first real friend. Not just a comrade, but the one to whom she was ready to open her soul. 3 years ago, Giselle became interested in the one supported by her family. That's how she and Barbara met. At first, she considered her a friendly, smart girl. Luca thought that she was emotionless. But it turns out that she was made that way. Giselle said that it all started with basic jealousy. Boys were actively interested in Barbara. She was popular because of her bright appearance and smile, and Giselle did not want to share her only friend with men. What a fool she was. At first, Giselle just wanted to scare that guy out of envy. For this, she assembled a robot similar to an android. And how did it all lead to the current situation? The protagonist, after listening to her, thought that Giselle had programmed the robot with a voice card, telling the boy to stay away from Barbara. She ordered it to follow him everywhere at night. Only this little joke got out of hand. The boy fell and seriously injured his skull. Due to complications, he had to drop out, and Giselle, horrified, hurried to get rid of the robot. But since a person was hurt, she could not avoid the investigation. Giselle sadly said that when the investigation began, the first person to find out what she had done was Barbara. After all, she often assembled robots in her presence. Noticing her fear, Barbara suggested a good idea. If Giselle became a victim, no one would suspect her. Luca clarified, so she volunteered to become the second victim of the curse? Giselle confirmed this and continued that she was then assigned to repair androids. There she installed the chip that Barbara gave her into them. Giselle didn't know how exactly it worked, but after installing the chip, the android started chasing her like it was crazy. That's how she was declared the second victim. The protagonist noted that this is where Barbara's curse began. Giselle sternly raised her head and clarified that Barbara had been acting strange since then. She started asking to do some strange things. She said that to commit a good crime, you need to become a school outcast, and that the victims must be regular. MC thought that Giselle had fallen into a trap. Barbara was manipulating Giselle and intentionally making the incident that was supposed to slowly die down more serious, all so that Giselle would ultimately not go anywhere. Giselle's eyes clouded over, and Barbara, smiling madly, asked through the communicator their secret. Did her friend tell the guy? Barbara called her a traitor and said that Giselle was only hers. Luca fearfully wondered how she hacked Giselle's communicator. It must have a high level of protection. His instincts are screaming at him to leave immediately. And that sound, it's not coming from the communicator. It's the distinctive activation sound. Giselle quickly turned her head to the side and called out to the protagonist. He instantly jumped to the side, covering her with himself from the bullet. They landed behind a column, leaving a trail of smoke behind them. MC clenched his teeth and exhaled. He took off his jacket and tore a piece of it with his teeth. Luca bandaged the wound on his body with a piece of cloth and thought that this would be enough to stop the bleeding. He was most likely shot down by an attack drone. If the protagonist develops maximum speed, it won't be difficult to catch the drone, but the wound in his side will only get worse. The only weapon he has with him is a pocket knife. MC thinks that no one noticed anything because of the silencer, which is already problematic. Luca wrinkled his nose in rage and thought that he would kill that damned fool. Giselle put her hand to her head and the protagonist paid attention to her. She asked with concern, did the guards not even feel pain? The protagonist exclaimed that of course he felt it, and clarified, what a stupid question. Many bullets flew past MC, and Giselle covered her ears with her hands in great fear and screamed. Luca thought tensely that if only he knew the exact location of the drone. He quickly turned his head and paid attention to Giselle's mouth. The protagonist turned to her and Giselle opened her eyes. MC asked if she had a mirror. After a while, the drone's reflection appeared in the mirror. Luca thought that he saw it and quickly ran out from behind the column. He threw a knife at the drone with great force and powerful explosions thundered. The protagonist ran to the column with great speed and hid behind it. MC wondered what was wrong with the communicator. He called out to Giselle through the communicator and asked if the connection was working. She was sitting near the second column and heard a hissing sound in the communicator. Giselle put her hand to her mouth and without confirming this, exclaimed that the reception and transmission, everything was being jammed. Barbara called Giselle into the communicator and asked, she protected her, and her friend betrayed her? And he, Luca, she liked him. The protagonist immediately grabbed Giselle by the hand. He brought her hand to his ear, and Barbara said that she hoped that he would despise her even more. MC pressed his finger on Giselle's palm, and the connection with Barbara was broken. Luca asked Giselle not to listen to this fool, and clarified that perhaps this whole situation. He paused and thought that now was not the time to make guesses. Giselle, wrapped in lightning, shook and said that she was in pain. The protagonist put his hand on her hair and looked away, and thought that first he needed to get to a safe place. After some time, Fenric said that he was already there. Luca called out to him and the comrade turned his head to the side. Fenric noticed that this is where the protagonist was. MC asked how the comrade received an order from above. Fenric noted that it was bad to be loved. He didn't even know about this operation. MC clarified that he did too. Giselle asked them to stop and screamed. Do they really think that her father planned all this? Fenric confirmed this in surprise and replied that the order came from the chief centurion. She lowered her head in great fear and quietly said that this couldn't be. Did her father just use her as a consumable? Luca, looking at the shaking Giselle, thought that, as he expected, it was hard for her to accept this. Yes, she is the daughter of the chief centurion, but she is still an ordinary civilian, and her father treated her like a tool. No wonder she is in shock. Even though Giselle is an aristocrat, he still feels sorry for her somehow. Fenric clarified, is it serious? The protagonist with a bleeding wound in his side asked what could be more serious than her corpse being found tomorrow. Fenric smiled, waved his hand and said that if his comrade says so, there is nothing to be done. He asked MC to take it and clarified, Luca can't move too quickly yet? The protagonist smiled, took the gun, and asked his comrade not to worry. Fenrix put his hand to his ear and said into the microphone that right now, he, Luca, and Giselle. Suddenly, a bullet shot through his hand. The comrades instantly ran to the sides and a bright explosion thundered. The protagonist thought that the shot was from a close range, but he still did not notice it, so that the cadet of the Imperial Guard did not notice anything. MC does not believe that Barbara's skill level is so high. Republican, Rick Silva Nunez called out to them and clarified, maybe they should talk? Luca tensed up and thought, isn't it Barbara? Rick clarified that if he really wanted to rip their heads off, one of them would already be lying dead. Fenrix pulled his foot out of his boot and turned to the side. The protagonist wondered if the man knew who they were and still wanted to talk. Rick exclaimed that he knew very well. They were cute and little cadets. He didn't have much time, so it was better to get straight to the point. Rick ordered Giselle to be handed over to him, and she shook in fear. MC put his hand on her shoulder and asked if Rick wanted to kidnap her and demand a solid ransom. Rick replied that the princess just needed the girl. He wasn't thrilled himself, but you can't argue with the princess. Rick noted that he hoped that at least he would listen to the voice of reason. Luca jumped out from behind the column with rage, raising his gun, and wondered what this meant. Fenrix. The protagonist looked at the light hand holding Fenrix by the throat. Rick looked at MC with the intention of attacking. Luca hid behind a pillar in a daze and thought it was a combat suit that could completely camouflage his body. That's why they couldn't detect him. It would be hard enough. Giselle grabbed his hand, and the protagonist looked at her. He squeezed her wrist and said that he would buy time. As soon as MC gave the signal, she should run without stopping. Giselle wanted to answer something, but Luca furiously covered her mouth with his hand and yelled that there was no time to argue. The protagonist ordered her to do as he said. MC counted to 3 and ordered her to run. Giselle closed her eyes and quickly ran to the side. Luca ran out from behind the pillar, raising his gun. He fired instantly, but the enemy dodged the bullets with lightning speed. The protagonist wondered what kind of reaction speed this was. Rick, ducking from a flying bullet, noted that does the protagonist know, and he himself does not want to kill the younger ones. MC was stunned and wondered what he meant by junior. Rick appeared behind Luca, put his hand on his shoulder and clarified. Is the protagonist surprised that he is senior to him in rank? He kicked MC aside with great force and ordered him to pull himself together, otherwise he will die. Luca wondered, this is not just an extremist but a retired imperialist? He should focus on the fight, but instead he is distracted by various unnecessary things. This guy wants to kill him so that he can calmly grab Giselle later. If MC continues to act openly, he will definitely lose. He needs to think of something urgently. Luca mentally asked himself to think. He used his ability and calculated his further actions. The protagonist thought that he would borrow the Fenrix sword. MC threw the gun aside with great speed and turned in the air to grab his comrade's sword. Rick clarified, did the protagonist aim at the sword from the very beginning, without even looking at it? Is MC by any chance practicing Archi's Victima? Luca instantly raised his sword and blocked the enemy's attack. Rick kicked the protagonist with great force and threw him aside. Rick yelled that it was true. Killing MC would be excessive. He was just joking, and that complicates everything. Luca, breathing heavily from fatigue, thought that the enemy's behavior had changed. What is so special about Archi's Victima that it makes him hesitate? No, more importantly, does the protagonist even have a chance? Maybe Giselle has already managed to escape? This is a curse. He can't concentrate because of his worries. Rick, not letting MC finish his thought, asked the child to just retreat. He asked the protagonist not to sacrifice his life on the altar of recklessness. Luca exhaled and thought that the enemy might think he is joking, but thanks to the arrogance of the enemy, it begins to dawn on him. Neither his wounds, nor his personality, nor even Archi's Victima mattered at all now. The only thing that mattered now was that the enemy was really starting to irritate him. The protagonist jumped up in rage, raising his sword, and did not get hit by the enemy's attack. He stopped and raised his weapon and rushed into battle. Rick noted that the protagonist had such a level at such an age, and yet MC was ready to give his life for the Empire? The wound on Luca's side opened up, but he swung his sword in rage without paying attention to it. Rick clarified that the protagonist really decided that he would not kill him. MC confidently said that the Empire had nothing to do with it. He hit the ground with his weapon. Luca, with blood flowing from the wound, added that the enemy was just irritating him so much that it was already personal. Rick laughed and noted that this was a rebellious streak. The protagonist really did not look like a typical imperialist. Rick felt that they would meet again, so it wouldn't hurt to introduce myself. He gave a fake name, Rick Kaiser, and specified that he was a Republican. MC asked, so he is an extremist? Rick specified that if the protagonist insists, he can at least call him a resistance fighter. Luca grinned irritably and said that it sounded weird. The opponent raised his hand and asked, "Does the protagonist really think so?" He headed towards MC and rose up in the air a little. Rick approached Luca with great speed and hit him in the chest with his fist. The protagonist's arms and legs instantly came off, and the opponent grabbed him by the throat with his hand. Rick lifted him up and said that he was giving him one last chance and ordered him to beg for mercy. MC grinned confidently and spat in the opponent's face. Rick specified that if the protagonist survives, he should say hello to Kinuan and say that he is doing well. Luca thought the last thing he heard was the crunch of his broken neck. A person doesn't experience that every day. Sometime later in the capital's Imperial Guard hospital, Fenrix opened his eyes and turned to the protagonist and yelled that it really hurt. MC grinned while sitting on the bed and replied that it would be painful, of course. He asked his comrade to stop turning his head, and Fenrix grunted in pain. Luca looked away with rage and thought that his comrade's brain had received serious damage, because Fenrix had been lying with a broken neck for too long. The protagonist was a little luckier. Almost immediately after he fell, 4 guards arrived with Giselle. If they hadn't helped him right away, MC would have shared Fenrix's fate. Hemelas entered the ward and asked Luca not to get up. He asked him to lie as comfortably as the protagonist could. The commander squatted down next to MC's bed. Luca said that the Fenrix soldier had done his duty to the end, and the commander sighed thoughtfully. Hemelas clarified that he would like to hear a report. After some time, it got dark outside. The protagonist said that that was all. Hemelas said that the enemy's real name was Rick Silva Nunez, one of the 5 most wanted criminals in the Empire. MC replied that this was the first time he had heard of him. The commander smiled and noted that not all fugitives were written about in the newspapers, especially if they were involved in the Empire's dark deeds. Luca fell into a stupor and thought, does that mean that a good and impeccable empire is still guilty of dark deeds? Hemelas said it would be right to reveal all the details to the protagonist. Operation Juliet had been planned for 5 years. The goal of the operation is to infiltrate the ranks of the leaders of the anti-imperial extremist group Nemesis. The protagonist clarified, infiltrate, not destroy? The commander replied that Nemesis was a strictly isolated organization. Standard methods don't work here. No matter how many people you kill, new ones will appear. Until the core is destroyed, everything is useless. MC asked, does that mean the operation failed? They didn't catch Rick after all. Hemelas grinned, lowered his head and disagreed, saying the plan was successfully completed. Their agent infiltrated Nemesis. Luca clarified, and be more specific. The commander said that Barbara was their agent. Nemesis hired her as a hacker. They had been monitoring her for a long time, trying to attract the enemy's attention, and finally, it paid off. Although Hemelas, to be honest, didn't expect her to be so strange. The protagonist wondered, is that fool on their side? Then what about the people who had to be sacrificed for the operation? Fenrix, whose brain was damaged, Jillian, who wasted time pursuing a false target, even the captain's daughter Giselle, whom Barbara had been tormenting all this time. Are they saying that they were just people, used as expendable material? MC wondered, did Giselle know this? The commander replied that she didn't, and it would be better if she never found out. Luca understands why he is telling all this, right? The protagonist wondered, is destruction all that is left for him? No achievements, nothing, just a miserable ending? Hemelas asked the protagonist to read this and sign it. MC smiled tensely, and the commander welcomed him to the Castoria family. The system window notifies that this is Luca's adoption certificate. After a while, the robot stands behind the protagonist. There are several needles on the table. Luca remembered the past. The commander said that the paperwork would take some time. There are just a couple of stubborn old people in the family. He came out of the memories, and the robot clarified that the protagonist would feel pain and discomfort in the back area for now. Fenrix turned his head to the side and asked, is MC leaving already? Luca put his hand to his neck and replied that he had to go. His comrades stuttered and wished him luck, and the door slammed shut. Sometime later at the guards' academy, the protagonist thought that the witch Barbara was a rather dubious figure. A spy who was specially planted by the Empire into the extremist group Nemesis. MC is not sure if her madness was real or just part of the game. She's definitely a two-faced person. Is it true that she was assigned this mission from the very beginning? Luca stopped and wondered if all of this could be just a coincidence. Rise from the lower sector orphanage, meet Kinuan, study Archie's Victima, and then, those mysterious events at the academy. The protagonist thought that all this time he had been acting of his own free will and choice. Could it be that he had overcome all the hardships of life and the circumstances of his birth not only by his own efforts? MC bit his lower lip with great tension. He took a step and thought that he should not doubt. These were just far-fetched delusions. The captain had opened up to him, but perhaps this was just a test of his loyalty. Luca could not ruin everything now. This was a rare chance to change his life. Kinuan asked if the protagonist had managed to enjoy his youth at the academy. MC replied that he had not even had time to train. What pleasures were there? The instructor smiled while pouring tea and said that he felt sorry for Fenrix. He was unlucky. Fenrix was an outstanding trainee. Luca looked at the tea and wondered if this could be considered ordinary bad luck. He took a sip and, putting down the cup, said that a man named Rick had asked him to say hello to the instructor and that he was doing well. Kinuan calmly replied that he was glad to hear that Rick was okay. He would never have thought that he would become an extremist. The protagonist noted that it sounded like they knew each other well. The instructor smiled and clarified that Rick had been his comrade during his internship. He had surprisingly fast reflexes. To be honest, Kinuan was even surprised that MC had survived the meeting with him. Luca asked if they were no longer in touch. The instructor asked not to misunderstand him and replied that he might be retired, but the Empire still paid his salary. Why on earth would he communicate with an extremist? It seems that Luca did not tell his comrade Chief Captain about this. If the protagonist has suspicions, why not share them with the leadership first? MC replied that because they can execute him on the spot for such a thing, he needed to at least make sure before reporting. Kinuan clarified that if he could be executed for such a thing, it would have happened a long time ago. The instructor scratched his chin tensely and asked what the real reason for his attentiveness was. Luca asked, "What is the real meaning of Archie's Victima?" Kinuan wondered why the protagonist was asking that. MC looked down and replied that the Empire, as it turned out, kept records of everyone who owned that style. That was why Rick hadn't killed him and left him alive. Kinuan brought the cup to his mouth with a shaking hand. He smiled and said that MC had figured it out faster than he expected. For a person of low status, Luca knew a surprising amount. The protagonist understood what that meant. Right? MC sternly replied that he understood it very well. Kinuan began to tell that about 200 years ago, in about 3518, the first uprising against the Empire took place. It was led by none other than the Emperor's first advisor, Noel Naliska. He made a huge contribution to the creation of the Empire, developed many combat theories, including projectile control tactics, as well as methods of fighting with cybernetic prostheses. Noel understood that a full-scale war with the Imperial Army was doomed to failure, so he chose guerrilla tactics. This is where the Archie's Victima appeared. Luca thought with great tension, so out of all the possible combat techniques, he mastered the rebel technique? Kinuan continued that with its help, resistance fighters successfully resisted the Empire for many years. Only those who could master this style could lead guerrilla units and inevitably participated in local battles. The protagonist bit his lower lip and thought that this explains a lot. If this is the leading combat technique of the guerrillas, it has almost no weak points. MC said that considering that they all risked their lives one way or another, no one really cared about the consequences for the brain. The irregular army had no battle formation or standards. That meant they needed a flexible style that could be applied to any unpredictable situation. Kinuan smiled and lowered his head, saying that was correct. Even in the face of large-scale purges, Noel and his minions always found a way to survive. They spread out across the Empire, gathering assistants with whom they would strike at key targets in the Empire. If they were exposed, it didn't matter. Unnecessary people were simply discarded, and the resistance continued. MC thought that everything was starting to make sense in his head now. The rebels disguised themselves as ordinary civilians. Since their prosthetics weren't designed for combat, no one suspected them of being part of the resistance. But Archie's Victima users could fight on equal terms, even without high-tech prosthetics. Even if they were accidentally interrogated, they had nothing to show for it. That's why Rick left him alive, and that's why the Empire keeps a strict record of those who practice Archie's Victima. Luca asked, "But how did the Empire get rid of the rebels then?" Kinuan replied that they simply killed anyone who seemed even a little suspicious. They no longer cared about distinguishing between civilians and rebels. Some regions were simply cut out completely. Because of such extreme measures, even Archie's Victima users could not escape death, but they still allowed the uprising to be suppressed. The protagonist clarified, "Is this the hidden part of the Empire's history?" The instructor said that it is not hidden, but there is no point in including it in textbooks. If you do not delve into history, MC will never know the truth. Luca thought that Noel, once a benefactor of the Empire, suddenly became a traitor. The Empire that staged a massacre and the guard instructor who owns the guerrillas' combat equipment. Kinuan, he asked sternly, so the captain sent him to the instructor, because he suspected Kinuan of being connected to an extremist organization? The instructor clapped his hands and replied that everything was correct. If the protagonist found and provided evidence of his connection to Nemesis, he would quickly be promoted. MC resolutely said that he did not believe that the instructor was collaborating with extremists. He wondered, what kind of behavior was this? Kinuan calmly smiled and clarified, whether the protagonist believed or not, what difference did it make? The main thing was that the captain believed in it. Here was a little hint from Luca. He needed to investigate his past from the times of the lower sector. This would help the protagonist in his promotion. MC wondered how he could remain so calm when he was suspected of collaborating with extremists. And what about the main captain? How much does he know? Could Hemelas have sent Luca to spy on Kinoan, already knowing everything very well? The protagonist stood up from his chair and said that he would definitely report everything he heard today to the head captain. Kinoan replied that they would see each other again, and MC closed the door behind him. After some time, Luca ran quickly down the road. He stopped, leaning his back against the wall. The protagonist clenched his teeth in rage and exclaimed that they were already annoying to look down on him. MC thought that for the captain and Kinoan, he was nothing more than a tool with which they tested each other's intentions. How much longer should he walk through this minefield, where any wrong move is certain death? It was becoming more and more difficult for Kinoan to understand who the instructor was anyway. The sources of information available to the protagonist would not give anything anyway, but he was not going to be a simple puppet. Lucas scratched the wall and said that if he wanted to understand something, he would have to follow his advice. Go to the lower sector to track Kinoan's past. After some time, the protagonist thought that the guard commander sent him to the instructor because he thinks that Kinoan is in cahoots with the extremists. The instructor was absolutely calm about this, despite being aware of these suspicions. Plus, what Kinoan told him then about investigating his past in the lower sector. What was the instructor thinking when he said that? Does he want to lure MC to the lower sector and eliminate him? Get rid of Luca with the help of the Nemesis resistance forces? Or is all this some kind of conspiracy between the instructor and the guard brass, aimed at testing the protagonist? No, MC had already decided that he would not hesitate. It was too late to retreat. He had to do everything possible to track down Kinoan. Luca would not be gotten rid of that easily. He had to be prepared for anything. Step 1. Report on the dialogue that took place between him and Kinoan. The protagonist announced that Instructor Kinoan was openly provoking them. Hemelas crossed his arms and said that Rick had also carried out unofficial orders during his time with Kinoan, so there was a connection between them. Isn't the protagonist interested to simply leave such a suspicious Kinoan unattended until their time? MC clarified that if there were reasons that he shouldn't know, he better close his ears. The captain calmly noted that he was telling the protagonist this precisely because he trusted him. This investigation was an order from above, not just from the guards. These people believed that they could reach the core of the Nemesis criminal group through Kinoan. They must be considering the possibility of his collusion with Rick. Luca asked with interest, but why give such a suspicious person the important role of instructor? Hemelas replied that Kinoan wanted to. The instructor said he would leave the service if he was not given the role of instructor. However, Kinoan is a competent instructor. Did he satisfy the protagonist's interest? MC swallowed and, lowering his head, said that he had spent a lot of time with Kinoan, but frankly speaking, did not notice anything suspicious. The instructor is quite pedantic and never reveals his true motives. The captain asked him to stop looking for excuses and told Luca to do what he can do. So far, only the protagonist is suitable for this role. Over the past 10 years, many other cadets have been sent to Kinoan, but no one has yet gotten as close to him as MC. The instructor clearly likes Luca. The protagonist squeezed his hand and said that then the captain should give him authority beyond the capabilities of a simple cadet. After a while, the plane flies rapidly across the sky. The captain and MC sit opposite each other. Hemelas calmly asked if the cadet is nervous. Luca noted that he would be lying if he said no. He was a little nervous. The protagonist thought that he had told the captain exactly what powers he needed. Free passage between the upper and lower sectors. Permission to carry a personal weapon and some funds for the investigation. And also access to the database, which is given only to the highest ranks. Frankly, he simply did not dare ask for more. Although this is not enough, MC is in a position where he can be killed at any moment. He must try to do everything possible. Some time ago, Luca clarified that this is not something a guardsman should say, but the captain should know that he would not want to die because of such a sad mission, especially since the protagonist learned too much. Hemelas replied that he would be honest. If such an order comes from the leadership, he will erase the evidence of this mission without a trace, even if it means getting rid of witnesses. The captain can promise only one thing. For the sake of the protagonist, he will do everything within his capabilities. That is why he accepted MC into the family. At the moment, Luca thought that in the end, his life now completely depends on the head captain. Hemelas said that he himself is not a fan of such formal procedures, but since they are a family, they should at least introduce the protagonist to his new relatives. MC clarified that if there are any wishes regarding his behavior in front of them, he will definitely implement them. The captain smiled, scratched his chin, and asked Luca to behave as he is used to. He thinks that for his children this will even serve as an incentive. The protagonist thought that he has no idea what Hemelas is thinking. It seems that in order to enlist the proper support, he just needs to overcome this. The captain announced that they are almost there, and MC looked out the window. The plane landed, and Hemelas calmly clarified that he still does not perceive this place as home, although he spent his entire childhood here. After some time in the room, Luca remembered the past. Hemelas asked the protagonist to enter the mansion and rest for now. His room had probably already been prepared. The captain would introduce the protagonist to everyone right away a little later. MC came out of his memories and looked out the window. He thought that everyone was behaving well in front of the head of the house, Hemelas. The thought of standing there was exhausting him. Luca was still no different from the commoners of the lower sector, bowing before those in power. Was this the life the protagonist had so badly desired? There was a knock on the door, and MC turned his attention to it. Giselle clenched her hand into a fist and asked, so he had really become a part of the Castoria family? She put her hand on her chest and clarified that she had to apologize for her unsightly behavior last time. She was overcome with emotion, although even this was just an excuse. It was behavior unworthy of a true member of the Castoria family. Luca asked her to stop and noted that it was normal for civilians to act like that in such a situation. Giselle looked down sadly and said that she had visited Fenrix, but he seemed not to recognize her. The protagonist replied that gratitude was good, but there was no need to blame yourself for what happened. Fenrix had fulfilled his duty as a guard. Giselle asked if he wanted to console her. MC noted that he had simply said it matter-of-factly. He was not that sentimental. Giselle smiled and said that he was like a blue flame. However, it burned stronger and more fiercely than any other flame. Luca thought that she had become softer than she had been. Giselle asked if he remembered what he had said that time, that he would support her if he became part of the Castoria clan. The protagonist smiled and agreed, saying that it seemed that now they could discuss the details. He thought that he liked it. This is exactly how a noble lady of the empire should be. Understand the principles, take and give. Giselle turned to the side and said that she would share some information with him. As payment for what happened, she was sure that her father had told him little. He was not one of those who cared about every little thing. Giselle turned on the hologram and said that the ones MC should be wary of the most were her two older brothers, the first and second sons. Luca's appearance would most likely cause them serious stress. The protagonist noted that he was just an adopted son. Giselle replied that this was not true. No matter what anyone said, Castoria was a military family. If both the first and second sons were not up to the role of the head of the family, then MC as an elite soldier would not have such problems. Even without a blood connection, Luca was a serious threat to them. The protagonist said that if such a possibility existed, of course they would be worried. He thought they could be understood. Giselle agreed and said that both her brothers. MC interrupted her and asked, but what about her? She was very surprised, and Luca asked, does she really not have ambitions to lead the family? Giselle answered that she thought it was none of his business. She definitely has no intention of becoming the head of the family, but if she is threatened by something, she will not sit and do nothing either. What will happen next is no longer her concern. The protagonist said that if the opportunity presents itself, she should take advantage of it. He added with a smile that this was advice from her brother. Giselle was very surprised, and after thinking for a bit, grinned, covering her mouth with her hand. She leaned down and hugged her stomach with her hands and laughed. Giselle, wiping away tears of laughter with her hand, asked, and if the opportunity presents itself, will Luca support her? The protagonist gave her his word, until she becomes his enemy. Giselle shook his hand and said that then they would agree to be allies. She is counting on her older brother, but this is the first and last time she will call him that. The protagonist noted that it is good. He himself does not like shameful nicknames. The clock quickly moved. After some time, the members of the Castoria family are sitting at the table. The maids open the doors for Giselle and MC. Jufa, the second son of the Castoria family, Nikolaos, the first son and wife of the head of the Castoria family, turned their attention to them, so it is he. Luca? She has heard a lot about him. The protagonist thought that she does not like him. He supposes it is obvious. Eva asked him to sit down and said that the head of the house will arrive soon. MC answered his mother that he understood. Giselle approached Luca and whispered in his ear that he should be careful and not give them a reason. His father is not the type to stand up for the protagonist. The door opened, and Hemelas sternly suggested to start the meal. After a while, Hemelas called him the protector of humanity, the father of the nation and the first emperor of their country. He put his hand on his chest and exclaimed that they were praising his majesty. Dinokratia. The family members began to eat. Luca looked at them and thought that, as expected, all eyes were on him. A few minutes ago, the protagonist said that the fact that these two were wary of him meant only one thing. They were aiming for the place of the head of the family. Giselle agreed and noted that most likely they had already collected all the possible information about MC. The eldest son, Nikolaos, refused high-tech prosthetics, which means that his path lies in the bureaucracy. But he is smart and has already established connections with the right people and vassals. The second son, Jufe, cannot boast of special talents. but he is a soldier and expects that this will help him lead the family. The conservatives in their family are on his side. Luca clarified that it turns out that his existence is only a hindrance. Giselle replied that this is exactly it. They will probably try to humiliate him when they meet. They will cling to the past, to MC's behavior, to anything. At the moment, Luca thought that now it was clear why they were watching so closely. Of course, he knows the basics of etiquette, but it seems that Hemelas expects something completely different from him. The protagonist will see if he lives up to Dad's expectations. Giselle, cutting a piece of meat with a knife, turned her attention to the protagonist, who tried to shove the whole piece into his mouth. Jufei, smirking, turned to MC. Luca raised his head and, chewing his food, asked, "What is it?" Yufei replied that he did not want to start with that, but he had to point out his table manners. He did not know how the protagonist was raised, but at least some boundaries should be in place. MC thought that Jufei was so easy to get caught. He did not even realize that this was a game. A typical damn freak. Yufei is clearly annoyed by the fact that Luca has all the makings of an elite soldier. But Nicolaus, the protagonist, is not sure that his brother has not understood his game. Nicolaus does not interfere because he thinks that MC and Jufei are simply dividing the conservative support. It seems that the real rival is Nicolaus. Yufei stood up from his chair and raised his hand, saying that even if his father recognized Luca, this is not customary in the Castoria family. The protagonist interrupted him and noted that he thought it was because even someone like him was better than Jufei, someone who had been in the service for 10 years, but still did not deserve a single medal. In terms of the prestige of the Castoria family, for sure. Jufei was very angry, but did not answer. MC mockingly asked, "So why not compete in real combat, and not in their etiquette? After all, he trained under an outstanding commander." Juf clenched the knife in his hand in anger and barked, "How dare Luca?" Nicolaus asked the protagonist to stop teasing Jufei, and his brother should calm down. Jufei replied that he was only trying to instruct MC like an older brother. Nicolaus clarified that Luca knows how to behave at the table well. He just decided to play. His brother asked, "Isn't that so?" The protagonist calmly cut the steak with a knife and replied that he knew it. He apologized and said that it was his mistake. He was just a little nervous. After all, it was his first time at such a large family gathering. Yufei got very angry when he saw this. Nicolaus said that he heard that Luca received a 7th rank medal in the form of a sword. He himself is not a fighter, but as far as he knows for a cadet, this is quite a serious achievement. The protagonist, looking at Jufei with a smirk, replied that this is one of the most common medals among the guards. Nothing to be particularly proud of. Nicolaus said that he always felt a little ashamed in front of his father for not becoming a soldier, but now MC took it upon himself. It was a relief for him. Jufei slammed his fist on the table in anger and asked if his brother had already ignored him. Nicolaus calmly brought the food to his mouth and replied that his brother had misunderstood him. Juf didn't think that he, his own brother, didn't know what Jufei was capable of, did he? He certainly didn't doubt his future achievements. Jufei clarified that he himself was burdened by this. Because his father was a great commander, his elders were constantly hesitating and didn't let him take part in a real fight. Nicolaus noted that he understood him very well. But you shouldn't look for hidden meaning in an ordinary phrase, should you? The brothers whispered something to each other, and the protagonist grinned. MC thought that the more tense the conversation between Jufei and Nicolaus became, the more clearly the intra-family conflict became apparent, like an old nagging wound. But none of this matters to him. After all, it was for this role that Hemelas accepted him into the family. Surely Dad is smiling happily inside right now. Thanks to Eva's intervention, the tension quickly died down, and the conversation returned to a calm tone. After which, the banquet continued as usual. Eva came out to the guests and formally introduced Luca. They called him Lucaus because his old name was too simple. Not that it bothered him. At the banquet, he was constantly greeted by some friends and vassals of the family. Remembering their names was too tedious. After what happened with Yufei, they already understood that the protagonist had a difficult character. And after endless greetings and a brief exchange of pleasantries with Giselle, this is how his first day in the new family ended. Luca was very surprised and thought that this was what he had hoped for. Hemelas entered the dimly lit room. He approached the protagonist and noted that he knew that MC was not sleeping. Hemelas apologized for coming so late and said that he needed to at least pretend to be neutral. He smiled and sat down on the chair opposite the fireplace. Luca asked if the captain had brought any drinks. Hemelas poured alcohol into a glass and replied that doctors and scientists said that alcohol and cigarettes dull the nervous and hormonal systems, which is not very good for combat. He asked if the protagonist wanted a drink. MC put his hand to his chest and clarified that he did not want to aggravate the risks. Archie's Victima was enough for him. Hemelas took a sip and asked to allow Luca to give one piece of advice, not as a commander, but as a senior. If the protagonist plans to serve for a long time, he should not be so correct. This is the key to the chest called humanity. MC asked if soldiers needed humanity. The captain clarified that the Legion destroyed those who said so first. Luca tensed up and asked if the captain was drunk already. Hemelas laughed and replied that the protagonist could consider this all a welcoming toast. They were celebrating his joining the family. The protagonist could do something that had nothing to do with fighting. Take up a hobby or habit that would only get in the way. Hemelas placed his hand on MC's shoulder and removed it as he headed for the exit. Luca thought it was hard enough for him to hone his skills as it was, and now the captain wanted him to acquire hindering flaws? Wanted him to become like Ile or Kinuan? A person who wavered depending on his emotions? If that wasn't the case, then why would the captain even say such a thing? Luca hung his head sadly and exhaled heavily. He thought that the Hemelas that came to his room, full of imperfections, was not at all like the captain he was used to, giving advice that would not bring even a little bit of benefit. Hemelas was more like a typical dad. The next day at the Castoria house, MC was already busy preparing for the investigation into Kinuan's past in the lower sector, so he didn't particularly enjoy the tour of the family estate. Giselle turned around and said that they were there. She put her hand on the sensor and the doors opened. Luca thought about it. Well, maybe a trip to the equipment room, which took up almost an entire floor. They went inside, and MC asked why she became his guide here. Giselle asked, did he think she just studied mechanical engineering at the academy? In the Castoria house, equipment repair and maintenance is a woman's business. Outsiders are not allowed to do this. Her mother currently runs the warehouse, but it will soon be hers to take over. Luca said that Greece does not suit her. Giselle said she was very good at this. By the way, she takes care of her father's prosthesis herself. MC said, but aristocrats often do not marry for love, and if their relationship is not too good? Giselle answered, that is why she is in charge of armor maintenance. It is a long-standing family tradition, a manifestation of boundless trust, so to speak. Suddenly she stopped and turning around asked, Luca? He was standing in front of the armor and began to peer closely. He clearly sees traces of serious and ancient modifications on all the parts, and the right hand is clearly larger than the left. This is most likely an adjustment for some specific weapon. Giselle asked, was he also staring at this curiosity? This all-mechanical armor is called Scylla. This belongs to the founder of the Castoria family, Ataga. This is her personal battle armor. It is quite ancient and weaker than the Myrmidon, but still pulls up to the family heirloom. One of a kind, there is no other like it. MC thought, the personal armor of the founder of the Castoria house, Scylla. The image of it remained in his memory, as if he took a photo. After a while, Luca and Hemelas walked through the forest. MC asked, Commander, is it normal for the elders of the clan to live in such a remote place? Hemelas replied, it is normal. They themselves do not wish to contact the outside world. Retired elders do not have any influence anyway. Their role is to be advisors and nothing more. MC thought, well, yes, the head of the house cannot be a lapdog. At this moment, Hemelas turned around and said, they are here. They stopped in front of the Silver Moon Pavilion, and Hemelas said, as he already knows, there are 7 elders. Only a few of them are old enough to actually be considered elders. But the very fact that they have survived so much time already speaks of their qualifications. MC wondered if there were those among them who were against the adoption. Hemelas said that 2 votes were against, 4 neutral, and only 1 for. Luca said, most likely, then they were against. Hemelas spoke, silence means that they yielded to the opinion of the head of the house, so in most cases the deciding vote belongs to the leader. Those who oppose his opinion are more likely to simply express doubts. Nothing serious. They started to climb, after which MC turned and grabbed the railing. Hemelas said, they are stronger than they look, so there is no need to worry. MC looked after him carefully, and after a while they already approached the door and Hemelas put his hand on the lock screen. The doors opened and a huge hall with large windows appeared in front of Luca. The elder said, Hemelas is here. Another ordered him to address him properly. The elder asked, but he is his grandson. What kind of ceremony is there? Another elder clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, how old they have become. Hemelas coughed, attracting attention. He said that this boy's name is Lucaus. The elder said, I see, that's what he is like. He looks formidable. He looks like someone who will fight his way to the top, even over the corpses of his parents. The elder told Lucaus to come closer. MC walked up to the bowl and the elder waved his hand and said, closer. Luca stood closer to the elders and one of them put his hand on his face and said, boy, he must live a long life. For this, he must not succumb to chaos that can destroy everything, even if his throat is torn to shreds. MC looked at him carefully and thought, what is he talking about? Is this some kind of veiled warning? He does not understand anything. Luca said, yes, he will do so. The elder waved his hand and then said, enough idle chatter. He suggested getting down to business, head of the house. The second elder sighed and asked, maybe for starters they should send Lucaus? MC turned and walked towards the exit. Hemilas put his hand on his shoulder and said, Lukaus can stay. Luka thought, why? He could very well be in cahoots with Kinoan. If something important is going to be discussed here, why leave him? The elder spoke as the leader wished. After some time, MC and Hemilas were walking back through the forest. Luka asked why he didn't send him away, but continued the conversation. Hemilas looked at him out of the corner of his eye, and then turned away and said that he would have to find the answer himself. So the last day of his stay in the mansion had come. MC went to the door and thought these were 3 long days, which he had imagined completely differently. But finally, it came to an end. All that was left was to sail back. Suddenly, Emilio appeared in front of him and pointed a gun at him. He asked, does he know what father said? That people like him can dodge bullets. Is it true? Luka thought, it looks like Emilio, the eldest son of Nicolaus. What a fearless bastard we got. MC asked, Emilio? He is his uncle, he knows, right? Emilio answered, yes, but he is just a vile mudblood from the lower sector. MC replied that if he didn't let go of the gun, he would beat him so badly that he wouldn't be able to sit on his ass for a week. Emilio asked if he would touch him. Don't make him laugh. Luka closed his eyes and thought, he's worse than a tick, seriously. A snotty little maggot. Emilio pulled the trigger and fired, and the bullet hit next to MC's head. Emilio screamed in displeasure. Why didn't he dodge? MC thought he just knew it wouldn't hit, that's why he didn't twitch. But he seriously went and fired, the psycho. Emilio said that this time it would be better to dodge, okay? Luka kicked him, and Emilio flew down the stairs. He burst into tears, and MC repeated his words, saying that he would tell Dad everything. His uncle tried to kill him. Luka held out the revolver, when suddenly Nicolaus ran out and screamed, Emilio, is he okay? Emilio was crying and calling for his dad. All the maids were looking at them attentively, when suddenly, Nicolaus turned around and ordered Luka to explain what happened. Luka replied that he pointed the gun at the elder, so he taught him a lesson. He needs to be discouraged from doing such things. Nicolaus asked again, pointed the gun? He turned around and asked, Emilio? He grabbed his head and asked, is that it? But, MC interrupted him and asked, but, and if someone had died, would there be room for a but? Nicolaus exhaled and suggested that they talk in private. After a while, they entered the office, and Nicolaus sat down in the chair. He said, okay, Luka? The guys outside probably now think that a serious conflict has broken out between them. Luka asked a question. Did he really use his son to arrange a private conversation so that it would not look like a conspiracy between them? Nicolaus said he was impressed, as expected. He is at least 3 times smarter than Juf. MC replied that Emilio's life was in danger. Nicolaus replied that they could always make more children. He still had enough strength. Why worry about trifles? Luka clenched his fist and thought, his own son's life? Was it a trifle? He turned away and said that they had nothing to talk about with him. Nicolaus said that he knew that he had already made a deal with Giselle, but her knowledge was very limited. For now, Jufe would most likely become the next leader, and if that happened, he might not survive. MC sat down on the chair in front of him and told him to continue. Nicolaus reached for the hourglass and said that he might not say it now, but if he had to choose, all the support would go to Juf. Once he became the leader, the first thing he would do was get rid of him. He considered him a nuisance. If he had overwhelming power like his father, there would be nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, neither he nor Jufe inherited it. Luka said, right, Jufe is clearly no match for him. Why does he think he is at a disadvantage? Nicolaus replied that there are several reasons. Vassals who need a military man to lead their clan, and those who find it easier to understand Jufe's simple nature than his more slippery one. And we shouldn't forget about those who don't like their father, preferring a more accommodating heir. MC widened his eyes in surprise and thought, do they not want a strong leader because they hold a grudge against Hemilas? Then what he saw is not the real Hemilas leader that everyone knows? MC asked. Okay, is that what is required of him? Nicolaus replied, it's simple. He should pretend that they are feuding and gain the reputation and recognition of the family. Luka asked, the stronger he is, the weaker Jufe is, right? Nicolaus replied, exactly. Those who are inclined towards a strong candidate will be drawn to him, as will those who dislike him. Then the number of votes will be equalized, and it will be easier for him to become the head. Luka looked at him carefully and wondered, did he plan all this just a couple of days after his arrival? Did he even put his own son in danger? Giselle wasn't lying when she said that Nicolaus was the spitting image of Hemilas. Nicolaus stood up from his chair and suggested that they should now pretend that they had settled everything. And MC interrupted him and asked what if he gathered enough support to take the head's place. Nicolaus turned around and answered that if he needed it, he wouldn't ask such questions. Even if he did become the head, someone like him would be more useful to him for running this house. Isn't that so? Luka grinned and said that it was interesting, and he wasn't being ironic now. When he was still scavenging through garbage dumps, he thought that aristocrats certainly lived well. Nicolaus said that each of them had their own burden. He was ready to help in whatever he needed. Fortunately, his connections allowed it, and he didn't mind if he shared their conversation with Jizia. Suddenly he threw open the door and shouted, "Luca, he doesn't know who he thinks he is, but if he ignores his brothers, he won't get recognition in the Castoria family." MC sighed and said, "So much for his own burden." After a while, Luca was flying in a spaceship with Hemelas, who was carefully studying the promotion plan. MC was sitting in front of him, looking at a card. He looked away at Hemelas, who asked if he was interested in management work. "Luca?" He said no, not at all. He thought about how his father hadn't looked up from the monitor since they got into the car. Did Hemelas always work so much? While he lived in his house, he tried to live up to his expectations. But now he wasn't sure if Hemelas really wanted this from him. As a father and head of the family, he was very different from the guard commander he knew. If there were so many unclear things left, Suddenly a spirit appeared in front of MC, after which the spaceship quickly flew forward. He thought in fear. Their car was going the wrong way. Hemelas stood up and said, "Don't panic." Their transport ship had been hacked, as he thought. The bandits were probably waiting for them at the crash site. Reinforcements from Akbaran will arrive in 10 minutes. They just need to hold out until then. He took out his weapon and threw it into Luca's hands, who replied that he understood. Should they prepare to land? Hemelas said no, that would make them easy targets for the enemy. But staying here was also risky. For now, they should just land. MC thought in surprise. The guard commander knows how to fly a ship? Well, at such a post, you need to be able to do everything. Hemelas clenched his fist and hit the control panel. He said not to worry. The shockproof gel will protect them from damage in a crash. The ship flew down at high speed, and Hemelas said, "Luca," taking advantage of the moment, he will ask a question. What does he think about what is happening? MC shouted in displeasure. "Commander, he decided to become bait himself." Hemelas answered, "Right, so Barbara will gain more trust from retribution. Need to prepare for the blow." Luca thought irritably, "Horror, this Barbara again?" The spaceship crashed to the ground and caught fire. MC opened the hatch and thought, "Thank God, they survived." But even with the guard commander himself, will they last these 10 minutes? In such a wasteland, without a single shelter? How is that even possible? Hemelas approached Luca and putting his hand on his shoulder said, "They saw them falling, which means they will arrive soon." He put his hand to his head and looked towards the sun. The bandits were visible from the large satellite, so Hemelas took out his weapon and said, "What a blessing that today is clear weather." He pointed the weapon in the right direction and said, "Thanks to this, he can see everything clearly." It managed to recharge at the right moment, after which Hemelas fired. MC covered his face with his hands and thought he was not a helpless victim of an attack. He had deliberately become bait, knowing that he could handle it himself. Hemelas turned around and told him to watch closely. Catching him in combat conditions was a rare chance. After a while, he looked ahead and said that more had survived than he expected. "Luca, you need to be able to calculate the enemy in 21 seconds. He fired forward again, leaving large furrows in the ground. MC thought, screams in the distance and the metallic smell of blood, he had shot the enemy without even seeing him. But how? Luca approached him and asked him not to say that he had fired based on the coordinates from the satellite. Hemelas answered, "Spot on. He was actually the commander of the guard. At least one satellite for personal use is allowed to him." He thought, is this acceptable? Control of a military satellite is access to a huge amount of data. It is the most powerful tactical weapon in the hands of one person. So that's how much power does the commander of the Imperial Army Guard have? A bullet was aimed at MC from behind, which he managed to dodge. The bandits rushed forward and shouted, "Over there! They have the Hound of Kratia. Everyone aim at the commander of the guard. Let them forget about the miner." The bandit aimed at Hemelas's head and fired. Hemelas smiled and said that the armored bandits were his, and MC just needed to try to survive. Vague orders are a sign of incompetent leadership. Luca, to win, you need to understand even the most idiotic orders. Hemelas put his spear to the side and shouted, "The world, alas, is full of stupid leaders." Luca put his weapon in front of him and fired, screaming loudly. The bullet flew past the bandit, and Hemelas moved on. The bandit rushed towards Hemelas, who quickly chopped off his head. He cheerfully continued to fight his opponents, breaking their armor and delivering quick blows. Hemelas smirked and Luca thought. Hemelas told him to watch his fight carefully. But it's easier said than done. He doesn't care that his subordinates can get hurt. A bandit got close to him, but MC managed to kill him. He thought that these bandits are not easy prey at all. He rushed further and activated his skill. The guy swung his sword, approaching Luca. The soldier fired towards the guy, but he covered himself with his hands. He swung towards MC, and at that moment a bullet flew past him. Luca thought, did he dodge the bullet without looking? After all, the Acraze style is really common among the rebels. Only the owner of the Acraze style can fight like this without modified prosthetics. But even so, there is a big difference between them, which means you can take a risk. He took out his sword and rushed towards the guy. He grabbed his hand with his modified hand, which made him scream loudly. He hit the guy on the back, causing bright blood to gush out. Luca thought about it, as he thought, if he blocked his hand, his whole plan would fall apart. If he were more experienced, he would have cut it off without a second thought. He looked down at the bloody body, and then looked up in fear and saw Hemelas, who was holding the enemy on the tip of his spear. MC asked, "Is it over?" Hemelas threw the enemy back and said, "Rick Kaiser is waiting somewhere out there." If he had hurt him, he would have finished him off immediately. Luca asked, maybe he should have tried to lure him into a trap? Hemelas said, although even if they took him, it wouldn't save them from retaliation. Then this whole operation with the introduction of Barbara was in vain. You can't let so much effort from the top go to waste. He is just a pawn, no matter how you look at it. Luca's eyes widened and he thought, even the guard commander thinks he's replaceable? He said, it seems like there's no one irreplaceable in the Empire. Hemelas raised his finger and pointed at the spaceship, saying, except for one, he knows who he's talking about. Which means, protecting him, it doesn't matter how many of his kind or Hemelas die. What will he even achieve by continuing the fight? Even now, he's still just a unit of the Empire. After a while, MC came to the academy, where everyone was asking, Luca Castoria? How did he do it? Come on, let him share the secret of his success. Even if the commander liked him, adoption is already somehow. It's a success that's like a miracle. Yes, that's exactly how it looks in the eyes of ordinary people. Only my soul is aching. A girl walked past him and dropped the card, apologizing. Luca joined Hemelas to avoid being just a pawn. But in the end, it didn't change anything. He would soon have to pay for his adoption. He would have to go on a risky mission to reveal Kinwan's identity. Until then, he would do what he could. Train endlessly, upgrade his prosthetics, and get used to them. MC's hands were being fitted with mechanisms during surgery. Luca had less than a year left in his training. It was time to go down to the lower sector. Maybe he would really become a full-fledged guard, like he dreamed of. But then it happened. After a while, MC was walking down the corridor of the trainee guest room. He heard some guys talking, one of whom asked, Ile? He didn't know he was one of those. The guy asked, did he hide his true nature behind a smile then? A scary person. Luca entered the room and asked, what happened? The guy replied that Ile had crippled his own brother and was now leading the race for supremacy in the Karthika family. They must have dragged him right from the doorway to have his head checked. Eli, who had taken an indefinite leave to see his family, returned to the training unit. After a while, Luca sat on the steps and thought, did he intentionally cripple his brother for the sake of the inheritance? A guy who didn't care about strength and rank? Although, after everything that had happened, it couldn't be otherwise. Lillian Ramones had died before his eyes. He had given everything and lost everything, and he had killed her with his own hands. MC looked up and then heard, Luca? Ile was standing in front of him, and MC was clearly happy to see him. Ile smiled and asked, is he waiting for him right upon his return? He was touched. Oh, or should he be called Lucaus now? MC stood up and said to call him as before, no need for this show. Ile winked at him and said to wait a minute, he would drop off his bag and come back. Luca smiled and said okay. After a while he asked, how did he defeat his brother in a fair fight and become the heir? Ile answered, yeah, it was an official duel. His brother is a simple man, it was easy to provoke him. MC asked, how did he do it? Ile looked down and said, he made his beloved fall in love with him. Probably, she just liked his face more. Although of course, he felt sorry for him. MC frowned and said, what an idiot he is. Ile asked, and what about himself? You don't just get into a prestigious family, especially when it comes to Castoria. Luca replied that if he wants to live, he has to be able to spin, especially for him. It was, is, and will be so. Ile said, even acrobats sometimes land on the top of their heads, but is that a reason to leave the stage? He looked closely at MC. Ile turned to Luca and said that he was not going to run away anymore. MC asked, is this all because of her, right? Ile said, if he wants to change his family, there is simply no better way than to lead it. If he does not like the structure of the empire, he just needs to rise high enough to change something. Luca looked at him closely and thought, he has always been talented. If he has set his mind to a goal, he can definitely do anything. If this is his choice, he does not dare to object. Especially now. He said, okay, in any case, welcome back, Ile. He will have to sweat twice as hard to become the head. Ile asked, could the same be said about him, right? He extended his hand and suggested that they try together, even if 4 times their efforts would not be enough. That was why they had come to this school. MC put his palm in his and stood up. He decided that from now on, mistakes were unacceptable. They would fight to the end to defend their place in the sun, and, as if to confirm these words, the very next day, Eli volunteered for a mission to clean up the local monsters on the planet Novas. And After a while, Luca was walking down the street, looking around. The system window said that he was calling Gabriel. A man ran out from around the corner and tried to steal his weapon, but Luca turned around and struck his hand. The guy screamed loudly in pain and turned around and ran away. Luca smiled and thought, great, now he will know this side of the city. But seriously, why isn't he answering? After a while, he saw a missed call from Gabriel and opened the door to see Gabriel on the floor. He asked if he was dead or something. Gabriel replied, not yet, not yet. After a while, MC went downstairs and started training. The blacksmith entered the room and asked how he liked it. The weapon is what you need, right? MC turned around and replied, even with prosthetics, it was hard to hold, but he liked it. If he gave in, the weapon would slip out of his hands in an instant. It was not for weaklings. Lucas smiled and thought, that was exactly his preference. The blacksmiths of the Imperial Guard were real masters. He didn't ask for this, but obviously even a small wound would work as it should. The blacksmith said that he called it Cruxus. In the ancient language it means something like disaster or doom. And the previous gun was called Ruina, like destroyer, something like that. By the way, they are girls, so you need to take care of them like your beloved. MC replied that he would do so. The blacksmith turned around and said, okay, it's time for him to go. Luca thought that most likely, one day he would come across someone stronger, and then he would have to improvise in the best traditions of the arcade fighting style. Just once, no more, no less. And his life would depend on these things. After some time, MC came to Gabriel's ward. He thought, 2 shots, one in the chest, one in the stomach. They had no intention of killing him. He asked, what happened? Gabriel answered, it was a warning. Now there's unrest. Gangs have started dividing up the districts again. Luca asked, and he was not listed in any of their gangs, right? Gabriel answered, exactly. Because of this, the problems began. When the struggle for power begins, if he is not an ally, then only an enemy. Screams, gunfire, and complete chaos. Honestly, he does not even know who it was. MC asked, why doesn't he join the gang then? The way things were going, he wouldn't last long on his own. Gabriel frowned and said, he'd rather die than work for those idiots. Okay, let's get to the point. Why did he come? What did he want? No word from him for months. MC said he had something he needed to do. He opened the curtain and said he'd be back tomorrow at this time, so he should take some strong painkillers and be ready. Gabriel said in an irritated voice, what an idiot. He just got out of surgery. He started screaming loudly, but MC didn't react to it. Luca went outside and thought, the hospital Gabriel ended up in was surrounded by guards on all sides. The gangs couldn't get to him in a place like this. From what Kinoan had told him, the old manager of the fighting arena knew him well. If he could dig up Kinoan's past from the lower sector, maybe he'd get a lead. But what the hell was he doing in such a seedy place? Here even dreams and hopes die. What is he after all? Suddenly, he saw projections of fish above him, and thought, in the end, his legs themselves brought him to a painfully familiar corner. He turned the corner, and putting on his hood, thought, again trading in government property. This idiot, it seems, is in charge here. The older kids understand perfectly well what he is doing. But what can he do when he has neither strength nor power? The world does not change. Even if he interferes, the children will at least have normal food for a month, and then everything will return to normal. Luca approached the guys, who asked what he wanted here. Let the guy go where he was going, MC thought. Did he warm up, Luca, to interfere for the sake of such insignificant changes? What a pity. The guy took out his weapon, but MC parried the attack. The guy turned around and said he will probably go. The man asked in surprise, Luca? He became so serious. Before he could finish speaking, Luca's fist crashed into his jaw. He said, but he didn't. He's still busy with the same nonsense. Hasn't he stolen enough? The man held his jaw and said, Luca, what are you starting? He treated him well, fed him more than others, especially lately. MC asked, he won't break his neck on the spot for this, okay? The man cried and said that he was wrong. He lost his way. He's ready to apologize for everything. Let him just say it. Luca answered, yes, he was just passing by and got terribly angry. He doesn't need an apology. The man screamed that he won't do it again. He swears that he learned his lesson. It's just that no one has even tried to stop him until now. But now he understands everything, thanks to him. MC looked towards the orphans who were waving their hands out the window. He punched the man in the face, and then put on his hood and said, tomorrow he is to feed the children as expected. After a while, Gabriel said with displeasure, damn it, it hurts like hell. MC ordered him to be quiet. It's not proper for him to whine. Gabriel said irritably, he just got shot a couple of times yesterday. Luca thought about kicking him in the ass, but he decided not to. Let him be thankful that he got a good night's sleep yesterday. Maybe that's the point? Beating up people he hates is good for his mental health. Maybe that's what Hemelass was trying to achieve? The guys approached the fighting arena, and the guard asked, Gabriel? He got shot, right? I don't think they scheduled any matches for him. Gabriel frowned and asked, are there already rumors? Never mind, he needs to endure it with Aleph. More precisely, he needs to. The guy asked, who will he be? Gabriel replied, a good boy. Does he remember? They fought him a couple of months ago? The guy raised his glasses and said, who also beat him up? A lot of time has passed, they need to wait a minute. Gabriel said, it's him. He needs to tell his brother Aleph that Gabriel and the good boy are here to see him. After a while, Aleph was sitting in a chair and saying, Gabriel. He heard that he was shot. How is he doing? MC winked and whispered, how many people are worried about him? Everyone is asking how and what. Gabriel whispered back, how did he think? Why is he still alive? Aleph stood up and holding out his hand said, and to him, hi, the good boy. They haven't seen each other for a long time. MC said that he is not a good boy. His name is Luca. Aleph asked, he sees, is he without a mentor today? Luca answered that he is on a personal matter. Aleph asked a question. Yes, does he want to perform in the arena? Or something else? MC answered that he does not want to. He would ask his people to move away before they start talking. Aleph took out a cigarette and apologized, but that is not up for discussion. He does not know how to fight. If you need a safe space. MC interrupted him and said if he thought those two would protect him, he was sorely mistaken. They were just scarecrows. For someone like him, they were nothing. Aleph ordered to listen. The boy or Luca, whatever his name was. There was no point in being rude to him just because he could give him a few slaps. He respected his mentor, but that didn't mean he was going to tolerate outright rudeness. Luca smiled and asked, did he want to test him? Aleph chuckled and said, good boy. MC interrupted him and said that he was Luca. He ordered Gabriel to block the exit after seeing the guns pointed at him. He rushed forward and hit the ceiling, causing Aleph to scream loudly. Gabriel asked him to hurry up. Luca. MC landed and the guards pointed their guns at him. He waved both hands and the guys shot at each other. There was a loud scream, after which Aleph said in annoyance, he thought the guards were really useless. After a while, Gabriel was lying on a hospital bed and saying on rainy days his prosthetics ache for no reason. Gilda wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, Gabriel, has it been a while since he updated the waterproofing? Gabriel looked at her and asked, waterproofing, what is it for? MC sat aside and thought that the deal with Aleph turned out to be pretty good in the end. The Castoria name carries more weight than he thought. Aleph adjusted his glasses a moment ago and looked at Luke House Castoria. He said, an Imperial Guard cadet, son of the current guard commander? Aleph laughed and said, well, that's worth it. So what kind of information does he need? He remembered Kinuan's words, that they were friends, but he doesn't blame him for anything. After all, he himself had killed his predecessor for the sake of power. It's the natural order of things for the streets. Luca said that he wanted all the details about the previous arena manager, Tora. Any little thing, no matter how insignificant. Aleph then said that he wanted to receive an official position at his request. He would have the right to appoint one person when he came of age, in a year. Until then, he would have to prove himself, and all that would remain for him to do would be to evaluate his efforts. With this, he was one step closer to Kinuan's past. MC currently received a message from Aleph, a report on the previous arena manager. At this point, Gabriel screamed. He already told him. Prosthetic arms and legs come with waterproofing by default, so why should he pay to upgrade them? Gilda waved her hand and said, no matter how well the prosthesis is made, all sorts of problems can arise over time, especially considering the chemical composition of the Akbaran rains. In such conditions, prosthetics need to be serviced at least once every 6 months. Gabriel screamed, it's insanely expensive. He's doing just fine without it. Gilda replied, but if you don't do anything, its effectiveness will decline over time. Gabriel screamed, at his age, it's normal. MC squeezed the cookie and sighed in irritation. Gilda asked, what does age have to do with it? It's about maintaining the prosthetics. With proper care, they'll last like new for 10 years. Luca said, too much chatter. Let her just upgrade his prosthetics, everything, including the waterproofing. Gilda smiled and said, Luca, at least he understands her. Gabriel shouted, Luca, she's just extorting money. He should have saved it for upgrades for himself. MC ordered him to shut up, the idiot. If he doesn't understand it himself, then let him at least learn to trust the experts. Gilda smiled and asked, does he like cookies? She baked them herself. True, in a production oven, but he won't die from it. MC remained silent in response and only took a sip from his mug. According to the report, when Aleph took over control of the arena, all of Tora's confidants were already dead or missing. Gabriel said that he wanted a cookie too. Gilda asked, well, where is he going? Gabriel asked, what's wrong? Luca thought about it. The cleanup was pretty thorough, but there is still a survivor. It is worth finding him, even if he is out of his mind. The system window reported, Ken Noma, a survivor. He is currently in a mental hospital. After a while, MC drove through the wall with his car and got out of there and thought with displeasure how many obstacles there are on the way to an ordinary psycho. Gabriel screamed. His gunshot wounds hadn't healed yet. What idiots? MC asked. Gabriel, he didn't hide anything from him, right? He asked, what could he hide? Luca said, the guy who was shooting at them looked like a typical gangster. Does he think this has nothing to do with the attack on him? Gabriel answered, he told me he has no idea. What's all this talk about in the middle of such chaos? Luca frowned and thought, yeah, if he did hide something, he should have figured it out himself earlier, although no one could know where he was going. Suddenly a loud scream was heard from around the corner. Gabriel, the guy asked, is he sleeping with Aleph now or something? What has he stooped to, completely ignoring all their warnings? Gabriel screamed, what? He's not sleeping with Aleph. The guy asked, then why did he make a deal with him right after he got shot? Are you trying to fool them? Gabriel replied, yes, seriously. MC thought about it. Yeah, now they'll find out why they bothered Gabriel. Luca asked, is there a spare gun? Gabriel asked, what? Why does he need it? He has a pistol. MC said that it's only good for capturing someone alive. Gabriel replied, okay, it's not very powerful anyway. The guy screamed, he's siding with the wrong people, Gabriel. His sister sends him her condolences. MC fired and hit the guy in the arm, who screamed in fear and asked, what's wrong with this sight? Luca thought about it. It's off by 3 inches to the left. He sighed, and at that moment, the enemy fired towards the car. It dissolved in midair, and there was a bright explosion. The guy turned around and screamed, is this a defective weapon or something? The enemies started running and screaming, who the hell is this guy? MC was shooting at them, and Gabriel asked in fear, sis, you mean? No way. The guy crawled out of the car and said, not to worry, sir. Security will be here any minute. Luca turned around and said that in his opinion, 3 minutes had definitely passed. If it were him, he would think about terminating the contract with this security company. The guy thanked him for his concern. But just wait, reinforcements will arrive soon. Gabriel grabbed the guy and screamed, sis, is this Martina from La Vie en Rose? Are they seriously following him because he just refused to join her gang? The guy screamed, just refused to join? Is he really that stupid? Sis has a crush on him, idiot. Gabriel and MC froze in surprise at what they heard. Gabriel asked, what? He thought she just needed a bodyguard. The guy screamed, let him think with his own stupid head. First he refuses, saying he doesn't want to be tied down by circumstances, and then he instantly joins Aleph, barely having healed his wounds. Of course, she went crazy. Gabriel said, well yeah, that makes sense. The guy screamed loudly, that's right, idiot. He has no idea how much she likes him. She even thought about paying for his reconstructive surgeries if she joined the gang. The horror. MC said, let them tell Martina that Gabriel would be stopping by soon. Gabriel turned around and asked discontentedly, Luca, why was he deciding for him? MC replied that if they continued to attack him, it would only get worse. Isn't that true? He doesn't really understand this, but as they say, an offended woman is much more dangerous than a man. He thought, did she really have a crush on Gabriel? The boss of a gang that could pave the road with money? He would never believe that he was not interested in her at all. After a while, the guys entered the mental hospital and saw a glassed-in room. MC opened the door and asked, Ken Noma? Ken was barely paying attention to them, and then Luca waved his hand in front of his face and introduced himself. The man said his name in complete confusion, and he said that he had a few questions about the former arena manager, Tora. He noticed how he started shaking and thought that Aleph's idiots had tortured him to death. He hoped for at least some kind of conversation. At this rate, he would not get any closer to Kinuan's past. Gabriel noted that it was hopeless. Aleph had completely broken him. He was practically a corpse now. Then MC wondered, what if he tried the method of restoring guardsmen after brain injuries? Ken was definitely good at close combat. He especially liked knives. He was famous for the way he used them. He took out a knife, put it in the man's shaking hand, and Gabriel exclaimed that it was a waste of time. But he didn't listen to him and hit the man with 2 fingers, but he blocked it with a knife. His gaze became conscious, and with each block of the blow, his consciousness became clearer. Finally, he fully woke up and wanted to hit Luca with a knife, but he stopped the blade with 2 fingers, after which the man said that it was like he got out of a quagmire. This hasn't happened for a long time. He put the knife away and said that he seemed to have some questions for him. Seeing that he was completely fine, Gabriel was very surprised and exclaimed, "How did he do that?" MC didn't answer him and thought that he needed to continue stimulating muscle memory to get his brain activity back. He continued to attack and at the same time asked questions. He wanted to ask him about Tora's confidant, but Ken was not going to share this information so easily, and then he promised that he would get him out of this hospital. The man smirked and asked, "Is this true?" Luca turned to Gabriel and asked, "He has an extra room at home, right?" He got really upset and exclaimed, "Does he want him to babysit this idiot?" MC asked him to shelter him for a couple of days. Then they will find a hideout with reliable people and create a gang in which he will be the boss. Gabriel was very happy and surprised at the same time from this news, and MC said that if he does not want, then he will find another candidate. He answered him that it is not that he does not want, and then he thought that he needs his own people in the lower sector. One Gabriel will not cope with this. He will need a whole gang, maybe like Kinuan himself. He let go of the knife, and Ken said that there's little time, now he will start the story. After that, he went up. While he was going up, he wondered how he did not understand this before. Ken said that Tora had an old friend who supported him. A person is not public, but not a gangster either. So only a person as close as Ken knew about him. Just like he's using Gabriel now, Kinuan was using Tora to take over the gang. Hiring locals in the lower sector, he was creating operatives for covert missions. Now, he's not just following his trail, he's following in his footsteps. But he's still out of reach, and that's what's complicated. He went to the guard's database room to check on Kinuan. As he thought, the time he became an instructor coincided with Tora's fall. But his goals, his motives, his plans, he still hasn't gotten to them. He needs to put in more effort to make Ken Noma recover. He'll complete the mission and get out of here, but will Gabriel be able to hold the gang together, or will it slowly fall apart? Just like Tora, who was abandoned despite his vast knowledge. He can't say Kinuan did anything wrong. After all, it was thanks to him that Tora succeeded. Kinuan was just trying to maintain balance in this web of overlapping interests. He strives beyond the boundaries of his own safety zone and is willing to use anyone to his advantage without hesitation. The stronger you are, the more unscrupulous you are. This is the only way to not lose yourself in this chaos. He wondered what he really was like, and Kinuan came out from around the corner. He praised him for grasping the basics of Archi's Victima and invited him to move on to the next stage. Now Luca realized that the one he looked up to was someone like Kinuan. They moved to the training ground. While he was warming up, his mentor drank a hot drink and said that he did not expect him to reach the level of Mista so quickly. Someone who can teach others, Archi's Victima. People like that used to be ranked, but after the massacre, there was no point in that anymore. He asked, he didn't bring him here for the sake of chatting, did he? The man smirked and asked, he can't wait to crush him, right? MC noted that he knew him very well, and he laughed, agreeing with him. He got up from the bench and said that the body remembers faster than the brain, as always. As he walked up to him in the arena, he thought that even if he was a master of the Archi's style, the body had its limits. It was no longer possible to defeat him with the standard prosthetics of the current one. But imagine his surprise when he saw his new prosthesis. Kinuan showed him how his hands sparkled and said that if he did not want to lie in bed for the next couple of weeks, then he should properly protect his head and body. Luca looked closely at his prosthesis and thought, was his right hand replaced by a real combat model? The weight and shape are completely different, and he did not even notice. Such control makes him tremble. Using a high-tech prosthesis with a damaged nervous system is a risky business. He grinned nervously and prepared for the fight with the thought that there might not be another chance, and thanked the instructor. None of them attacked. MC pulled himself together and decided to strike first, but as soon as he got closer, he found himself lying on the floor. He lost to him again. His full force attack was repelled by just one hand of Kinuan, and it seemed to him that he had all the advantages. He got up and asked the instructor, does he see the future, or what? He answered him that if he had such abilities, he would not be in front of him. Archis are made to steal, not to learn, and he has already learned to expand his senses and see the world in different colors. However, his brain is still sloppy. He needs to try to use it more. He returned to the bench and told him to go back to his place. That's when Luca noticed how his hand was shaking and remembered Ken. Until he figures this out himself, he won't move on. That's the rub. He walked up to the instructor and put his arm over his shoulder, telling him he could rely on him, and he took him at his word. After that, they headed for the exit, and MC thought that the person who knew everything he needed was right next to him. Only he wouldn't say anything, and he wouldn't believe it. Stuck in all this, both he and Kinuan learned something. Always keep an emotional distance. He supported Kinuan all the way to the office, but they exchanged a few meaningless remarks. The instructor suggested that he get a girlfriend. The sensations between a biological and a semi-mechanical body are fundamentally different. It would be nice to experience the whole range of feelings before he became fully mechanical. Luca told him that it was up to him to decide, and thought about it. This fragile connection, he would be lying if he said he didn't regret it, because they both knew that sooner or later they would have to break it. But if it came down to it, he wished it wasn't him doing it, so he wouldn't have to kill Kinuan. A new day came. He went to the lower sector, and Gabriel showed him the gang members drinking with each other. He said that these guys will do anything. They just need money. This sight didn't impress him much, and he grabbed his head, reminding him that he seemed to have asked him to find useful people and not some idiots. He asked in response, did he expect decent guys in this swamp? These are still more or less sane. Luca decided not to dwell on it and asked how Ken was, and he told him that he put him up on the second floor in the back room. To get him out of the hospital and settle everything, he had to invest a lot of money. MC asked him to try to be more economical in the future. He contributed more money. The man clenched his fist in joy and agreed, after which he asked what he should tell the guys about him. As he was going up to the second floor, he asked him to tell them that he was the sponsor and that they had to work hard for him. After that, Gabriel got down to business and he went to see Ken. Soon, Gabriel came into the room and said that Ken's name might still be on the hospital register, but that they wouldn't notice he was missing until one of his loved ones came to visit. He had bribed the guards and staff, so everything was clear on that side. Luca liked that he was more enterprising than he thought. He then equipped the device with an ampoule to maintain Ken's health, causing him to start shaking. After that, he threw him a knife in his hand and asked if he recognized him. He caught it easily and said that he knew him, he could be trusted, and then MC, taking the second knife, pointed it at him and decided to start his rehabilitation. After that, they started to hit each other, which Gabriel watched with a hint of surprise. Sparks appeared from each blow of the knife on the knife, and Ken's consciousness cleared up. At one point, he laughed, and Luca mentally noted that before the injuries, he was a very skilled man. He once again swung his hand and Ken blocked the blow, but lost his balance and fell onto the bed, after which he noted with a smile that his consciousness cleared up. Was this his doing? He told him that it was not exactly like that, he just mixed a couple of medicines for him. Ken thoughtfully noted that he did not know that he was omniscient in pharmacology, and MC wanted to talk about who was behind Tora. Why did he come to the lower sector, and why did he support him? Before answering the question, he asked him for at least a cigarette or a drink, but MC did not think that was a good idea. The man smiled and advised him to relax. He just had the bearing of a hardened soldier. There seemed to be a guy there. Tora called him Noel. Luca thought Kinoan had a twisted sense of taste, and Ken continued. This all seemed strange to him. Tora is a decent guy. He is not at all the type to usually manage fighting arenas. He thinks that this happened because of that guy. Also, some of the rental income was definitely leaking to another company. But before they continue, he would like to ask him for a favor. MC asked if this was because of Aleph. From his question, the man understood that he knew about everything and said that he cannot sleep peacefully until he gets revenge on him for doing this to him. Luca said that Aleph is his ally, and Ken asked him to just not interfere with him. He does not need his immediate help. He began to get angry and reminded him that he is now under the protection of the Gabriel gang. If he is going to get revenge on Aleph, then he should do it after he leaves here. Ken asked him not to threaten him. Unlike Aleph, he keeps his word. He is not such a rat. Of course, MC did not believe him and thought that the traitor would not say otherwise. Who can be trusted, who cannot, is determined only by time. He glanced at Gabriel, but when Ken started talking about Torah log, he looked back at it. Aleph must have the log, and Ken suggested that he start with a company whose name begins with B. Among them there were probably some that lined Noel's pockets. Suddenly a loud scream was heard. Gabriel ran out of the room and looked out onto the first floor, worriedly exclaiming, "What is that noise?" Downstairs was a girl named Grace. She pinned Orgo, nicknamed Baldy, to the floor and asked, "Does La Vie en Rose mean nothing to them?" She looked at Gabriel and said that he trained his guys rather poorly. He was outraged by the mess she had made there and exclaimed, "What does she want? Why is she barging into someone else's base so unceremoniously?" Luca was thinking that La Vie en Rose was even more unpredictable than he thought. Does she really need Gabriel that much? He went downstairs and asked, "Did he tell him not to be late, right?" He exclaimed in response that it was too sudden. He was also a busy man. He approached the girl, and when she wanted to say something, he hit her in the shoulder and said that even if he didn't come, this was no reason to barge into someone else's shelter without warning. And in general, such reproaches only worsen relationships, don't they? She put her hand on the place of the blow and admitted that it was her mistake. After which they went to La Vie en Rose, and MC told the bald and snub-nosed man that he and Gabriel would step back, and they would hold the defense. For the record, no drinking while working. They obeyed the order. After which they went out into the streets of the city, and Gabriel told him that La Vie en Rose is a gang founded by girls from the lower sector for self-defense. Most of the members of this gang are either from here themselves, or they simply have nowhere to go. Of course, only a woman can lead women. Luca asked if she really liked him that much. Had they even met? He told him that they had crossed paths a couple of times at work. He was offered a small job in the form of security at one of their stores. And he is a pretty scary guy, courageous and all that. He smiled smugly, and MC thought that if he did nothing, Martina would either kill him or take him under her control. And this is a problem. Aleph will give him up completely, as soon as their interests diverge. Gabriel is irreplaceable in this regard. Grace turned to them and said that they were there. A tall building appeared in front of them, a pavilion of a clear sea. They went inside, and while they were going up to the second floor, the girl called out to Gabriel, and he asked with displeasure, did she want to fight him already? She stopped at the door and warned him not to even think about refusing the diva this time either. Only then would he have a chance to leave here alive. After that, they went inside, and a tart aroma immediately hit Luca's nose. He thought, what is the purpose of such a strong perfume? He heard footsteps and the crack of a gun from the side, after which he knocked out the girl who attacked him, and realized that the perfume was there to dull the senses. He ordered no one to move. If they even moved a finger, they would be finished. They were surrounded by several guys with guns. Gabriel raised his hands, and when one of them wanted to shoot, MC grabbed the girl's gun and shot him in the head. The gang members were about to do something, but their boss's voice was heard, ordering everyone to stop. Martina came out of the shadows, covering her face with a fan, and having assessed the situation, asked who allowed them to be rude to her guests. She looked at Grace with displeasure, and she said that she did it, and apologized to her for her amateur performance. Gabriel was indignant and exclaimed, she invited them herself, and now she also attacked? Luca asked him to calm down and said that they came to talk anyway. He thought that she was shifting the blame to others, even when what she did was obvious. He could continue to insist, but he was on a mission. It would be unreasonable. The diva apologized to them. Her subordinates overdid it. She turned her attention to MC and asked what his name was. He told her his name and she came closer, noticing that he was not from the lower sector. Why was he interfering in other people's affairs? He answered her that he had his reasons, but they did not concern her, and she said that he apparently did not know the lower sector well. They are la vie en rose. She immediately warned him that his status as an aristocrat does not guarantee his safety here, to which he laughed and asked, did a bunch of sewer rats think that they mean something? His words angered the diva, and then her subordinate came up to her and whispered something in her ear, after which she folded her fan and sighed heavily. She thought for a second, then told the guests to follow her. They moved to a more convenient place for conversation, and she said that she only had one request. Gabriel will become her lover, which means he should join them, la vie en rose. MC thought that, of course, he understands that it is normal to speak about feelings directly now, but why did such a woman suddenly become interested in him? Gabriel asked. Why so suddenly? He only works for himself. She asked, doesn't he work for this young man now? Luca said that he is more like his sponsor, to which Gabriel exclaimed that he is not his boss. Martina was starting to lose her patience, and then the men went away to talk. MC whispered, why doesn't he date her for a while? He would be safer staying in touch. He refused, and he asked what the problem was. When would he ever get another hottie with his face? He refused again and explained that she was older than him. He didn't understand what the problem was, even if she was slightly older than him, but the thing was that she was older than his late grandmother. Luca remained silent, not knowing what to say to that, and after a short pause he remarked that she looked great. Gabriel got nervous and said that he couldn't. He'd rather kill him right away. Realizing that he couldn't persuade him, he sighed tiredly and said that Gabriel had created his own gang. He couldn't join La Vie en Rose. The guy was very happy, but the diva's face darkened. She told Luca that he really didn't seem to understand how things worked here. He told her that maybe he didn't understand, but Aleph, the owner of the arena, was a professional at it. They had already agreed on good neighborliness with him, and with his support, Gabriel's gang could do business calmly. The diva said threateningly that she never lets go of the man she wants, and he confidently told her that in that case, she would have to learn a new experience. At her age, you have to appreciate the first times, right? Let her enjoy it. Martina decided to change her strategy and called out to Gabriel, saying that she could give him much more than he thought. She looked at him with a pitiful look and asked him to be with her, and he nervously clenched his teeth and looked away. The MC exchanged glances with her subordinate, and seeing no reaction from Gabriel, she gave in and fell back onto the couch with a heavy sigh, saying that there was nothing she could do. She suggested that they talk about business. So, they founded a gang? The guys were a little taken aback by such a sudden change of topic, and Martina said that she did not plan to feud with such a capable and brave guy. Gabriel indignantly asked, wasn't she the one who said that she loved him? She gave up so easily? She told him that she just had a thing for ugly people. When someone like him came near her, she got goosebumps. Especially when the man was terribly ugly. Goosebumps ran down her body, which shocked Gabriel and made Luca think that it was so disgusting. This lady is too complicated for the brain of a half-centurion. Martina calmed down and suggested that they get back to talking about business, and as soon as they finished, he went to Aleph. After looking through the confidential files, the man smirked and told Luca that, as expected, he was quite a capable negotiator. He had already become friends with La Vie en Rose, which was quite impressive. After MC settled the matter with Martina, he borrowed her subordinate and returned to Aleph. Gabriel's gang is now allied not only with the Arena faction, but also with Levian Rose. Once word gets out, things will quickly go uphill. Plus, talented guys will flock to them looking for a cushy spot. Aleph was quick to understand, which made his job easier. Luca asked, "Is this the Torah's old log? Let him keep it up." Aleph said he could rely on him, and then they went outside and the girl asked if he trusted him. He sarcastically asked if her other eye was also blind. Does he look like a trusting person? She said that was why she was asking. She trusted a diva, for example. He said he wouldn't get his hopes up if he were her. She had a mind of her own and was quite unpredictable. He remembered what Martina had said about her. She was a retired Imperial Guard cadet. She had to quit halfway through, but she had an impressive track record. He glanced at Grace and thought that it looked like Martina was trying to figure out who he really was. But he didn't care. Grace was a million times more useful than the trash Gabriel had collected. She also patrolled the Levian Rose areas from time to time, so it was a double bargain for him. She asked if he came from a military family. He wondered why she thought that way, and she said that he was clearly stronger than her. She didn't expect to lose to a teenager so easily. He pointed out that she thought too highly of herself, considering that she hadn't even finished the guard's training. She told him that she hadn't been expelled for lack of skills. She had been at the top of the ranks at the time. He wondered why she had been expelled then, but she refused to say, citing that they weren't that close. He noted that she was right and said that her service was over for today. She offered to escort him to the base, and he laughed, asking who was escorting who here. She bowed her head and asked him for forgiveness, after which she left and he went into the nearest alley and opened the reports. Ken told him to look for a company starting with the letter B. The money that was invested in this company definitely belonged to the sponsor, Noel. More precisely, Kinuan under this fictitious name. He found out that all these shops had long since closed down, and he thought that with his current data, he would have no way to track it down. The lower sector databases are unreliable, they can be bribed. And knowing Kinuan, he must have planted false trails in these systems. So he needed a more reliable secret database, something like a high-ranking Imperial network. In the list, he came across ArcDSS and thought that it was a bit expensive, but the choice was not great. After that, he called Nikolaos and he said that he even put off work for his call. Let me keep it short. He said he needed access to the central database. He thought he had access to it. He confirmed it and noted that he was a government employee, but he was not going to hand out access. Then MC asked him to investigate a couple of shell companies for him, and he asked if that would help him stay in the family. He told him that it might help, and he asked him to send him a list. It would take a couple of hours. Luca thanked him, saying that he owed him, and he said that it was okay. They were brothers and should help each other. Let him call with any questions. The call ended and MC thought that he was really useful. He was sure he would still shake the debt out of him, and with interest. The only question was how soon that moment would come, but he would deal with problems as they came. After that, he went upstairs and thought about Aleph, Ken, forming a gang, and Levian Rose. He hadn't slept for almost 3 days, dealing with all the things. His brain was no longer working. He returned to his house, collapsed on his bed, and decided that even if Hemelas called him right now, he would hang up. His eyes slowly began to close, and he hoped that no one would call him. But before he fell asleep, he saw a notification of an incoming message from Nikolaos. A new day had come. He went to the cadet record book for the number of missions, and was slightly surprised to see that his friend was at the very top of the list. How many missions had he completed while he was gone? He even took on tasks that he didn't need. He realized why it was so hard to find him now. He remembered his words about how he was not going to run away anymore either, and scratched the back of his head in confusion, thinking that usually he would have come here to find him by now. Since he was so worried about him, he should find him himself. Anyway, his condition isn't that bad right now. He checked that he was currently resting in his personal repair room, and decided to make the first move himself this time, but someone distracted him. A girl called out to him and came up to him, asking if he saw it too? Ile was so mad. They say he's about to set a record for the most missions completed at the training center. She doesn't know what's on his mind, but at this rate, they'll soon take away his spot as the best cadet. He knows about it, right? But Luca didn't care, and the girl said that he was only so confident because he joined House Castoria. He immediately frowned, and she continued, saying that she would also feel pretty relaxed if she became the commander's adopted daughter. He mentally noted that she spoke as if she knew something. He's sure it's easy enough for her when all she does is pull the trigger on command, without making her own decisions about who's an enemy and who's a friend. But he's decided for himself that in a situation where it's unclear who to follow and who to trust, he constantly needs to restrain the urge to quit. Sometimes even he misses the old days. He knows he can handle it. This is the path he chose. There's no turning back now. One mistake and they'll get rid of him. Once he deals with all the problems he's faced, he can become like them, like Kinuan or Hemelas. Otherwise, he won't survive. Noticing that he was deep in thought about something, the girl got nervous and said that she didn't mean to seem sarcastic. Who better than them to know that he deserved to become the commander's adopted son? It's just that he's been gone for a long time, so they were worried about him. He looked at her and thought, this is it, the power he got, the status and authority he wanted so much. Now even those from noble families were looking at him nervously. All this gave him only a small amount of power. He walked past her and patted her on the shoulder, smiling and saying that he just hadn't slept for a few days. After all, being the son of a noble isn't that easy. He headed towards his friend and decided to continue building up his strength for now, like a snowball rolling down a mountain. He entered Ilei's personal repair room and saw him lying on a chair. Ilei greeted him, and he looked worriedly at his smile and the bloody tools, and thought that it seemed like he really had been through a lot since then. He walked closer to him and said that he heard that he had been working hard lately. He chuckled and told him that it was still nothing compared to the old him. He needs to work hard if he wants to catch up. MC remained silent and looked at him, thinking that maybe he really is weaker than Ilei right now. It's not like he wasn't doing anything, but what he was doing was far from a real fight. He needs time to think about the next step of Arki's fighting method. His friend noticed him thinking and stood up from his chair, saying that it was such an honor. Luca came to check on him first. Seems like becoming his friend was a good decision. He smiled and called him a moron. After which Ilei got dressed and told him to follow him. He will show him his prey. They arrived at the lab, and Ilei looked at the mechanical beast inside the liquid capsule and asked his friend what he thought of it. It's cool, right? He agreed with him and added that he would brag about one too, and put his hand on his shoulder with the thought that the beasts often found on the planet Novus were not made of flesh and blood, but of metal and mechanisms. He heard that they had electromagnetic protection, which made them quite difficult to catch. He asked if the mechanical beasts were also connected to the arcane civilization. He answered him that this information was not confirmed, but it looked like it. These beasts are made of mechanical parts, but inside them are complex, intricate structures that resemble living organisms. And somehow, no one knows how, but over time, they grow, then reproduce. He put his hand on the capsule and looked at the beast with a smile, and MC remembered how he used to smile just as brightly. He noticed that the beast began to happily wag its tail and asked the scientist if it could be tamed. She told him that she could not say for sure, since such precedents had not yet occurred, and he looked at the beast again. After that, they went out to the balcony, and he asked what would happen to it now. Ilei told him that he thought this was the last time they saw it. They would probably send it to the Imperial Research Division. MC noted that it seemed like it would stay there. Ilei smiled silently and then gave him a dagger and said that this was his second trophy. A blade called Graken Boot, which is only worn by commander-level warriors. It is made from the bones of a beast from that civilization's home planet. That beast is now extinct, so it is no longer possible to obtain such a material, even if you really want to. Luca noted that the dagger looks more like a ceremonial one. Will this even be usable in battle? It's just an ordinary bone, isn't it? Ilei took out a knife and advised him to hold the dagger properly, then slashed at it with all his might. MC looked at the crack that appeared and noted that he himself said that this was a valuable weapon. To his surprise, the blade began to smoke and the crack disappeared. He even thought that it looked like magic. His friend said that he was giving this to him. Let him consider it a gift to celebrate his becoming the young master of the Castoria house. By the way, Graken Boot means forever white in the language of warriors. Let him consider it a manifestation of his generosity. Luca said with a smile that he couldn't tell if he was making fun of him or if he was being sincere. He told him that he was being dead serious, and he, attaching his gift to his belt, thanked him and promised him that he would use it wisely. He returned home towards dusk, drying his hair with a towel after a shower. He looked at the dagger and remembered Ilei's words. Graken Boot means forever white. However, sooner or later everything ends. In this universe that is spiraling towards its end, their existence is just specks of dust. That is why they dream of eternity, fame, life, even their relationship. He doesn't want all of this to end. He is not very sentimental, but how can he not give in to his feelings in such a situation? This is the first time he has received a gift that mattered. It started raining outside. He put the gifted dagger on the table and decided to check what Nikolaos had sent him. He smiled and thought that he was doing his job well. Not only did he get the information he asked for, but he was also able to confirm if there was a real owner of these companies. If he had investigated this himself, it could have taken him months or even years. He scrolled through all the information he had received, and at the end he saw a message from him. While he was investigating, he saw some information about where the money was going. Let him give him a few more days and he would find out more. MC realized that now he was truly in his debt. Nikolaos most likely already realized what kind of person he was, which is why he did so much for him with such ease. But he was not one to not know when to repay his debts. If by some divine fortune he became the head of the Castoria house, then Nikolaos would become the main advisor and strategist. He smiled and thought that maybe he was being too optimistic. While Nikolaos was gathering the rest of the information, he decided to put this matter aside and do something else. But then something happened that really shocked him. As the rain beat against the window, he looked in shock at the message that had just come to him. It was a notice of death of Nikolaos Castoria. That same rainy night, he went to the funeral. His wife and child were crying loudly, and the adults stood quietly nearby, their heads bowed. Standing in the pouring rain, he looked at his tombstone. An air transport crashed on Nikolaos as he was returning. The details are still being investigated. Could it be because of the investigation he asked him to conduct? It was not an accident. The time of his death was too suspicious. If he died because of him, then during the investigation, he found out something he shouldn't have known. Apparently, the information is so dangerous that even high-ranking officials are forced to remain silent. The endpoint where the money of the fictitious company went is the only clue. Could it really be such dangerous information? If his suspicions are in vain, then at least he will be able to get rid of this feeling of guilt. An accident? Or maybe the murder was ordered by Jufei? The rain started pouring down with renewed vigor. Everyone was mourning the sudden death of Nikolaos, and Luca decided to take a walk. He passed by Hemelas. He looked very downcast. In any case, he needs to report to him about the deal between him and Nikolaos. There is a chance that his request is the reason for everything. And if his death is really connected with Kinuan, won't even Hemelas interrogate the instructor? In any case, first, he needs to report this matter, and if his connection with it is revealed later, then he will also be considered an accomplice. He was about to go to him, but a worried Giselle grabbed him by the sleeve and asked him to give her a minute. They walked away from the cemetery and took shelter under a tree, and she said that everything was so strange. Nikolaos' death was in no way unjustified. It did not seem like Jufei ordered his murder. He tiredly ran his hand through his hair and thought, her older brother died and she was thinking about this? But it was not surprising. Nikolaos used his own son as a tool. Family feelings in their family are just some kind of nonsense. She looked up at him and asked, does he know anything about this? He suspected that she was trying to find out something from his facial expression and remained calm. Hiding emotions and thoughts is something he can do better than her. He told her that if he knew something, he would say. How was she going to act next? He saw how the relatives all sided with Jufei. She asked, shouldn't he be worried about this? After all, he himself had recently disgraced Jufei. He told her that if he couldn't defeat him, then this was his limit. She wanted to tell him something, but he silenced her by putting his fingers to her lips. And it was not for nothing that Jufei came up to them, hiding under the noise of the rain, and asked what they were talking about so actively. Let them tell him about it too. MC answered that he was just asking her about funeral etiquette, because he was not that good at ceremonies, and he noted that if he didn't know something, it was better to ask. They were always ready to help him. He looked at Giselle and asked, is that true? She hesitantly agreed with him, and he said threateningly that he would be brief. From now on, there should be no surprises from them. If they had any daring thoughts, then from today on they should forget them. Everything that had happened so far, by his grace he would let them get away with it. Giselle was indignant and said that it was so rude they were still mourning. He asked, is this how they mourn? Ran away from the wake and are conspiring here? It's just ridiculous. She didn't find anything to answer him, and Luca said that then he would say a few words. Unlike Nikolaos, Jufei, is a military man like him. If he wins, it will be due to the difference in skill, so let him remember it well. Juf was very angry with his words. Meanwhile, they were being watched from a dark room of a nearby building. Before everything escalated into a conflict, a man approached them and told young Master Lukehouse that the head of the family was calling him. Jufei did not detain him, since his father had business with him. But at the end, he said that he would not forget today. MC entered the dark room where Hemelas was waiting for him. He advised him not to tease Jufei too much, and he said that he just got a little angry. Did he call him out of fear of a fight? He turned around and told him that that was not the reason. Noticing that the door was ajar, he asked him to lock it properly. He closed the door, muffling the sounds of the rain, and Hemelas's voice immediately rang out in his ear, asking why his son had died. Luca was very nervous. He hadn't felt him approaching at all. When had he even managed to approach him? He looked into his sad eyes. He didn't know how much he knew, but if he lied, he would die. He told him everything without hiding anything, about how he found a survivor of the Tora gang, got the information, followed the money flows of the fictitious companies listed in the journal, and after he entrusted the investigation to Nikolaos, this happened. Hemelas fell silent, thinking about all this, and MC thought that, of course, he was not himself right now. As ruthless a military man as he was, his son had died, and the eldest with whom he spent the most time, and the suspicious guy was to blame for everything. He recalled the moments spent with the instructor and said that there is no exact evidence yet that Kinoan is the sponsor, only circumstantial evidence. Milas turned to him and said that if he believed that, then Kinoan was the sponsor, and he noted that he trusted him more than he trusted himself. He told him that he had no reason to doubt the abilities of a skilled subordinate and son. After his words, Luca did not know whether to thank him for this trust or to be afraid. He said that he would continue to carry out the task without changing direction, and Himalas warned him that if he investigated further, he would be attacked by the one who killed Nikolaos. MC reminded him that, unlike his brother, he was a military man, and the man emphasized that he was a simple military man. Therefore, this may be beyond his strength. The enemy saw the access records to the database of the Imperial official Nikolaos. Luca was surprised and asked, did the enemy of the Empire take root inside the official circles? And even among high positions? Himalas said that there was nothing strange in this. Such things happened regularly in the long history of the Empire. Each time they cut out the rotten parts, but there is no end in sight. MC clenched his fist in rage and thought, are not the poor from the outer regions, but those who have achieved everything, rebelling against the Empire? Himalas asked his dead son for forgiveness for his next words, and said that his death meant that they were pretty close to the goal. According to the materials he left, they will find the destination of Kinoan's money. With this information, they will cut out the rotten part inside the Empire. Luca said that he considers himself a debtor to his brother Nikolaos, and now, it seems, there was a way to pay. So Nikolaos' funeral ended, and everyone returned to their business. Himalas did not interrogate Kinoan, and decided to finish the case that his son was doing. He decided to just wait for the right moment, keeping silent. And he returned to the lair, that is, to the gang's office, to complete the task. He found the angry Gabriel shaking the snub-nosed man by the collar and shouting, is he kidding? He nervously answered him that he just decided to unwind a little during the break, just a little. His words only made the man angrier. And then he turned around and threw him at Luca's feet with all his might. He looked down at the guy, and he, reaching out his hand to him, asked him for help, but he immediately kicked him in the face, throwing him aside. Gabriel ran up to him and asked him discontentedly why he hadn't been in touch all this time. While he was gone, this had happened. When he found out that he was at the funeral, he calmed down and awkwardly expressed his condolences. After which Luca asked what had happened while he was gone. He scratched the back of his head, trying to find the words, and then said that he had definitely been here last night, but today, Ken Noma had disappeared. His face immediately showed all his displeasure, and he asked how this had happened. Hadn't they been guarding him in turns? He told him that he thought so too, but in the morning when he came, the bald one was nowhere to be found. And this idiot was sleeping after his entertainment. When the conversation turned to him, the snub-nosed one backed away, and only one look from Luca was enough to scare him badly. He did not do anything with him, and went to the second floor, opened the door to Ken's room, and saw a broken window. He came closer and looked at the hole, after which he swore nervously, and thought that these idiots turned out to be even more trash than he thought. They could not even look after one half-dead cripple. Gabriel asked, could someone have taken him? He answered him that it was unlikely. There was no place around where they could sneak in unnoticed, and if they had entered through the main entrance, they would not have climbed out through the window. Gabriel thought about it and asked, did he try to contact the bald one? He tried, but the guy didn't answer. Then Luca told him to ask Lavion Rose to assign people to search for the bald guy and Ken Noma. He would contact Aleph himself. He asked, did he think Lavion Rose would agree to help them? He said that he would just need to entertain Martin on a little. That old woman seemed to have quite an appetite. The guy got really indignant at this and exclaimed, did he really look that desperate? Luca reminded him that it was he who brought those idiots and was responsible for security. If he could solve the issue of responsibility like this, he would get off cheaply in the end. Wouldn't he? Gabriel couldn't even think about Martin a little and refused. Then Luca said that if he really didn't want to, he wouldn't force him. They would try only with Aleph's help. The guy grabbed his head and screamed loudly, saying that he would do anything. He would entertain that woman. He stepped aside, displeased, and while he was talking to Martina, he contacted Aleph and told him about Ken's disappearance. The man sighed heavily and said that he didn't want to make any claims, but if he was going to rescue him, he should have warned him in advance. He mentally noted that he still had claims and said that when he found Ken, he should contact him immediately. Aleph said that he probably considered him a sworn enemy. In any case, as soon as he found him, he would immediately let him know. Luca warned him just in case not to think of dealing with him himself, and he said that he would owe him a favor later. The call ended, and Luca thought that debts were piling up from all sides. After that, they left the room, and the snub-nosed man, seeing them coming down, fell to his knees and folded his hands in prayer, asking for their forgiveness. Luca looked at him with a gloomy expression and thought that initially he did not expect much, but this even exceeded his expectations. Gabriel asked what they were going to do with him, and Luca, putting his thumb on his tear-stained eye, said that this was the last chance. He would forgive him only this time. Next time he would not limit himself to just one eye. He pressed harder, and the guy screamed loudly in pain, and Luca mentally told him to be angry at him as much as he wanted. Hatred is easily suppressed by fear. Gabriel called out to him and said that La Vieille Rose found a bald man, but only dead. He looked down in annoyance and said that he understood everything. After that, they went to the scene of the crime. His body was lying in an alley, and there were black footprints of bare feet around. Grace pointed to the corpse and said that there was a stab wound on the neck. The carotid artery was clearly cut. This is the work of a professional who knows how to handle a knife. Gabriel suspected that it was Ken Noma, and Luca thought that he was really good with a knife, but he was in a disabled state. He asked if there were any witnesses, and the girl said that there was a recording from a nearby security camera aimed at the alley. She turned on the recording and a hologram of Ken appeared in front of them. He headed into the alley and the bald guy ran after him. Now that it was confirmed that it was indeed Ken's doing, Gabriel got angry and said that this idiot does not appreciate their mercy. Luca sighed heavily and re-entered the alley to examine everything more closely. On the ground were Ken's bare feet and the bald guy's boots. A fight ensued. The bald guy was pinned against the wall. He was grabbed by the shoulder and was unable to break free, and then Ken waved his hand and stabbed him. He looked at the black marks on the wall and then at the corpse. It had the same dirt on it. He cursed quietly and thought that the bald man had done his duty. He thought that he was just a worthless worker, but he did not give up the task entrusted to him halfway and went to the end. Did he really, with his pathetic insight, take the side of him he saw for his entire essence? After Nikolaos was again indebted to someone, this time the bald man, or rather Orgo, left him in debt. He turned to Gabriel and said that if Orgo had a family or a lover, let him take care of them generously, and if problems arose, let him help solve them. They looked at the hologram of Ken, who after killing Orgo, headed for the exit of the alley, and Gabriel noted that the effect of his rehabilitation was simply amazing. Who would have thought that a man who could not even stand up would recover so much that he could deftly swing a blade? He told him that this was not a rehabilitation effect, and added in his mind that it was impossible to recover like that after a couple of sessions. But Ken was definitely in a non-working state. Was he hiding something from them? His thoughts were interrupted by Grace, who informed him that the corpse of a man in mind-numbing substances had been found nearby. The cause of death was blood loss due to a cut carotid artery. It was probably the work of the same criminal. He thought that it seemed that when they collected all the information, something would become clear. Aleph called him, and immediately his anxious and frightened voice was heard, asking him to come here quickly. Ken Noma attacked them. His men were now shooting back at him. Listening to the man's anxious voice and the shots in the background, he wondered if Ken had any allies left whom he could call for help? Or was he alone in the Colosseum? He realized that he could think about this on the way, and hurried to call a taxi. Immediately after this, there was a rumble behind the nearby buildings, and then a taxi landed in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. The doors opened, and Luca got into the car. Saying that they were going to the Colosseum right away, they needed to find out what Ken Noma was hiding. Once everyone was seated, they took off into the air and rushed to help Aleph.